Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
Welcome, everybody. We are here at the pre-show for the beginning of week 3 of the LCK. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're going to be breaking down everything that has happened, everything that will happen, and other stuff. How are you doing today, Chronicler?
I don't know about everything that will happen. I mean,
Everything.
mostly related to League. I'm not a fortune teller.
Okay.
I can try.
I'll
It's a
save
whole
it
new
for-
niche. We haven't had fortune teller segments yet, have we?
Maybe next time. That's a good idea, actually.
Every time we see the same drop, we're like, it's the future. We're gonna need some vocal work
Yeah,
on that.
we're
I
gonna
like the
need
idea.
Jason's like, please send it to standings. Let's go to standings. We are going to take a look at where we're at here in the LCK. And yeah, so far it has been pretty interesting. You know, the teams that are on top at the moment, I think we could have expected it, although DRX is doing very well.
DRX doing better than I think many of us would have expected. And although they are a strong team and they're currently sitting in shared 1 with T1 and Gen G, Kia has also played Gen G and T1, and DRX hasn't actually faced any of the best teams yet. So the T1 Gen G part of this still very much going to remain in place. I also would be shocked if DRX actually ever drops beyond a 5th place with what they've shown thus far. I don't think they're up to the level of T1 Gen G, but they're clearly in the same general range as Dom1, and then who knows? Currently it's Sandbox. I don't think they will stay. Is it KT? Is it Nongshim?
Yeah,
No idea.
It's still very early on, as you mentioned, the matchups that the teams have played will always factor in to where they're at just at the beginning. So there is one thing we want to get into, the difference here between 2015 SKT T1 versus 2022 T1, as of course they did break their record just the other day last week.
And as you can see, the T1 in 2022 was very spring-loaded because they did, of course, get the perfect season. Whereas for 2015 SKT, actually the majority of those 23 consecutive wins was in the Summer Split. And hopefully for T1, they can maintain that because generally Summer Split is a very good indication of how a team is going to do at Worlds, which is, if we all forgot, where 2015 SKT did pretty well. Because they won it. That's as good as it gets. I remember when we won stuff.
It was pretty good. One day, you know, we'll be back there. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see, you know, how this organization has developed over the course of time. They've got another superstar roster, and they still have all of summer to potentially continue with this streak. So really happy with the way it is going so far for T1. We do also have the POG standings. We'll see where we're at here in this season of the LCK. So far, it is your boy Zeus on top.
And I'm not going to talk too much about Zeus because I talk way too much about him, but he's the best player. Love him, please. He's amazing. Way better than he should be by any means. Chovy, no surprise there. So we can kind of go, it's Chovy. He's always going to be in like top 3 at the very least.
Yeah.
That's what he does. Kingen and Zeka are 2 of the really big success stories. But the biggest surprise in this list is actually Aria. Aria, even though Vikla, by the way, today was re-registered again, little spoiler there, is expected to, I think, continue playing because he has actually looked way better in summer. Maybe finally getting used to the pressure, to the different level of play that is part of the LCK. And seeing him that high up is also a clear sign that KT, they're 1-3. You know, they haven't necessarily had the best start. So seeing Aria do that well, I think is a good sign for the longevity of the team.
Yeah, it's definitely very nice. You know, Kingen and Zeka coming through as well was really awesome to see. Obviously, we need to see them play up against stronger teams, but there will be time for that, perhaps starting this week. Let's take a look at some of the pick ban rates and also some of the strong cards that we do have here at the LCK.
And a lot of these are up on the chopping block in upcoming patches, but Corki, Wukong, Zeri, Lucian, all still 100% prio. In challenges, we started to see Lucian make it through a couple of times, and then it was met with varying success, as that would be the one where I expect teams to maybe at points start letting it through depending on who you're playing into. The Ahri currently sitting on still very high prio, but with the Lissandra rising as a very consistent answer, we do see that her win rate is pretty abhorrent, and a lot of these picks are just very well-rounded, and they go, Gnar is the biggest example, where the win rate isn't really that indicative of the power of the pick. Also Ornn finally making it into top 10 after a lot of talk about it's a Team 5 meta. Play Ornn. It's not that complicated, y'all.
play Ornn, I think, is something we can all get behind, especially Kingen,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
essentially got a POG for one Ornn Horn. I mean, he had a good game, but that was like...
He had a knock-up afterwards as well.
He did. It was a knockout, and he got a kill as
Yeah.
well.
You're right, yeah.
But the fact that he like kind of got it with just that, and he had a great game, it was really cool to see. Maybe the best Ornn play we've seen in a while. There he is.
There he is.
Right next to Lissandra, and of course Viego as well, who is currently 10-2. So a really strong record, especially for a champion that's being played a lot.
Yeah, with Viego and Wukong, because they're basically, there's always only space for two junglers in the LCK, and
Oh, yeah.
usually it's Lee and someone else. Right now it's Viego and Wukong. Viego is definitely strong, but it really depends. Whichever team is blue side gets Wukong, and the red team gets Viego, right? So it's more about the strength of those teams. Picks that are actually very relevant is the Senna, who I don't even think is even close to being utilized as well as she could because of the versatility she provides in draft. Ornn as just a general champion, and Lissandra has of course come up as a counter specifically into the Ahri and has had a lot of success there.
Yeah, Rakan as well, 9-3. Pretty good stuff so far. We have been seeing a lot of that. Here are the bait picks of the LCK. This is what we call the picks that, you know, seem strong and players play it a lot and then they just do not work. A lot of them, you know, it kind of comes down to who's playing it, you know, what kind of games. You know, of course, this is just for week 2 that this has happened, but you know, some ones that stand out, the Ahri that's had a lot of success so far, falling to 3-9, of course. We saw a lot less Azir this week as well. What are your thoughts on this, Chronicle?
A lot of, I think, again, comfort picks where only taking it over a single week is always going to give a little bit of a disjointed image. Picks that I actually think should be like slightly less prio. I do think that Ahri and Ezreal are strong, but teams are very, very aggressively picking them even when there's counters available. Lissandra, Kai'Sa specifically, but there's other ways you can play around it. And then there's some smaller sample size like Azir, Renata. These champions are very strong. They only got played 4 times, and when they did make it through draft, it was probably led through by teams who were like, that's fine, you can have it, it doesn't matter to us.
Yeah, would like to see more Azir. He was actually popping off really hard in week 1. This is one of our hidden gems, and this is something that we just have not seen yet this week, or last week either, or the week before that. It's Udyr.
I know you love to play Udyr, and he's really strong. No phase rush, no chem tank, please don't do it. Udyr is in the current state really strong into champions like Viego, like Wukong, right? Because he can beat them, and he can outfarm them, and he can outpace them. And if you pick him specifically into comps that have a lot less range, like infinite amount of dive comps that we're seeing right now, and you build Sunfire, and you get some stacks in your dart, like it's crazy. Phoenix stands Udyr. Lethal tempo if you're playing aggressively is incredible. And there's also Seraphine. I'm never going to shut up about this pick. Everyone that is in other regions, I think Pablo had a tweet earlier this morning about how this champion is like way too strong. She's getting hot fixed, or I guess 12.12 beat, nerfed because they buffed her for some reason. Works well with teamfight, into teamfight. It's just an incredibly strong pick. Can be flexed mid and bot side as well. Please pick it. It's really, really good. CLG's been winning a ton with it. How is that not enough evidence for you?
That should be enough. That should be enough. Seraphine is really good. Maybe someday. We do have a lot of stale drafts in the LCK. Hopefully that changes over time. Let's take a look at the pocket picks that we have seen from week 2, as it was 1,956 days since we had seen Top Olaf, and it did not win. And of course, Amumu did come out here as well. We've been seeing more Twitch. I think Twitch is definitely one that we'll see a bit more of out of these.
Twitch is an interesting one because it is a very good answer into some of the very greedy drafts. The Senna Kensh's comes to mind. Zeri is the one where it was actually picks up in this specific matchup, although it was also, again, against Fred. So I think Ruler also was like, I can play this, so I will. The Aatrox from Showmaker I actually really liked. I think that was a very good adaptation in terms of draft. And then Amumu back from his holiday after Worlds as a Tom Kench counter, supposedly.
Supposedly, we'll have to see more of that. Of course, played alongside of the Callista, one of the only ways that we do see that picked. But he played it twice, and it did get 1 win. So, and that was against DRX. Obviously, not the cleanest game, and I don't think it was all because of Amumu. But certainly something you could look at there. More Singed. I would like to actually see that. Seems pretty good.
Lehans is at this point just a singed one trick if you can play it. So that actually really makes draft hard for a lot of teams because knowing that the Singe can come out really drops the stock of things like Zaya, of Yumi, champions without dashes, Jinx and Felix come to mind as well. Like, and Genji is already looking really good. So augmented by those Genji that actually goes for creative drafts is a level up that we haven't seen from them in a long time. So I'm very excited about that.
It's kind of scary when you consider it. Let's take a look at the average game time and the side selection here. So far, we started really slow in week 1. We were very worried. It did speed up a bit in week 2.
I have full hope that we're eventually going to get to a meta where the team fights are still as fun as it was on week 1. But the pace of the game is a lot higher. We see teams, T1, Genji, all have started to speed up as they have gotten a much better feel for how this patch works. And I expect that process to continue as, red side is a little higher. It was actually Wolf that mentioned this as we were sitting backstage, who was like, yeah, because every team picks blue side and the losing team picks blue side again. So obviously,
so they lose again,
Yeah, exactly. The big thing here is not it's 20 to 25, it's 100% picks. Not even like Genji or T1 who could use it as well with Keria and Zeus and how well they utilize counter picks. No one's choosing.
You got to get that Wukong. And only Wukong.
No, B1 Ari.
And only no, don't even don't even go there. Very scary stuff. We did have some small changes to the rosters here, going from week 2 to week 3. Vicla's back. That is very nice to see.
Re-registered.
And Raptor is in for Bro. He's called up. Doesn't mean he's going to play, but what do you think about him?
I really like Raptor. He is within the. This was an important caveat because I was also excited about Moham. Not necessarily because of the level of play, but just because I like Moham. Hasn't worked out that well. But Raptor is mechanically one of the better junglers we have within CL. The problem is that often when mechanically strong junglers move towards the LCK, it's not really the same game that you're playing because Challengers is very a mechanics-focused competition, whereas for the LCK you need to be a lot smarter. And also, Umti is very important to the team, but he hasn't been playing well, and maybe Fred Brion just wants to try and throw something wild and then say, Raptor, just try, see what happens.
They have more success in spring, and summer isn't working, so it's time for a change. We'll have to see if that actually does happen. Let's take a look at the week 3 schedule and see what matches we do have coming up. As some big ones, I think especially the T1 DRX match, should be big, and even the KT versus Daman. I think Friday is a big day this week.
Definitely, we get a great Friday, Valdez, because that's you and me on the casting desk. Overall, there is definitely potential for upsets. Both the Fred Brian games should finally be able to get them a win. As it was a big week for Valdez. You were the only one that actually had faith, and I am going to keep not voting for Live Sandbox because then maybe they'll keep picking up more wins.
As long as Chronicler isn't there to jinx it, perhaps, it could happen.
That's a mistake. See that right there?
That's a mistake. You should switch it to Fred Brion. I feel like for this week, it does have some matchups that are pretty cut and dry, unless we do have some upsets here. That's why a lot of the votes do look pretty similar. You'll notice that Chronicler did vote for Hama Life Esports versus Fred Brion. I did as well. I'm not sure why that says Fred Brion there.
It's actually swapped.
Oh, did you say Fred Brion?
But I swapped, so I think there might have been some confusion. That's on me. Okay. Because I voted for Hanwha, and then I realized Raptor might play.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm gonna take the Gambit, but that's on me for flip-flopping.
Yeah, that's all good. We'll get that all cleaned up for when we take a look at this next week in our week 4 pre-show. But yeah, I was pretty down after week 1 after I took some risks on Fred Brion. Did not work, and so I was glad to win this week. T1 actually coming up big, surprising, I think, to take down Damonkia, which was really nice to see.
I think the fact that T1 won was not necessarily because I felt like it was going to be close. That they won 2-0 and looked as good as they did is a really good sign and really exciting for when they eventually face Genji.
Yeah, I think they kind of put on their serious glasses, They were like, it's down 1, we got to play, and they returned back to form. So that was really nice to see. But that's going to do it, guys, for the pre-show. Let's get into the matches here for week 3 of the LCK. Let's throw it over to the intro and the casters.
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 3 of LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf for the very first day of this competition, and honestly, it might be a very fast one based on the matches that we have coming up.
Yeah, we do have a DRX matchup where they're still undefeated against Live Sandbox. That's one that people expect to go 2-0, and then, of course, T1 playing later on. We'll see how long that win streak does continue. But yeah, potentially two very one-sided matches like the casters, or rather Deskonauts mentioned earlier. The Carpet Spacemen.
Yeah.
They mentioned Friday is really the best matches of the week. But we'll see if we have any upsets tonight, because it's definitely possible.
It certainly is. There was one outlier as well, the Nongshim versus Gen G. The reason that was highlighted is because of me, because I had thought that it might be a good one if the Nongshim series towards the end of last week actually went well. It did not, and so therefore it's probably just going to be a Gen G stomp. Let's get into the points of the match, though, for this first one, as if you remember back, ladies and gentlemen, DRX faced off against Live Sandbox at the very beginning of the spring season and got clapped. And we were like, oh, this team must be bad. And then they went on their massive win streak after that. So this might be another first instance of Live Sandbox issue for DRX. We'll see.
And yeah, DRX, if they take the 2-0 here, it's so massively important for them because the hard times are coming, right? And the tougher opponents will hit them very soon. And it starts with T1 on Friday. So keeping your record as perfect as possible, as many game advantages as you can get is going to be pretty important for the keeping them in, you know, top 4 here. As wow, Ornn is lit. We had that 4-1 stat. That was the Ornn win rate. 4 of those games, all the wins are Kingans. He's the only player who's actually been able to take that. So we'll see what Dove ends up playing tonight. But I do not think you can give this Ornn over to the side of DRX. It's just a mistake.
And guess what? I know exactly what Dove's going to play. He's going to play Nah, because he always plays Nah.
Yeah.
All right, who will be the late game carry? This is what's going to be very, very interesting, right? Because you talk about late game carry. Yes, Deft is 2-0 on the Callista, but Deft also brought out the Twitch, and we all got those Samsung Blue flashbacks, and we're all very, very excited about it. Because, of course, yes, Imp has a skin for the champion, but Deft was the OG Twitch positioning god well and truly back in the day. And this sign says, Deft, please carry. He was listening to what we were talking about.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fantastic.
And this sign is all the players' names below the Live Sandbox of Romance.
I like the calligraphy. I think that makes it even more romantic.
Yeah, it's very cool. Take a look at team stats here. The one that really jumps out at you is the goal difference here for Live Sandbox, both at 14 minutes and at 20. You can see, though, that they're able to delay games and sometimes shore up that goal lead when we hit the 30-minute mark. It's a pretty big gap. So the longer the game goes, the more opportunities they have to bring the game back in their favor. They've often gotten a lot of bounty gold as well, which does play into this. So yeah, down but not always out are Live Sandbox versus DRX, who've looked dominant through the mid-game.
They certainly have. DRX, of course, do take a little bit longer to get rolling, as you can see, 8th, 4th, and 2nd as far as those goal differences are concerned. But after 30, they're generally pretty sorted out when it comes to those leads. So it's interesting that Live Sandbox do manage to turn things around, but also, oftentimes games just end. And therefore, if you have that stat, generally the game is going to be a little bit closer. So it's one of the reasons why that happens. DRX have been knocked off their first pedestal when it comes to KDA. But first, let's introduce Live Sandbox with their brand new jerseys. Switch up entirely from yellow to purple.
Yeah, very different in terms of color scheme here because they still have the, kind of yellow/gold and black with the KB Bank sponsor colors on the sports teams that they usually have. But the purple here, I thought maybe it was going to be a new away color, but they are the home team tonight, so they're being walked out first. So not 100% sure what it's about, but I love it. I like to see changes, and I like to see teams coming out with new and cool jerseys throughout a season. Yeah, they look great, and they are the underdogs for the series. Make no mistake, it is going to be a tough one, but not impossible by any means if the drafting is better, because I think that's where it starts with Live Sandbox. They're so into their own style, which, like I said last week, is their own. They are the only team that likes to play this way, and they're at a 2-2 record, so it has worked half the time, but DRX is another class of opponent.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult against DRX. However, I guess Live Sandbox do have side selection, so they'll be able to ban the things that they want to ban, try and take control of the draft, but this is a squad that's just been getting better and better and better as DRX. Welcome to LOL Park once again. We'll see whether Kingen gets his on, whether Pioshik's going to be busting out that Udyr that he definitely has not been playing in solo queue, I hate to say it.
This team has felt like such a 90s, early 2000s feel-good sports movie where, like, like there's a montage, they keep winning after a struggle, but the newspaper keeps spinning through and it's like, Pioshik does it again. There's a picture of him, like, doing his ceremony in the newspaper and like,
I know
they keep
exactly the montage.
and they keep winning, and then like there's a restaurant. It's like DRX eats free here, like at the restaurant. There's like a bunch of suddenly people wearing DRX T-shirts everywhere. But like we're about to hit the arc of this sports movie where they face their really tough opponent.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to real time and actually start watching some of these matches, and there's gonna be those slow motion handballs and like passes and stuff like that.
And Pioshik's gonna play Chem Tank, and we're gonna be like, oh, that was really cool. But this is the last part of the montage that you skip before you actually watch the game against T1, right? So this is the last part of that easy montage here for DRX, where they just keep winning. That's the expectation for this series.
In theory.
In theory.
If, if the romance really starts to kick in, then perhaps we'll be able to see something else. But Prince versus Deft is going to be our key player matchup here. Both of them pretty close when it comes to statistics and things like that, outside of the damage per gold, which is massively in favor of Deft. He has had 3 center games, which does tend to skew that, especially when there are, a few Callista games, some of these Zeri games as well, where sometimes you may not necessarily get online until later, so that damage isn't necessarily as high. Stuff like that can skew it, but Deft has definitely been very, very good for his team.
It's crazy.
Being able to eke out the damage that he can find.
It's crazy how low his damage percent is because of how consistent he's played and how well he's been able to scale. In his Callista games where he's just doing insane amounts of damage, it's in part due to the fact that Kingen is playing tanks where he's just popping off and taking a lot of that damage share away. Also, Zeka
is on like 32% of his team's damage right now. I mean, he's been playing a lot of Corki, a lot of Azir, things like this that do just generally do a fair bit of damage, but still, I mean, Zeka's been having pretty much the season of his career thus far, here in the LCK at least, and it hasn't been that long over here, but I'm just so glad. I've got like Munchables in the back of my head saying like, see, I told you Zeka was a great player. What were you talking about? Spring season was... It was all a bait so that you guys wouldn't turn your eyes towards this great player. And Zeka's really standing up to it. Him alongside King, and both of the solo lanes for this team are looking so much better.
Yeah, I think that Deft was very consistent in spring, and it felt like he was fighting against his team, like he was going against the grain of DRX struggling. But now it's just this 5-man unit where the solo laners have completely upgraded their play. And Pioshik is also, when his team is in form, he looks in form. As we mentioned, Live Sandbox will be, what, the 46th team now to pick blue side in their home side selection here. No. It's not a surprise to literally anyone.
Nope. Even though the red side win rate is higher, it's still, if you are a team that's just generally better, you are going to choose that side and win on it. So those stats are a little bit difficult, and I'm glad that that was illustrated on the desk in our pre-show as well. But here we are, into the draft for the first time. Corki going to be banned away initially, and that means that we have no ban bugs, which is fantastic. We've avoided that one for now.
Yep. We'll see if they want to ban away the Azir here too, just to take away, Zeka's scaling mids. As Live Sandbox likes to play fast and loose, so they don't want to give their opponents any opportunities to play the late parts with scaling advantages if they can help it. The Wukong taken away here. Lucian should follow. But then, you know, things get a little bit more complex for red side bans.
I think Zeri's probably the highest as far as priority at the moment, but I think you're right, because you do kind of want to take away from some of what Live Sandbox wants to do. Is Ahri first pick is what they want to do.
Yeah, or they want to bait the Ahri ban so they can get that Zeri. So it's a strong blue side strategy here to ban the Lissandra. It's not the first time we've seen it in the LCK on this patch. They will get the Zeri.
So Zeri has been first picked into DRX before, and it got twitched.
Yeah, and I also think that Deft is happy to play Kalista into this as well, which is also open. So risky move. His Kai'Sa has been one of the best in the league, but they look to take the Senna instead, this route here, and Tahm Kench still being available at the moment.
Yep, Senna Viego is going to be picked up. I wouldn't have minded just going Kench Viego just to guarantee that, because you're not going to be picking away Senna from you, but this is fine. Of course, Senna can be paired with basically anything, and if DRX decides that they want a third round Ornn is then a flex pick to the bottom lane, which gives them so much more comfort when it comes to the later stages of the draft. And on the red side, drafting flexibly is how you get the most out of it.
Exactly.
Which I really like.
Trundle, one of our trap picks here, but Krako has picked up 2 of those wins. He's 2-0 on the champion. Has been one of his more successful ones along with the Vi, and he will lock that one in here early. So a lot of disengaged potential. We see this paired with Zeri a lot, so that you can help keep her alive, and she can of course do damage across the pillar, and then once you get all that AoE through, she's going to help clean up team fights. That's the theory for Zeri, at least.
Yep. You can also pretty comfortably lock in something like a Zoe alongside this if Live Sandbox wants to eventually, and we know that Closer really likes the Zoe, and he's very good at it. Nautilus going to be picked up here, and that is a Yone hover, which I won't talk about.
Yeah, I guess we're just going to move on. I like the Nautilus here with Zeri. Great against Zeri, but also strong paired with her. As I think this is the better call here. He's
love it. More flex.
Undefeated here in the LCK. Has dropped a few games on it in the LPL, but in terms of his record here now in his new domestic home, he's popping off on this pick, and it allows you a lot of backline access and can kind of circumvent the pillar in a lot of really cool ways and scenarios. So something that's great to see into this type of composition.
It's really, really cool. Tahm Kench going to be banned away here, so DRX not locking that in means that it will be taken off their hands, and Barrel's probably happy with that. Last time it was certainly a bit up in the air, the directions of these abyssal dives. So Tahm Kench banned makes a lot of sense. I think Ornn ban to follow up would be one of the better options, as Sylas and TF taken away from Closer, and of course Closer's Sylas looked fantastic in their most recent series.
Yeah, tougher against Showmaker, but in the more recent one, he did pull it off quite well. And this has thinned out the pool quite a bit. The Zoe you were talking about is still open here for Closer, and that might be the path he wants to take. I love this because, like you mentioned, the flexibility between Kingen and Barrel with this pick.
Just do it, Barrel. Don't be scared.
I mean, this worked out exactly what Lehens wanted this to be, into a very similar matchup. This worked out for Keria. Not as sold on it personally. I think it might just be a shout out.
Wow, we are definitely cycling through.
Yeah, I shouldn't talk about the hovers yet.
And that's going to be Nah locked in. Okay, so Nah not as susceptible to Trundle, which I think is why Kingen's gravitated towards it. Does mean that they're not going to be flexing the Akali. I know that Kingen does have quite a few games, and Akali can be used pretty well if Live Sandbox wanted to then pick a Gwen, for example.
Ooh, the Gangplank opportunity here, though, is very strong for Live Sandbox. And what's crazy about this for Live Sandbox, too, is this is not the first time they've played the Zeri. They've found success with it, but this time they're all-inning on the scaling aspect of this draft, whereas last time was a bit split between some more top-side control and then, of course, you know, a Zeri on the bottom side to scale up. And this time it's going to be more all-in on the later game aspects here. As Closer's hovering a lot of his more famous picks, we'll see if the LeBlanc actually ends up being the choice here, because it does allow you a lot of map control and can fight and duel the Akali in, you know, neutral space for vision. I do like this choice. And I think the Singe we knew was coming once the Gnar was locked in. I think he's actually going to play this, and I think it's still strong.
I think Rammus is probably the way, though. You know, honestly, kind of like the idea of Rammus just taunting a LeBlanc. She dives in, and then you can just kill her. That would be pretty funny. But it's going to be a Mumu instead. All right. So Beryl, he had the Amumu treatment against Harmalife Esports, and he's like, you know what? I reckon it's the best right now, and he's going to pick that one up himself. This time, it's going to have a bunch more money.
Yeah.
So it can give it to him.
It gives you 2 frontliners in this composition and a lot of additional CC that's more guaranteed, because normally the Amumu support isn't going to have a ton of money, so CCing the backline and locking someone down like a Zeri becomes so incredibly difficult because you're going to sacrifice your life for it every time. But in this case, for Beryl, he should be able to pretty consistently at least push Zeri back, push Gangplank back as well, can even fight against Gangplank on a flank, because he's going to have money and he will be relevant in order to do so, and can be healed, of course, by Senna if he trades well while he's trying to do that. He also can he can be put extremely deep into the enemy jungle to set up vision and deny vision so that this LeBlanc pick can't roam around and be so frustrating to deal with here for closer. So I like it more, but I still overall, if I remove the nameplates, kind of like Live Sandbox draft better. I think it's got a lot better scaling, some really great defensive options with the Trundle, and the fact that this utility of the Gangplank ultimate is going to really stifle how this comp team fights here as DRX on early objectives. I just feel like it's going to be a much more comfortable early to mid game.
No, I'd agree. I actually, like you say, nameplates off. Live Sandbox certainly winning the draft this time around. This is a very DRX draft, though. Like, it kind of screams to me comfort for them, but also we're just going to have fun, and that can be very scary. So let's get onto the Rift for game 1. DRX fans out in force. And DRX actually gave them all presents today as well. There are little plushies sitting on the chairs, as well as DRX banners, which was very, very cute to see.
Yeah, I love that.
I kind of wanted to take one, but I definitely shouldn't. They just were very, very cute. Hopefully we get to see them in some fan shots, perhaps a little bit later on.
Yeah, I do appreciate how much effort the teams are putting into. I mean, at first it was just every team had their own cheerfuls, as this is the common LeBlanc ward.
Yep.
But now we're starting to see like even plushies coming through and other specific merchandise that are like being given away, and teams are really, I think, reaching out to their fans quite strongly and a different way than we've seen traditionally here. So I like it.
Oh my god, it's my favorite Amumu skin. It's the Amumu. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh, Prince not going to be able to grab the ward. A little bit unfortunate there.
So traded boards here on red buffs, so full information, both squads. That's now cleared away, but they know it was a 3-man leash here on their blue, or rather red, and are able to see Viego soloing top.
Well, Piercing Darkness for a little bit of value there from Deft, as Live Sandbox tidy up that ward. Not exactly the greatest, you know, as far as value from that ward is concerned, but it's all right.
Yeah. Both teams played that really well. DRX hoping, okay, we're going to catch them since they did that leash, and then otherwise going, oh, they think we're leashing harder, let's go a little bit earlier. Ends up winning out for DRX, though, getting that stack.
Yep.
Zeka, we mentioned this 8-0 now on the Akali here in the LCK.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. As a hook's going to connect onto Deft here towards bottom side already. Has to flash to get himself out of the way. Beryl standing his ground. But DRX really pushed out of this lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a golf clap for that one, because gonna force some pots and cookies out. And he is Senna, so you know he's not really in any danger of being like out-sustained here or anything like that. But he's gonna make this a lane that Deft is just going to hold under turret for a moment here, and, you know, obviously once he hits level 3, can start to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yep. Certainly is good, though, if Croco ever makes his way down here. The setup from Live Sandbox is already great from the Nautilus, so if DRX ever push out, it's going to be a dangerous time. So really, really good stuff to start this one off for Live Sandbox. Kyle's just going to walk up towards them. Finds himself a hook as well, but Beryl not quite able to win out on that trade, so this is a very aggressive Nautilus and isn't really being punished.
Yeah. So far, so good here. Obviously, early laning phase for the Akali is pretty rough, too. So Kraka with this prio on blue side is going to, well, looks like he was potentially going to go over there and try to aggressively steal Gromp before getting the scuttle, but takes the safer plan instead. And Zeka's handling the pressure pretty well as you can, but you can see this extra prio allows you to make moves like this, so Pyoshik is going to lose out. And now will be double scuttled because Gangplank also has that top side prio.
Yeah, was able to move down and just secure at least knowledge on the Rift Scuttler. So double crab, definitely a great start here for Croco. And this is one of the things that a lot of people have been worried about for this squad, because I think that as far as all of the improvement that has happened for DRX, Pyosik hasn't necessarily changed as much as the likes of King and Zeka moving into this. So
Yeah.
we'll see whether, you know, Pyosik's going to still have a good time on this Viego. Zeka here with a little bit of vision available, but Croco avoids the majority of it. Now Zeka having to run to get himself out of the way. Does slink into the smoke screen. Might have another backflip as well, as there is the flash from Croco. Pyosik in the area. Zeka desperately trying to get out. There's the flash. Zeka holds on to his, but Pyosik doesn't have his anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty massive that if Viego loses this early on. It is, of course, traded, as you mentioned, but nice gank attempt here. So the pillar obviously going to help really set up chains here, and I'm holding my tongue because it looks like we were going to have a power exchange here, but yeah, proactive play once again, and Zeka has very low health bar, but with Closer having no mana, and he's not going to be able to pressure anything. We'll just push the wave in and teleport back. So some near misses here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Piercing Darkness here from Deft. Trying to get some poke damage as this wave crashes, just to make sure that Kyle's not going to be able to hold onto it. And they are successful, looking for a little bit of a back time. And now, is Deft over halfway through his flash cooldown, which is definitely good news. As okay, Banish Toss comes down. Kyle taking a lot of damage. As Barrel's pretty tanky, he's got that reset as well. Flash comes out, Piercing Darkness not going to be back up again. So DRX unable to take down the Nautilus, but still, it's a lot of pressure, and they'll be able to push another wave.
And they pushed this before to preempt a move like this because they knew the enemy jungle was topside. So this was really well played by DRX. You know, as you hit level 3, you have a lot more safety as Sen, and you can push a little bit harder. And then as they're pushing, they, you know, set up in the brush, and it's a kind of a mistake here from Live Sandbox to actually challenge that, because the trade is never going to go into your favor at that stage because they have vision advantage. They can hit those autos a little bit harder, so it's going to get some extra stacks here and some free backing right now, DRX, and they're even in CS basically here. You know, obviously there's a little bit of a lead for Kyle, but like in terms of the Nautilus versus Senna, but at the end of the day, this has been a really well-managed lane for DRX, just off of the fact that they see Croco's rotation mid. Pyosik flashless and no 6.
Yeah. Speaking of Croco, he is here, spotted as well, as Death will come over. We'll be able to add a little bit of support to this Akali, who's hit level 6 himself. And so now Zeka kind of unleashed onto the map right here, as Kyle with his Hex Flash is going to try and escape the area, does so with his Dredge Line. Does have himself a blast going to keep himself fully safe. Nah moving into the river though, as you can see. So Kingan's starting to have a better time up there towards the top lane by the looks of things. Pyosik going to utilize this as an opportunity to grab the first Drake of the game.
Yeah, I'm not going to quite hit 6 off of this, but should be able to on his way to the Herald fight, if he can secure it, because there's a rotation.
Yeah, Croco just walking towards Deft here. Deft doesn't have flash available just yet, as they're flashing on top of him. The chains come down. Croco may have overextended, but at what cost? The Viego's going to fall down as well, as Zeka doing his best to try and get as much damage down as he can, as Beryl is very, very close to just destroying everyone. Kale's going to go down. The Amumu does as well, and Zeka may not have any more. Prince, the biggest beneficiary of this situation, as the backflip's good from Zeka, but the flash from Prince will get him.
Nice flash there to secure the kill. And over here on the top side, Kingan is going to trade aggressively with his Narbar, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, this is the value from early to mid I was talking about with Cannon Barrage. Cannon Barrage on top of this entire fight, and DRX just were unwilling to give up and leave. And as a result, we'll give 2 massive kills and an assist over to Prince, who's now in a bit of danger.
Yeah, there's the Bandage Toss, the cleanse. A little bit later than usual, but still, it's absolutely fine. Croco's down here, as Deft is going to enter some mist himself. Beryl trying to get out. There's another one, though. Piercing Darkness comes down. They managed to take down the Zeri. What else can they get, though, is the question, as Beryl goes golden as well. Kyle's here. Beryl's surviving for so long. He's just crying on top of this Nautilus. He's walking it out. There's the pillar, and eventually he'll go down. Kyle trying to stand his ground. The flash on cooldown again for Deft. And Kyle will survive.
Now the call here for Pioshik is not to come over here and try to turn this one around, but to try to rush down this Rift Herald instead. And so he is looking to do so, and no one is here to punish him. They do have this scuttle controlled, so Live Sandbox just not in a good position to actually try to stop this from happening. Barrage, of course, down for Dove as well, so Pioshik will get away with this. And with the trade there, bottom side, this does definitely favor DRX just slightly in terms of that extended exchange. But this was so aggressively played here by DRX, this play here on the Cloud Drake. Watch how much value this Barrage gets down. And Deft is just so far forward here. He's instantly blown up. Zeka's trying his best, but look at all the damage and all the slow here onto the rest of DRX from the Cannon Barrage. And like, yeah, Barrel's like, I'm coming in here, I'm going to turn this one around. Just not enough damage.
It is very funny how long Beryl lasts, though, even this early into the game. And damage reduction from Amumu, just pretty ridiculous. Prince, I like the aggressive move as well, and the Zeri is going to be scary this game.
Speaking of Beryl surviving forever, this also happens down here. Forces out a cleanse early from Prince. Really well cleansed there. And they think they could turn this one around, as I'm getting nervous about what's happening on live.
Yeah, we might get into that one. It's just a control
Anyway,
down there.
he does take Prince out, which is massive, because if he lives, they push this turret, and things get very, very disastrous for DRX. Does, of course, end up being a very long trade here that we're going to watch all of for some reason. Meanwhile, on live, I do want to see the exchange set up for this Cloud Drake. As yeah, he does survive a little bit longer there.
The pillow is absolutely
And Def does
fantastic.
lose Flash, too.
Yep, and Croco is the one that's able to actually lock down the dragon. So that's what we missed out on in live, although we did have a picture-in-picture, so it's absolutely fine. Still, it's a pretty late Drake. 10 minutes for the first one to go down. Still yet to see where this Rift Herald's going to go. I'd like some money going into Zeka's hands, so I think him being able to assassinate Prince is going to be relatively important in this game.
Yeah, because Kingen is pretty self-sufficient up here. And, you know, he's been putting a lot of pressure on Dove. As you mentioned, he started doing better in the lane, and now he's got full control here, trying to even deny some CS. And right now, Senna is just going to scale by default, but her ability to pressure or get kills or start to snowball is already pretty weak as a champion. But in this game, Deft is going to be taking a back seat. It is going to be about Zeka. So I do like that they, as you suggest, drop this Rift Herald mid, give him a little bit of extra gold because he so desperately needs it. He's very significantly behind Closer right now, who's picked up 3 assists, who has a 20 CS lead, because he lost so much farm Zeka did when he was trying to stop that push onto Deft around Drake. He fails, he dies, and he loses control of the mid lane. So everything is in Live Sandbox's favor right now, and I think, you know, it's going to take some really proactive play from Zeka, and some catches potentially even, for them to bring this one back.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, Akali, it's her time to shine around now in this mid-game before, you know, tanky stats and utility items start to come in. So looking forward to seeing whether he can actually make that one happen. His Akali has always managed to deliver here in the LCK. 8-0 right now, as we saw earlier on. DRX have moved themselves back to a slight gold advantage thanks to the Herald. Beryl has himself a glove as well, which is pretty cold. And that's really exciting, seeing what this Amumu is going to be able to do this game, as Kingen's chasing down Dove. This is not something that we're all that used to seeing in the GP NA matchup these days, but Kingen's doing a good job.
He really is, and is getting aggressive with his hyper procs, and you see the defensive vision set up for Dove as well, just kind of showcasing that he's not comfortable in this matchup to feel like he can actually go forward. Croco.
Yeah, speaking of going forward, Croco taking a lot of damage here. Subjugate does have to go down. Into the mist they go as Beryl gets the stun onto Croco. Dawning Shadow comes down, but Croco still alive. Zeka looking for a way in, but Pioshik is going to burn down. There's the perfect execution. Deft healing himself to get away from Prince, who has to flash to escape Beryl, and Zeka now Closer's moved his way forward. Deft wants to keep them alive, but he's not quite able to. They managed to troll them out as well, as Closer is just dashing back and forth, but the 5-point strike is going to be there. Prince, however, was just ignored, and Zeka is going to be taken down as well, and the Zeri is just massive now.
Yeah, so now this game is going to be about how do we contain the Zeri, because yes, extra kills going over to Zeka here, picks up a bounty, and this is one of those barrel calls. You could feel the barrel call where he's like, no, I trust my team has enough mechanics to actually win on this fight. I know Zeka can actually extend this trade and actually end up getting kills here, so I'm going to force this, I'm going to sacrifice myself, and we're going to pull this off. Because when you watch him go in at first, you're like, whoa, I don't know about that. It's a barrel call, right? But he's able to help his team actually win this extended fight. And yes, in terms of trading and in terms of kills, it's not a win, but they got Zeka online, which was so incredibly important as mentioned before, because he needs gold so desperately. And yeah, Zeri's already ahead. So it's going to be a tough game, but at least now Akali's got money.
Well, there's a wallop and a Gnar, and I don't even think Kyoshik was needed up there towards that top side. As, yeah, Dove's going to turn back. He's like, Croco, what did you do? What happened up here, mate?
Yeah, well, that's going to be more gold going over. And Liv Sandbox are struggling through this mid-game right now. They, still are, only 1,000. Actually, I thought they were like maybe 400 gold behind. They're actually now like 1,000 gold behind. But they're just not playing the map very well. And if you watch the mini-map here during this exchange, like you could see that Liv Sandbox have an incredible amount of vision here too, that Croc was trying to use to be aggressive, but they don't expect the heavy rotation up and they think, oh, okay, we're just out of here for free now. Then Kyle decides to go forward here and look for a hook, which is what allows this amazing turn here for Barrow and crew, because Zeka is going to live so long in this fight and be untouched. He uses his smoke screen so well that he can actually then get several kills, which is gold he so desperately needs so he can carry. Now, the other side of the coin here is that Zeri, who is the actual incredible late game carry that Liv Sandbox scaling towards with this draft, is also going to pick up money. But I think it's still a worth trade here for DRX, considering the fact that without Zeka getting that money, this game is already basically over.
Well, Deft is looking to try and stop Croco from stealing his stuff. He is going to be able to do so here. Umbral Glaive is going to proc. Clears out that control ward. Beryl just chilling underneath this turret, crying on some minions. And seems to be having a pretty good time. Just a Mumu things, especially one with a bit of extra money as Mega Gnar comes down. Fair bit of damage from the boulder toss as Zek is going to move back towards this mid lane. Certainly a game that, as it goes on, Liv Sandbox is still just going to be more and more comfortable, right? They have the Zeri, they have the Gangplank. There's a lot of tools, but I think the reason why DRX are playing so fast and loose is that they have Akali and Mumu.
Yeah.
And they should just be able to destroy Prince.
Yeah,
in theory.
His cooldown of his cleanse is going to be something they are tracking like crazy, because that is going to be so incredibly useful here for him in this game. And when it is on cooldown, there's a lot more kill pressure onto him. And if you can force it out once, you can always, of course, then bandage again as Barrel or look for another form of CC to lock him down. And so, I mean, this game is really like DRX basically at this stage. If they win it, it's because they're just better hands diff, their execution is better, and they shot call better. Because like you said, ease of execution definitely for Liv Sandbox with the lead they have too.
Yeah.
In terms of how strong Zeri is, if you change the nameplates, like DRX are doomed, but it feels like DRX is confident still that they can actually win these out-mechanical play or out-mechanic their opponents, make these plays that Barrel's looking for.
Well, Zeka just able to walk out of the way of Closer here. Doesn't get the Shuriken backflip though, as Kyoshik in position. They're trying to lock down Kyle, but now they're looking to turn it. Croco has the Subjugate down, but first the Sad Mommy to come through first, and Croco will be taken. Cannon Barrage largely ignored. Prince also, once again, largely ignored, as the Dredge line does go wide. And Kyoshik is going to make his way out. I wonder whether maybe they can't see the Zeri. Maybe that's the problem.
Well, she's just so difficult to lock down, and, hitting a bandage toss onto her is basically impossible, and she has cleanse.
Yeah.
So put your focus elsewhere, try to pick up some kills, because Zeka was also rotating down again. They're like, all right,
I don't think it was the wrong call. It was just funny to watch her running around watching her teammates die.
No, it's going to become a bigger problem the more items she gets when she's ignored. She now has her Phantom Dancer online, so it's not the... it's still scary, okay? Don't get me wrong. Like, ignoring the Zeri can work out for quite some time in a game like this, but it does eventually become a huge problem. This is just well played. Kyoshik's in the right spot, and when they corral Croco in here, because he has to come over, Barrel's ultimate is perfectly timed. He waits until he can actually hit a double with that, and then they're just like, all right, no, Zeri, we can't chase her. She's just going to run behind the turret. Let's get the guaranteed kills.
It's actually just, it really is a smart call, because she has so much mobility after she pops that ult, so you may as well just kill the targets in front of you, make sure that she doesn't have anywhere to be.
And also, if you kill the Nautilus, you get to be Nautilus versus Zeri as Kyoshik. So
true.
If he hits that Dredge line, totally different story.
Wow, Deft is egregiously far behind. Something, Senna something.
Yeah, he's also, because Senna roams to get more stacks and tries to make an impact and give some extra sustain in the lane, finds herself very significantly behind in experience in terms of AD carries, but that's also just not that important. Yep, and he becomes a very secondary support in terms of what he could do vision-wise, which is going to make it much more difficult later on in the game for Closer to actually find picks and to threaten him, because the Umbral Glaive is just really removing this sort of deep vision for Liv Sandbox. Their defensive vision has been great, but they haven't been able to cross the equator in terms of setting up some traps.
Well, Shirley going to come down, look to break open this outer turret in the mid lane. Certainly good news for DRX, widening this map as much as possible. As Kingen currently with the rest of his team. He's been spending a lot of time top lane and is now able to augment this squad, looking for a second charge on Shirley as Close is going to rotate over. DRX full vision of what's going on here. So they get the double charge and look to back away.
Yep, this does bode well for Dove, who will get some free push bottom side. And you can see the pings are going down onto him right now on the mini-map. As, it's pretty frustrating that he's able to get away with this, but I like the call because DRX are realizing the clock is ticking, not only in terms of just the scaling, but also the Infernal Soul, which has now been announced as the Drake. And there are 2 Drakes behind, so that the clock is not on their side in that regard either. In order to prevent the Soul, they have to extend the game time, so there are a lot of
potential amounts of Infernal Drakes, though, is on DRX's side.
True.
Because now they can get 4, in theory, if they start actually prioritizing these things.
And, you know, the fact of the matter here is if you get that structural damage done, you're going to have a little bit more power around the map, and there's a little bit less wiggle room for the LeBlanc and things like that. So I do like it here for DRX. Get some more permanent damage done. Gangplank gets a little bit of extra farm. He's 40 CS down right now. He's not your big problem. The Zeri's the problem.
This is one of the biggest gaps, though, that we've seen between Nah and Gangplank in the Nah's favor so far this season. Certainly shout-outs to Kingen, but a bit of an unfortunate one so far in the laning phase for Dove. But been playing weak side on this Gangplank and has been using his ults for team fights rather than anything else. So as soon as you use that in a team fight, you don't then have it in the 1v1, and then Kingen can take advantage that way. So just a little bit more of the focus on the team play. However, still unfortunate that this has happened. Nice little barrel is going to connect there as I cast Curse Kingen a bit.
Kingen is, he's got a gold bounty basically from his CS alone. He has the most CS in the game, and he's been given some of it, like in the mid lane when he's passing through, he's grouped up a little bit, but yeah, we have to give credit where it's due. His Closer's in trouble.
Yeah, Zeker is just chasing him down. Deft with the flash to come through. The perfect execution, and Zeker's immediately back. Prince, though, looking to try and lock this one down. Does secure the center as that barrel was just massive as Dove is just making up for lost time. Depth charge comes through. Kingen's going to have to flash. Will he have the hop in time is the question as Beryl and Croco are fighting. I don't know whether I'd have money on the sad mummy in that regard, as that is a phenomenal pillar. And in the meantime, Prince is taking even more. Kingen off to the other side, and this is just a disaster for DRX. Kingen just wants to take as many minions as he can, and now I think they will stand up and recognize Prince because he's 8-1-2.
Yeah, and this is going to be an insanely fast Baron with the items they have online. DRX with a huge overextension. Yes, you can pick the LeBlanc, but should you? The answer to that question is almost always no, because she lives for so long, forces you to push so deep that you've used so many resources to try to lock her down. You don't have your cooldowns, and now you're on the wrong side of the map. And once again, utility value out of Cannon Barrage. Look at Dove sitting on those 9 assists this game because he's just been globally impactful. Losing CS doesn't matter to him because his slow is going to be relevant each and every time. And now this area is just so big that it just won't be overcomeable. And like, look at how quickly they react to this. They're already coming up to save closer, or at least turn this one around. And the distance in which they dive this turret, Def loses 2/3 of his health bar from the turret alone. And now you're stuck here. There's no way out. You're trapped. And Croco's going to lock the door.
Yeah, the barrel was just fantastic as well as Zeka. They're taking him for a walk here as Croco's going to come through yet again. A fantastic pillar. Zeker's going to go golden. It'll get the bad news as he tries the perfect execution out, but he gets into melee range of the Trundle who chomps him.
Liv Sandbox are in firm control of this game now, and they can actually probably just push for this inner, and I think there's no downside to it.
No, yes, absolutely not.
Nara's pushing mid, but there's no inner turret to grab for him there, and this is going to lead into Prio for their Infernal Soul point that they're setting up for here. They have so much vision around the Drake as well. So there's really just no going wrong here, and DRX can't cross-map. There's no play to make. And I think DRX's draft weaknesses really got exposed here, I think, once Zeri started to get ahead. But then also in terms of what they can do from behind, like, yeah, you can out-mechanic people, you can outplay them, but sometimes it's just a numbers game, sometimes it's just a damage game. And the fact that they weren't able to get enough of a big lead here or oppressive vision control is really hurting them now, as Liv Sandbox could just move around the map with impunity for free.
They just take whatever they want. Right now, 3.3k, Soul Point now on the table. And Liv Sandbox It's looking like they'll absolutely just outlast their opposition. Prince he's just been the beneficiary of everything here in this first game for Live Sandbox.
And when you're in a position like this, like he does have to cleanse here, but that's all. Like that was the only moment of fear. You have Phantom Dancer, so you could chase forever, and there's no way out. You're already Zeri. So that's why extending like this just ends up being the wrong call. If you're playing against almost any other meta 80 carry, you walk away at least with maybe trading 1-for-1 as DRX, but not against Zeri, as this is just Zeka getting punished on the wrong side of the map right before Drake, so they get to push an inner and pick up that Infernal Soul point.
Yep, shutdown goal going over to Croco there as well.
Yeah.
As Kingin looking for the trundle here. Close is going to come down though. Mega Gnar is going to land onto just one as the slow comes through with the Everfrost. Deft off to the side, but the Gnar is just not going to last. Prince is just way too massive. Cannon Barrage came down yet again. DRX just trying to get out of this area. And this outer turret is just going to be the start of DRX's problems, as Beryl's going to have to throw down the ult. He tries to stay alive, but it's just not going to work. Piercing Darkness is basically doing nothing. A Dredge line again, absolutely fantastic, as Zeri picks up yet another kill. Live Sandbox, they're going to push through, grab this turret as well, and that may not be all.
Yeah, I mean, with the Baron buff still having a little bit of time left, they can push this so quickly. And I mean, I hate to say it, DRX, but I think you put yourself in a very high execution draft, fell behind early, and now there's just no hope.
Yeah, and Zeka got the backflip there onto Closer, but it does not matter at all. Largely a bait, if anything, and the inhibitor, is going to fall. David already pre-teleported towards the top side to get that wave shoved. And Prince will take the enemy Brambleback on his way through. Kyoshik optimistic if you thought that you were going to be able to get there and grab that one.
And this is one of those games where if you look at the gold graph, like it incorrectly, or you might incorrectly assume based on that swath of red down there that DRX was in control of the game during that period. But they really weren't. They were playing the map better, and they had some nice picks, and they were able to trade kills and get Zeka fed. But, you know, in moments like this, you really see that, no, they're not, because they weren't ahead enough. Like, that gold graph showed that they had a lead, but it was a small lead in a game where the composition of Live Sandbox is just vastly superior in the later parts. And the engage here is great from Kyle once again. The follow-up damage from Zeri is just, it's so easy. It's like counting to 3. Like, she's just like, I'm going to press Q a lot. You guys are all dead. And if you leave, we'll take every piece of the map. So DRX are like desperately trying to hope for a mistake or an overextension. That just will not come.
Well, now he has 4 items. Infinity Edge just completed, and that is a gigantic spike because he took a bit of a timeout in order to get some more armor penetration. And against the Amumu and the Viego with a tank item, it sort of makes some sense here. But yeah, this game is feeling like it's almost all over.
Yeah, it really quite truthfully is. Unless, again, DRX can have some incredible mechanical outplay.
Oh, another brilliant pillar from Croco as Heartbreaker has to be used to get Kyoshik out of here. He goes golden as Cannon Barrage comes down as well. Kyoshik looking to try and get out of there, but he's not going to be useful in this fight any longer. Closer is extraordinarily low, but Prince is still at full health, ladies and gentlemen. There's the perfect execution, but I don't know whether it's going to win them the fight, as it's a double kill on the other side of it, as Prince is just dashing forward. Flashes on top of Deft, who has to flash away, but that ain't going to do it. It's a triple for now. There is a Penta underneath these 2 Nexus turrets if Live Sandbox want to get it, but instead, they just want to win the game, ladies and gentlemen. This game 1 is all over, and Live Sandbox will upset DRX in the first one.
Very impressive win here from Live Sandbox, and it just feels like we are starting to see upsets after upsets for this team. Even their 2-0 win over KT Rolster wasn't enough to convince really anybody that this team has suddenly improved. People were like, oh man, KT threw that one away, but no one was really saying, oh, Live Sandbox, we're seeing some improvement here. But in this game, starting to feel it a little bit, and I think DRX disrespecting some of those mid-game fights. This game was essentially decided on that tussle for the first Cloud Drake, because they gave over so many kills to Prince. He starts popping off, Zeka loses control of his lane, falls behind in CS, and despite Kingin just having ultimate control over the gangplank in terms of laning, in terms of CS and gold, it doesn't matter because Dove's Cannon Barrages was all he really needed to do this game. Obviously 1 barrel, that was pretty huge there on the punish play top side, but this game was all about Prince pressing Q a lot. He might need to replace the Q key on his keyboard after this one.
Well, it might be that the Zeri is just going to be banned in the next game because, yeah, I think we already illustrated it right at the very beginning of this. The draft difference was pretty big. between these two squads. I think that there were a lot of ideas that DRX had, but ultimately, Live Sandbox had all of the answers with a very standard composition that they had put together. Kyle also had a standout game here on the Nautilus. I thought he was absolutely fantastic, but honestly, the fact that Prince just got a free lane and then just got free team fights and free money and then was like, what, 13-1 at the end of this game? It was just an absurd Zeri pop-off.
My positive note for DRX is that Barrel shot calling, despite the deficit, was incredibly good. Him trying to get Zeka back into the game and the way that DRX played, basically with one hand tied behind their back, was very impressive. We'll see what happens if DRX has a stronger draft now that they'll have blue side selection in game 2, but it was not it felt like it should have been a free walkover win, but DRX did make them earn it. So very exciting game 1 here.
Certainly was. We are going to see a bit of a change, though, hopefully, as we move to game number 2. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, ladies and gentlemen, it will be the Carpet Astronauts, a breakdown of this first game, and then game number 2. Decker almost fell down. Piotrek unable to find the stun. And now, I mean, Fate can just run this one in. Yeah, exactly. He'll go for the dive. He might pay for it, but actually he won't.
So many fantastic targets to just hop on. Has all the vision controlled here. That is the knockup into Peanut. The final chapter comes in though, and Peanut will survive. The damage is there from Ruler, who pops the ultimate. And that's just a straight up double kill from them. They
여기 나 아니 나 이거 괜찮아. 보자. 좋아. 오 마이 갓. 뭐야, 어떻게 된 거지?
Actually, yeah. Very. Anyway, let's see whether this is actually going to be a fight. As the pullback comes through, BDD demonically ascends, and Samdi is the focus for him. But he's taking a fair bit of damage, still has that Zhonya's available. The pull once again comes through. Dudu has hit Mega, but still has to flash away. The Gnar is there, but then he is gone, and now BDD's flashing forward. He will be able to find that Kai'Sa that he was looking for. And remember, guys, he still has Zhonya's. Ghost.
자, 여기 2한 볼게. 2 맞았다.
nice flash forward as well.
He got a fight right now. There's a huge taunt. Faker gets more of them, but the Temper Fate is huge again. As the heroic entrance does come in, provides that tankiness, but Kalista is down. Might not matter though. The damage here from Ducktom, he's still pumping it out. Owner and Daves can't quite get deep enough. They're trying to take down Ducky, and they will be able to.
야, 나 각 줬거든 이거. 볼래?
볼만해. 좋은데?
DRX slink off into Fog of War. Condon Freaks get control of the river. As all right, here's the Ram, gets the double knock up again. Kingen just takes matters into his own hands. Fate is getting the heck out, but it's not going to be enough as Yoshik is chasing after him, not able to get the kill on the Azir, but it doesn't matter.
살려줘.
우리 지금
야, 오늘 기가 막힌다. 자기 너무 이뻤어.
Conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Carpet Space. We just took a look at game number 1 there, Live Sandbox up against DRX. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. I almost said Valdez versus Chronicler. But yeah, that was a sick game. That was actually really fun. I thoroughly enjoyed that game, outside of the fact that Zeri looked incredibly OP because nobody could touch her the entire game.
I agree, with the important caveat that this was a vintage DRX game, and by that I mean spring DRX, which at times just made very questionable decisions. In this draft, as you point out, Zeri will eventually reach a point where she can 1v9, and that is, with the draft that DRX have, is somewhat inevitable. Not entirely. They're obviously, if you get your Kali fed enough, or if you snowball the game hard enough, then you're fine. But the crucial thing is that should happen maybe 30, 35 minutes into the game with this draft, because Amumu is actually insane. We'll talk about it a little bit more later. That part of the draft is great. The Gnar, kind of whatever. I think into Zeri, I would have much rather seen something on top side that can actually provide reliable lockdown, especially if you know you're not going to get it from the support role. And the Akali angle, I don't think as good here, because they are forced to ban 2 champions against it. And into specifically Zeri, I think there's a lot of picks that do a better job at making sure that you can actually deal with her, either with more range or making it a little bit easier, because from minute 1, it's clear, Live Sandbox, this is going to be 100% a protect Prince composition, because it's Prince, and they've played that a lot.
And it's Zeri too, and we do have to talk about the Amumu in the room. This actually was really nice, and why don't you break it down, Carl?
Yeah, so it ended up going Frostfire. Sunfire would be even more correct, but it makes it harder to like stick on top, and it's more for when you're playing into melee. Key thing is that Amumu, and specifically if he buys an early Warden's Mail, is able to completely negate Zeri's Q. And you saw this a little bit in the early skirmishes before DRX just gave 8 kills over to Prince, where because of Zeri's Q is basically 7 separate autos, and Amumu's damage reduction on his E, which he maxed, meant that like you do no damage. Like your autos just do nothing, because the flat damage reduction applies to every single auto. But even with all that tech and all that genius, it didn't work.
Didn't work. There were some other issues, and let's take a look at some of those issues. Let's go into highlight number 1, which was the fight here on the red side. of the map, and this was a bit confusing. I feel like Pioshik got caught out a lot. Wasn't his strongest game, and once again, this was the beginning of Prince just getting to do whatever he wanted.
Hear me out. Barrel going in there is good because Barrel knows he doesn't die ever. But Pioshik dying there is the snowball that starts off this whole event. Because he goes for the flash stun even though he can play it slower because Zaka is on his way, and if they play the fight slow, they have a much better time because they actually have the backline threat. But and then he might be able to get Nautilus. What happens instead is Pioshik dies, so there is no lockdown. Zeka needs to use all his damage to just kind of get to the fight and like at least kill some people. And then this is the first half of Prince getting a couple of kills. And this by itself, maybe you can come back from.
Yeah, maybe with that alone. And there was another skirmish earlier as well before that one.
Yep.
That, that was the beginning of a couple of kills into Prince's pocket. Let's take a look at fight number 2, which, as Wolf did say, they went a little bit too far on this one. It was a very deep dive on the top side against LeBlanc when Prince was right there as Zeri. And yeah, it was a little bit of an issue. I think that DRX, just feeling a little bit desperate. They just wanted to get a pick, but it ended up actually biting them in the butt.
And they didn't really need to, because as mentioned, I think they run into trouble. And watch what happens to Barrow here a little bit later as well, because this is a really, really long play, and the reason for that is that they go very deep here. And look at the rest of the map rotating. Liv Sandbox read this very well, and because it is a LeBlanc, even though it's really nice from Def, they go like, oh, he gets the flash, and he tanks 2 turret shots, right? So Prince shows up here. The one thing that can save this fight is getting 1v1'd and intercepted by Croco, as you can see on the mini-map, and this is the game ender, right? Like after this, it doesn't matter that Amumu is good in theory into the Zeri, because she has reached what should be a 35-40 minute state, like 13 levels in. Barrel
Barrel was mid, he was clearing wards, and he wasn't there for the dive. He was not there to use his ultimate ability onto the Zeri. Like, that was one of the only things that they had, and he wasn't even part of the fight.
No, and if he's there and he doesn't get 1v1 because Trundle just supplicates him and says, haha, stupid mummy, maybe they can win. But it was a very, very questionable execution, and they need to shape up because this is Liv Sandbox bread and butter.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good today to start us off. Let's take a look at the POG from the side of Liv Sandbox. I could mention a couple of names, but there is one that sticks out, and it is Prince. 13-1, nearly 1,000 damage per minute on the Zeri. Pretty insane stuff.
Honorable mentions go out to both Kyle and Croco, as per usual, and even Dove for pressing his R button a bunch of times. That was great. Good job, Dove.
Yes.
Best role player in the league. Never dies, just presses his buttons when he needs to. But Prince completely took over here. And the big difference between Prince and a lot of other AD carries and Zeri players that we have seen is that if he gets leads, he drives them home. And that's why he gets the 13 out of 13, because it fits so well with the Liv Sandbox style as well, where they're like, go, 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 fight. And if Prince is fed, it's not just Croco that runs in and dies by himself. The rest of the team is there as well.
Well, DRX will almost definitely pick blue side, and we'll have to see how the draft will change after that. But that's going to do it for the Carpet Space, guys. Let's go back to the casters for Game 2.
Thank you so much, Carpet Astronauts. Absolutely fantastic breakdown of that game number 1, and a well-deserved 13 out of 13 there for Prince.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were, as critically mentioned, some other aspects of the game that helped empower him, but at the end of the day, he was the one who did the big damage, positioned well, and punished well, and had some great wall rides and extendo beams, and first red side selection of the season.
Whoa!
We'll go to DRX.
Wow.
Did not see that one coming.
I didn't expect it, especially in this series. Wow, well, there we go. First time for everything, I guess. And DRX really valuing that counter pick. The Amumu that came in as their ace in the hole last time around, I liked, as Chronicler mentioned, I'm glad they broke it down, because of course there are a lot of things going on behind the scenes as to why Amumu was a good pick in that instance. But, they still lost, so we'll have to see what the idea is this time. Is Corki going to be banned away once again? Wukong once again?
I feel like my biggest problem with the red side selection here for DRX is this draft is probably going to look pretty similar. And there are fundamental issues with the draft for DRX. It's almost like they're basically playing this on hard mode, as they're going to just skip the Lissandra fake out and just go straight to the point and ban the Ahri first. Which also, you know, kind of questionable, because you could at least trade a ban for that. But I think DRX, if they were on blue side, could have tried to play some scaling picks and could have just put Zeka on, you know, an Azir or Corki, or try to force some other prio pick. And there's a lot more threats in draft, and DRX can play their style versus Live Sandbox trying to have to try to get ahead of the tempo, which they've struggled with. So it does feel like a very odd choice. We'll see how this draft changes, though, because Lucian banned here, so this means Zeri is going through.
This is actually kind of genius, and now it sort of makes sense as to why they picked red side, because this was the big problem, right, is that they had to ban Lucian and Zeri. Well, if you can put your opposition into a position where it's pick one of the two, and you know that they don't want to, then allow them to ban one of them away. And so now things are going to be very different. First pick, we'll see what Live Sandbox decide to go with here. Certainly a few options. Tom Kench, okay.
Smart move here. It works well with a lot of carries that Prince can use. Discourages slightly the Senna pick, although I think Deft will still be pretty happy to play it. Also could just end up playing the Kalista here that we didn't see last game, because it can just basically rip through a lot of different Tom Kench compositions. The problem is if you don't pick Senna here, you're going to have to face it. But it will be the Kalista, it looks like, from Deft right away.
Yep.
And this is a matchup that Deft feels very comfortable into, regardless of what his support choice will be, and we'll probably see that one much later, is playing Kalista into Tom Kench Senna. So, you know what? Considering how they pulled the Lucian ban through, and now we're playing a matchup they feel very comfortable in the 2v2. I like the changes here, which are basically only possible on red side. Smart adaptations here for DRX.
Really like the Trundle sticking around. I think that Croco was absolutely fantastic on the pick, as Aphelios is going to be the choice. I thought Live Sandbox might just do the Senna Tom Kench, but they've decided to just move away from it, go for an Aphelios, a little bit more of that late game damage, and Prince feeling himself today. Does make sense that they're just going to put him on that hyper carry. It's that one work out.
It's a great matchup, or it's not a great matchup, but it's a matchup that you feel a little bit more comfortable into, dealing with the Kalista throughout some of the early parts of the game. Also, with Prince, not really a Senna player.
Oh, this is great.
This is smart. And this is DRX, we've seen this before, where they have the Kalista, but then they have either a scaling mid or top side pick, because Deft's late game Kalista is insane. And I do like this, picking it up early.
Yeah. This is already a much better draft from DRX.
Yeah. Now I wonder where these bans go, because there's the Orin ban that you expect. I wonder if they'll even ban a Gnar here as well, for how well he sets up for team fights. Even though Gangplank has historically been pretty comfortable in this matchup, we saw how things could be the opposite last game around.
I think Kingen would be very happy if Dove picked Gnar, because
Dove
Kingen has been punishing Gnars on this pick for a long time.
Dove's best champion has been Gnar this season, and it has been a matchup that, even though it feels like it's very Gangplank favored, has sometimes gone the other way, but will be the Gwen ban, which I do like a lot more, considering how much pressure she can put on and how well she works with this draft.
Yep, I'm okay with the Gwen entirely. And Live Sandbox, one last ban here.
The Rakan that Deft used last time he played this pick was incredible, where Beryl was able to engage and then Fate's Call out, so he basically had free reign over setting up team fights, was so strong, so I do like that ban. This Twisted Fate, not the biggest fan of here, considering Zeka doesn't particularly like to play the champion all too much, and this is not DRX trying to hard force the Kalista advantage, because they have a Gangplank, so not as big of a fan of that TF ban.
Ooh, Renata I'm kind of into. I feel like Renata is an anti-Live Sandbox type champion.
100%. You coming at us? I'm gonna defend that with one ultimate, stop everyone from running at us. And Aphelios is very low range, so we'll really struggle to actually get his ult off or do consistent damage as long as she's got that ultimate available.
And this is another really cute moment as well, because this time around the Lissandra isn't banned. So something like that LeBlanc that Closer played in the last game, much more difficult to pick up right now. Yes, the Ahri is already banned, but that is always sort of sticking around, as Gnar will be picked into the Gangplank. And of course, as if you just have a look at the matchup statistics, it is very even between the two, but I still think that it's Gangplank favored.
I agree. In terms of isolation, yeah, I do agree. And you know, so far, great win rate here for...
Got so excited for a second there. Maybe we'd see an artillery mage. Oh my god.
This is really reminiscent of Live Sandbox's drafting against KT, which I think everybody collectively kind of rolled our eyes at. We were like, ooh, this is not it. Well, they still pulled it off. But I think the laughs and kind of sheepish grins between Closer and Dove, picking champs that don't necessarily make the most sense but are very comfort for them, did work out for them in that KT series. And it will be the Orianna to come through here for Zeka, so a lot of defensive opportunities here and a very strong matchup into the Zoe early. I think those laughs from Closer and Dove are very telling that Live Sandbox are like, you know what, comfort actually sometimes is the answer. But DRX have a much stronger draft this time around than they did previously.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the Orianna is a strange choice here from Zeka. There's not exactly a ball carrier that makes it very easy to utilize the Orianna, but I think playing with Orianna when Kalista is in your game is very, very good because you need that zone of control, and if you've got Cannon Barrage and Shockwave, it makes those areas much easier to control. So
also the...
kind of like the idea.
Yeah, the Renata ult, the hostile takeover, work well with this too. And I think generally speaking, it's kind of a, all right, Closer, you got to play your favorite champion, but now I'm playing a champion that lanes well into it in the early parts, and I'm going to put a lot of pressure on. We have seen this matchup go awry for the Orianna if mistakes are made, but generally speaking, we've seen players like Lava absolutely decimate this matchup when given the Orianna, picking it as specifically a counter pick to Zoe.
Yep.
So yeah, I think this time it's less about the ult power and more about just trying to shut Closer down early and shut him out of the map.
Yeah, we'll see what he can actually get done, as well as looking at, you know, the classic Kalista into Trundle angle, which Kalista becomes very difficult to play into Trundle. We have seen Deft be able to play around it relatively well. You only get one pillar, and then if Deft just hops forward a million times, he's never going to be anywhere near it anyway. So we'll see how DRX play around it as we hop onto game number 2's Rift. DRX fans pretty loud, but Live Sandbox also raising their voices a little bit after that Game 1 victory. See whether they can just close this one out now, whether DRX will extend the series to that coveted game number 3.
Deft, it's his third game of Kalista this season. A player who has drawn so many bans for Kalista throughout his career that even when she's not meta, it's been targeted against him. And you know, that's one of the X factors here for DRX in this draft is, you know, it's potentially the best Kalista player in the LCK. We have a lot of great ones here, Teddy obviously coming to mind, but it's a scary prospect to actually try to lane against this, even with the, you know, the Tom Ketchafelios. It's easier than the Senna, but...
Yeah, it was actually way back in the day, sort of a year after Kalista came out. Of course, I think I've told people many times about the fact that Deft took a while to figure this champion out. But in the LPL, it was Deft and Uzi. They were the Kalista players, and you literally could never give it to either of those players ever. And yes, she was very, very strong, but there are other teams that you could leave it up against. Wasn't the case back then, and still the case now, as Deft has so much muscle memory on that champion. As we look towards the bottom side, and I will stop talking about it so as to avoid potentially cast cursing the whole situation here.
Yep. The airy take here for Zeka is what you want to have into the Zoe matchup. Knows he's just queuing him repeatedly in lane every time we get a shot of that.
Yep.
As you can put that onto the Zoe, and Zoe cannot hit you with a paddle star necessarily, obviously, because the minions are in the way, so you have a lot of power there.
Yep, and Beryl just taking control of this game. Took the E first just for some extra harass and some extra power. As Closer, 73.3% win rate on this Zoe. Was playing a lot of it when he was on T1.
Yeah, I think even though he's more known for playing picks like the Aurelia in the mid lane, I do think this is his best pick.
No, I agree.
So it's just comfort coming through once again, and he had a weak start in the KT series when he played this, but at the end of the games, he was hitting pile stars and sleeps like crazy, and was one of the major reasons why they were able to come back and steal that win. So even though sometimes we don't like these picks as much as other opportunities, it does make sense for the players. Krako's going to have a very early gank timing, level 3.
Dove maybe didn't want to get that close, but Krako's going to come on over and look whether he can steal this one away, and does so successfully. Very nicely done. Playing some baseball this time around. Tried out one of the newer skins there. I'm going to have to hold that thought for a moment. Prince taking a lot of damage as the sticks get removed.
Man, if that handshake connects, he might actually have to flash. It has plans, of course, available, but still, very, very scary moment there. He's just barely able to dodge it. Meanwhile,
yeah, Pioshik going to walk past here, and Croco has Closer waiting in the wings. Gets notice of that, and will flash to get himself out of the way. Thankfully, no camps to lose there on the top side, but still, Croco is well and truly on top of the jungle matchup this series.
Zeka spending all of his Qs. He's way up there.
Gonna have to dissonance to get himself out of the way here, but that's a really nicely timed command protect to make sure that no damage comes through.
Zeka, yes, he spent all of his Qs. This matchup actually this season has been Gangplank favored, going back to a number we were talking about earlier. If you look at like all time, it's much closer, but still pretty significant advantage going back to what you were saying. But Zeka used all of his Qs to try to harass Closer, who has Corrupting Pots, so he actually got enough prio there because he wasn't hitting the minions to actually go up and make that play. So nice move here in the early game for Liv Sandbox to take Pioshik's flash away.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. Beryl just throwing out these loyalty programs one after the other. Handshakes a minion there, which is not exactly the goal. But so far, it feels like the early game is a lot better for DRX. But I still think that Liv Sandbox, it's almost the same game plan entirely from game number one. It's like, do the things that allow you to get through the lane, and then hopefully Prince will hard carry in the late game.
Yep, 100%. And, the Tom Kench pick empowers him. The Zoe pick can set him up. And obviously Gnar, if you have a big engage with the big ultimate later on top from Prince, it basically just determines the fight. Like, there is no beginning or end after that. It's just simply, if you set that engage, it's almost impossible for DRX to fight. So, yeah, a lot of tools, a lot of empowering setups as Pioshik's rotating down.
Yeah, Beryl just looking for that potential handshake. Misses it, though. As Croco coming through now as well. Decent little stun. Was that a can? No, it wasn't. It was just Prince spamming his back. It looked like a cannon barrage.
Yeah.
My brain.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, King is only level 5. Like, Atlas, what are you talking about? Oh, dear.
So
DRX going to start off this first Drake, though.
It was really well timed to set up for Drake, and Zeka's now got prio back. So he's also taken a pretty significant CS lead. It's not a game-ending one or anything like that, but he's got a nice advantage. But this does allow Pioshik to get early Drake prio way before, basically on spawn here, before the Herald is up. So they'll have plenty of time to reset and look for further snowballing their advantages here with the Kalista pick.
Yeah, and this is the most Drakes that they've picked up so far this series.
True.
It was all in control of Liv Sandbox last time around. And yes, Rift Heralds went to DRX, but wasn't actually able to get them the win.
It's been a very calm early game otherwise here. No throws on the Drake, no overextensions. Level 6 hit here first for Dub.
Oh, King missing his barrel link there. A rare misplay for King in this season. Been very, very good.
It really has. Dub's playing this lane well. You could see some of the ways that you play aggressively enough as Gnar, where you can get ahead. We saw it literally the reverse situation last game.
Yep, and sort of after level 6 and things like this, the Gnar does become that a little bit better. And he's certainly got himself to a pretty decent spot at this stage. But I think that Gangplank will just hold on to more value as the game goes, right?
Yeah, his ult,
how it works.
His ult always gets value as long as he presses it, whereas Gnar, it's a lot more tricky to pull that one off. And,
sometimes if you press it, it doesn't even do anything, Wolf.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah,
Seen a few of those, haven't we?
We certainly have.
It's crazy the dichotomy of Dudu on the Gnar. Like he's either been like the best Gnar player I've ever seen, or like, whoa, you didn't hit anything with that again.
yeah. Sometimes like full airball mode or just God mode the whole time.
All right.
Certainly add to the drama though, which we kind of like.
Yeah. Starting to see some more aggressive trading here for Closer now, and tier picked up here for Zeka. Spawning Rift Herald in 15 seconds. The prio control in mid and top is going to make it very difficult for DRX to actually get fast track. Looks like Pioshik is looking to take control of his own jungle and maybe look for a push bottom side if they do end up leaving here. And this, Croco's more set up. He's clearing the last part of his jungle here, the red buff, and then he can go straight up if he wants to.
Well, Not going to be able to find that E there, but Beryl shielding himself up as DRX just moving forward once again. Def taking matters into his own hands as he does have that level 6 available. Dove going to tank a turret shot for fun by the looks of things. And Kingen just chilling. Might lose a turret plate up here as he's just trying to get rid of Dove. But Dove will be able to get that, and that barrel link not going to connect either.
So Pioshik didn't actually rotate down after getting those camps. He went up, and now he's heading back down, but that Scuttle Crab is going to be so frustrating. Meanwhile, Croco is just starting this one up for free. And Closer returns back to lane, pushes it in, and they have full control. DRX were very nervous because Closer was missing in mid. You could see a few question mark things going down as he gave up a wave on his back timing, and I think this really threw off DRX's rhythm because they just didn't know where Closer was, and then they decided to play a little bit more passively. So as a result, this gank now very late with setup.
Yeah, hostile takeover comes through. Immediately it's cleansed, but Prince only level 5 on Kyle. Fate's Call will come down. Prince is just dead as the Rend is going to be pulled out, and now Beryl at 200 health. Still underneath this turret, wanting to take down the Tom Candrew. Hits level 6 just that little bit too late.
Now, top side, they are forcing this, though. Cannon Barrage to clear these minions from Kingen. And then we'll be able to pick up the instant 2 plates, though. So instantly trading this one with that Rift Herald that was picked up and forcing Kingen out of lane. But he's not going to lose too much for this. You know, he Cannon Barrage to kill that wave.
Yeah.
He's being zoned out, but he can just return after backing.
Yeah, his back did get delayed quite a lot, so another wave will turn up here, and they should be able to destroy this turret. So it will be a very high-value Rift Herald.
Yeah, he doesn't have teleport. It's, you know, maybe 40, 50 seconds away, and
ooh, not even needing the Rift Herald here. So they can use that mid lane, which is even
I thought
better.
they dropped it, because I watched on the minimap those plates were going down. I thought they had actually dropped it. So yeah, they get to hold that. So that's going to be even more value, as this is just a really nice hostile takeover. Yes, Prince cleanses this, but the Rend damage is real. And basically, Def knows he can continue to stack these in because he has that backup, right? And
yeah,
it's just so well played.
In the meantime, okay, so Croco was moving up. Kingen not going to overextend. Dove did overextend just a little bit there as he was still on low health, but will get out.
Look at the CS difference between Def and Prince right now because of all that extra pressure he's put on in the bottom lane. Things have gone a little bit awry for DRX top side, but it's weak side Gangplank again.
Yeah, Bubble is going to connect here onto Zeka. That will mean that Pioshik's gank is not going to be effective.
And a real flash here from, oh no, okay, so unsealed spellbook, just going to be switched, but still.
Yep.
A little bit concerning there for a second. And
he's got the Sil Soul summoners now set up. Absolutely fantastic. Shout out to the Vladimir God of Season 1.
Over here, second Drake is set for DRX to potentially take with this bottom prio. Timing here for Zeka to back is pretty decent because he can also just return with full mana with the teleport. See if Live Sandbox are willing to contest for this. It's a very risky contest if so. Kingen does not have Cannon Barrage key.
Yep, that is definitely important. Both, but he does have teleport, and Dove does not. This is just going to be taken. Difficult to steal it away from a Callista comp anyway, even if Rend damage was nerfed quite a few times. Still adds to that extra security.
Going to be Mountain Soul, which would be massive for DRX into the Zoe comp.
Okay, not my favorite use of the Rift Herald, but Closer is just going to do what he can. Lands another bubble, crucially, as the stun comes down. Croco trying to get Zeka out of position, and they're not going to be able to pop the eye of the Herald, as Dove and Kingen just fighting this one out, as the cannon creep, I believe, was not secured, nor was that minion. It's actually just a disaster here, CS-wise, for Kingen. On the top side of the map, as, okay, Abyssal Dive to come through, but the Tongue Lash is not going to land. That's a handshake that Kyle does not want, but Croco is going to be here to help his teammates out. Pierce to go forward here for Deft as Pioshik's down. Croco's just going to tidy up this ward and will get himself back. Man, Croco has just been everywhere he needs to be on this Trundle this series.
Yeah, he really has just been so carefully identifying where DRX are going to try to make their move, and he's just always made sure Live Sandbox are not a man down. This is still a win, though, for DRX, even though he came down here because Deft is just going to shove this one through. Traded really well into Kyle's health bar. As you can see, he's down to just under half now as Deft just repeatedly is blasting him with autos. And they're going to take a nice back timing here.
Yep.
And Mountain Soul versus what Live Sandbox is running is pretty massive, and DRX are obviously the much closer team towards it with the 2 Drake lead they have right now. Look at that lead for Deft in terms of laning here, and I think that's going to be much more significant than Dove on a Gnar having a lead against a Gangplank, because again, Gangplank will just naturally scale better in terms of damage, and that utility is never something that laning can take away from him. He will lose his turret now, and we'll have to, you know, lane a little bit safer, but he's weak side Gangplank here, so that's kind of the name of the game.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine. It will be able to demolish this turret very comfortably, and that means that Dove gets that last plate, as well as augmenting that 20 CS advantage that he does have. But yeah, like you were saying, weak side Gangplank, it's all par for the course. As 10 CS is the lead that Zeka has in that mid lane, and of course, Orianna, champion's pretty good at just hoovering up any minions that she can get her hands on.
And Pioshik has kind of standardized this bomby start into the Blade of the Ruin King.
Yep.
Just saw it last game, didn't really talk about it too much, but seeing it again here once again for him.
He went for Frostfire in the last game, but went for Chem Tank last time we saw it from him.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up going for this time around. Obviously still very situational.
Yeah, Prince able to avoid the Pierce. As Kingan picks up his Trinity Force, and Live Sandbox do have Croco waiting in the wings here towards the bottom side as well.
Barrel's been doing such a great job of controlling this Tri-Brush, and that's what allows this push to continue to happen. Live Sandbox have wasted a lot of time trying to come over and punish this Prio push bottom side. Then they're spotted by the Tri-Ward. It's cleared. He replaces it. It's kind of been a rinse and repeat for him. And Deft has just been able to push freely as a result with no real pressure. He's drawn pressure, but he hasn't been punished.
Yeah. One thing that's very good is the little ward outside of the Drake pit here for Live Sandbox really gives them a lot of information. As you can see right there, every time Beryl leaves, he has to walk over that if he is going to go through the river. So they have so much extra information as to where this Renata is going to be. As Pioshik going to find the stun here as the flash is failed. Zeka also doesn't find the shockwave though, and the bubble, sorry, Paddlestar is going to go wide. Pioshik gets sped up by the dissonance, or at least Zeka attempts to. He is going to Heartbreaker his way out. Holds onto the flash for now, but a little bit of a whoopsie there as Deft is going to get ulted by Prince, and now Deft trying to dance this one out. Oh my god, that was aggressive, and he gets punished for it immediately. Cannon Barrage comes through, Abyssal Dive not going to work out for Kyle here whatsoever, and it's a double kill for the Kalista. Zeka once again finding Croco here in the river, just throwing orb after orb at him. That beach ball goes wide. There's the flash from Pioshik, who will heartbreak Croco to death. And now closes underneath his turret. It's like, where did my mates go?
Yeah, this is just a disaster for Live Sandbox. Everything about that was so cleanly played from Deft and Barrel. And getting kills like that, the Trundle is flashless. You cannot be giving over this gold to the carry. And it feels like this game is so similar to last game with a different type of carry, obviously, but with some of the poor mistakes and decision-making we've seen from Live Sandbox here to actually empower the strongest player on this team. Is so much about this, I think, relies on Trundle having flash to actually pull this off. He doesn't have it, and Prince is just trying to be a hero.
Oh, Beryl hand shook Kyle away.
Shook him away, and then look at this interrupt with the Fate's Call. Not getting out of here.
Oh, sick.
So 2 great plays from the bottom duo, and then Zeka is like, I built Leandrius. Like, I know you're tanky, but I'm just going to keep hitting Qs on you, and you will burn down. And that's exactly what happens. Pioshik gets the lash there.
Yeah.
So much money being given over to the important players here for Live Sandbox. Once again, Kingan nowhere to really be seen, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it was really nicely done. Flash tongue lash to come through from the jungler. Love to see it. The flash. Yeah, anyway. Prince and the rest of Live Sandbox, though, should be able to grab themselves their first their first Dragon of the game. Rift Herald is going to be prioritized here by DRX. I don't know about giving away soul points, but I guess that is the value of it, is to allow you to just give away a few Drakes here and there.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough setup to actually punish.
Ooh, Dove has great Nabbar right now as hostile takeover has to be used in order to keep Beryl alive. Takes a lot of Paddlestar damage, but not, crucially, going to be hit by that big Gnar. As Prince was in the bottom lane the whole time.
So well played by Live Sandbox. They wait out the hostile takeover knowing that's DRX's way to re-engage through the choke, and played it slow, then jump in with a portal as closer while getting pushed bottom side. Still,
very, very close, so Shirley should be able to get a lot of value here. Yes, does take down this outer turret. Now Live Sandbox, kind of the wrong side of this, is Dove. No Nabbar this time, and they do get the double charge.
And Kingan's getting top turret all the while.
Yeah, but another bubble is going to connect here as... Okay, Beryl throws down the E just to try and get that shield, but the boomerang is hurting. Cannon Barrage is going to be used just to tidy up the minion wave. There is a cannon here, though. And so Prince will be able to get a few extra cheeky autos in here.
Yeah, does not get the inner, and you see Dove is catching that wave topside, so not going to be a new CS loss for him. But can they get the punish game going here? Because Zeka does have ultimate. He's trapped.
Immediate subjugate there onto Pyoshik, who's trying to dash his way out. It's a decent pillar, as Pyoshik's kind of in no man's land. No flash, but is going to survive. Def now, 1 versus 5? Possibly just the wrong position there, Def. Yeah, he lasts a while, but that is going to be shut down gold. Going over to Prince.
Plus 700 is massive here. And DRX just a little bit slow on the play. I like the idea to try to punish there and trap the pushing side laner, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's Prince who just is able to buy enough time here, and then you just see DRX force a fight that's already lost. Like this happened last game where it's like, okay, this could have worked if you were here on time, but you're late. So you can't actually make this happen anymore. And it was just a great play from Kroko. They don't know he's here, and he's like, we're going to turn this. That should buy enough time for the rest of the rotations to come through. Notice even Closer is on his way through here. Nice exhaust onto Deft, and Deft is just completely isolated from the rest of his team. That's the biggest issue out of all of this. As if you do get that initial pick onto Prince, then suddenly Deft locks the door, and then you really force this fight. But instead, you lose 2 members and give 700 gold over to Prince.
Yeah, glad that Def didn't flash there because he was dead to rights as soon as DRX lost control of that play. They thought they were the ones collapsing. As it turned out, they were not. So that's going to be the first kill going over to Live Sandbox, and if that's a sign of things to come, we may have a 2-0 on our hands, but going to need a bit more work done. DRX still hold on to about a 2,000 gold lead as we crest the 20-minute mark.
DRX,
yeah,
they... As Baron spawns here, have a ton of damage. Rage Blade's done, of course. You know, Deft is pretty fed here, and he's Kalista. They have Leandri's on this Orianna, but they just don't quite have enough control to actually start this off. You know, T1 might have been already doing it here the second it spawns, but DRX are trying to threaten this potential start, because the Live Sandbox have to respect that damage at this stage, and so they can set some vision traps here with all the AoE they have with this composition.
Yep, they also have teleport advantage here as well, as Dove just going to throw out an ulti just for the sake of it, but the barrels are going to deal with that minion wave very, very comfortably. Tiamat going to be the second one here, so Kingen going for that more mage-style GP build that we saw from Zeus the first time around. So Cyrilda's as well as that Ravenous Hydra to allow for a lot more control with the ulti.
Yeah, and it's also just great in general in lane when you're defending turrets, or in a side lane, I should say, or if you're pushing, you're going to get a nice amount of advantages from it. Very popular these days as kind of a nice little tech build.
Yep.
DRX with full control over this choke, but I feel like Live Sandbox are not taking the bait. Like, they're still continuing to side lane. They're getting a little bit more vision of the next Drake fight, which is going to be more relevant. And DRX are just really hoping Live Sandbox are going to make a very poor choice. But Live Sandbox really rationalized out very well. Like, I don't think they could actually do this. We still have enough time to push through the choke if they try to. So DRX set traps and Live Sandbox do not spring them, which is a very unlike thing for Live Sandbox. Usually they're like, we're fighting, we're forcing, we're going, but no, they're playing the map. They're playing it slower, and they're trying to get a little bit more prio on this upcoming Drake. DRX will rotate down now and take that control away, but this fight is going to be so pivotal in this game, because if DRX get it, that gives them the soul point, get a lot of extra gold. They do have Cannon Barrage available for Kingen. This is going to be a huge turning point one way or the other for this game.
Yeah, I agree. I also think that denying any more Mountain Drakes for Live Sandbox is definitely a great idea for DRX, because Deft will just start doing no damage to Kroko as Shockwave's going to connect, and Prince needs to be devoured before the fight even starts. Kroko as well burning down. He does have the subjugate, but it doesn't seem to be working here as Dove has found Pyoshik. And Pyoshik not going to be able to find any stuns or anything like that, as Deft is just hopping around this Drake as much as he would like.
And DRX have wards in the Baron Pit, so they know this is not a trade, and all Live Sandbox will be able to trade for is vision on Baron here, if that. So really nice proactive play here from Zeka. Prince losing the majority of his health bar means this fight is not, it's just not plausible. Even with his cleanse still up, he's not going to go in there without the ability to tank up some of the damage, because he just...
No flash, no devour, right?
Yeah.
So Close is now going to get Cannon Barrage as Beryl's moving on in. Shirelli is going to come out here as the hostile takeover is going to spell the death of Closer. He does go golden. And he will be able to portal jump a little distance, but doesn't even manage to do that as Deft grabs his 4th kill of the game. As Zeka is going to be found here by the Trundle. Another shockwave to come through, and Croco has to get out of there. Zeka getting surrounded by so many, but the rest of his team is going to be here, and Deft is the priority target. So the Orianna will be able to just dance her way out of there.
So many good moments here for DRX in crisis situations like this. Zeka holds his flash, the team rotates over, they trade up here in terms of damage, so Zeka's just going to get into the side lane and back away for free, and they should be able to defend this turret.
Another stun going to come down here as well, as the handshake onto Dove is just going to be the 5th kill for Deft. DRX just, they're a death squad, just moving around, taking out whichever target that they see first.
And unfortunately for Live Sandbox, this is a team comp that fights together or should not fight at all. When split up like this with low health bars, you're asking for trouble. And, you know, Zeka now respawned here. He is going to have his ultimate. I think this is 100% opportunity for DRX to start this Baron up because the full control goes to them now. There's such a long distance that Live Sandbox will have to cross to actually take this one out. They do know this is very likely being taken. They're going to try to trade this for a turret. Well, this is a huge
they
win.
can't even do that. The flash for flash here, and you will take that any day of the week against the only real damage dealer on the side of Live Sandbox. It is Prince, of course. And Baron is going to be taken all the while. DRX, I mean, you compare this to game number 1, my God, the difference.
Yeah, and Live Sandbox have just been split so often. This is going to be the Cannon Barrage commitment here for the pick onto Closer. We saw moments ago. They even commit the Berserk, of course, and it's pretty textbook from there. Closer also losing Stopwatch. Pretty frustrating, not actually going to save him, as this is DRX just defending turret and finding another pick. And Live Sandbox are so disjointed. They're so frustrated about the fact that they've lost control of the map. We're unable to get that kill onto Orianna. Like, we'll try to force something here, try to get that turret, but it still stands. It's still up. It's now got bounty attached to it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Live Sandbox is getting any of that this game. DRX firmly in control.
Yeah, at least they only really need to breathe onto the outer turret in the mid lane in order to take it down. Unfortunately, if the mechanical ballerina is still there, these minion waves do not last very long, especially with Baron available. So Zeka, as you can see, deals with that one very comfortably. Ravenous Hydra now complete for Kingen, and minion waves won't last very long for him either.
Yeah, and you see he's starting to actually shore up what was like a 30 CS deficit earlier on.
Yeah, that's gone.
He's side laning so freely, and the team has control of the map, so Live Sandbox are just trying to be behind the play and hope for an error. I mean, Baron at this stage, with this composition, with the build of Gangplank, is just shredding through as Orianna freely pushes mid. And this is going to basically guarantee prio for DRX for this Soul. And, I mean, the timing couldn't be more perfect for them.
Well, Yoshi going to face check, does dash his way out, as Beryl was looking for it. Doesn't quite find the E there, but Beach Ball goes wide. And DRX sort of have control of this jungle, meaning that the 4-1 is working out very effectively, especially with Orianna able to tidy up these waves so fast with command attack and dissonance.
And DRX are just timing out the clock here on the Drake, pushing as hard as they can 4-man. Doesn't matter if they don't have anyone top, they just don't need that part of the map control. They want full control over Drake, and with all the vision they get, all these control wards set up here, Live Sandbox have so much they're going to have to break through in order to even get close to a Drake, which will be taken so quickly by this Kalista. Yoshik just repeatedly checks. Does have his chem tank available, of course.
Yeah.
No risk for this Viego to push forward like this.
Oh, it's fantastic. Beach Ball is going to stop it back here as Kingan's going to eat some oranges. He's going to say that he's a bit frustrated, but at least he won't get scurvy. As, Vision well and truly in control. DRX looking for a bit of a reset. 30 seconds on that Drake. And the gold graph is starting to look like a pretty comfortable one here. Zeka will move up top lane and tidy up that wave that will move towards him. 9 seconds to go, 20 seconds on the Drake. Really nicely done. Use of the Baron, pretty good. DRX.
About as perfect as it gets. There's the timeout of Baron, but the spawn of the Drake in 10. And even though they backed, Live Sandbox had no idea where they are, whether they're backing, whether they're just setting a trap here. So they have to kind of carefully leapfrog their way back through vision. And they still don't clear all of it. And as a result, this is just Soul Point for free with no contest. And there's no objective cross map because of the timing of the Baron. And Live Sandbox are just being slowly pushed out of this game.
Yeah, and that's a Rabbidan's death cap as well for Zeka. And he knows he's the sole magic source, right? Outside of, I guess, a bit of damage from Beryl. But if he builds all of this flat AP and doesn't go for things like Void Stuff and I guess Shadow Flame and stuff like that, like your shields are so incredibly powerful, and with the way this composition is built out, there is mainly armor being built on the side of Live Sandbox, right? Look at Dove's items, and you can't really fault him for it, but it means that this Orianna is going to be doing a lot of damage. Probably would like a little bit of pen, like maybe an item, but I think Void Staff will come in next.
Yeah, that'll
mean a lot of damage.
Even this Oblivion Orb that's been teched in for Barrel in his build is great too, to stop the Aphelios from being able to heal or survive in any of these fights.
Yeah.
Just beautiful itemization here from ahead.
Putrefy will be pretty fun here for Barrel. Yeah, Live Sandbox just trying to hold on to their waves as best they can. But man, these are the sort of games where you watch and you're like, man, Orianna is such a great champion. And there are other games where you watch and you're like, wow, Orianna does actually nothing.
It was a great pick for the matchup, and Zeka's playing it super well. Is this?
That's a teleport, and so Kingen not going to be able to stop that.
He's
Don't
like,
know whether that's the most effective use of teleport that I've ever seen. However, he didn't die.
yeah, and you know, I mean, he's going to have it for the next fight, but it's kind of a frustrating situation here as you're just forced out of lane. You don't have any real vision on that part of the map. They have 2 control wards defensively around the Drake pit, but that's going to be cleared up by the time the Elder does spawn. We've had 2 very kind of one-sided games back-to-back based on poor decision-making from the losing team in early mid, and DRX, I think, played some of those bottom-side fights so beautifully. Kingen slowly defended wave after wave, didn't make any errors, and like, both of these games look so similar with the Gangplank as like 0-0 and X assists.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, no, I'm doing my job here. It's not about the scaling necessarily. And now he's got his Serraldas completed. So, I mean, this is going to be like, how can Aphelios get anywhere near anyone he wants to hurt? I just don't think he will.
Yeah, and how does KL get near anyone to devour? Because DRX decides who they want to kill, and then there's hostile takeover cannon barrage that KL has to like try and platformer around. And I don't see where the option is there as Shirelius comes out here as Barrel boosting towards the enemy team. Control of mid, most definitely earned by DRX. Barrel chain gonna go wide. DRX can now slink in a fog of war, and they have so much control of this Baron. And I think like just looking for a turn where you can is the way to do it. It's Croco aggressively moving towards the bounty that he sees here. Does manage to lock that one down, but at what cost? They have to overextend just a little bit. Barrel's not going to find too much value here.
Have to be so careful because against Deft and Kingen here, if Kingen drops a cannon barrage, we're on the wrong side of the rift here as Live Sandbox. This could end so quickly.
Yeah,
in
it
DRX's
goes
favor.
wide. Good little waters. DRX have started off this Baron, as you can see. Live Sandbox know what's going on.
They have such great turn too. They are so ready for this.
Yeah, I don't think you should flip it though, as Bubble is going to connect. Definitely high value target as Zeka going to get exhausted as well. The bailout comes on through. Can he get a kill? The answer is absolutely not. The Renata's also dead as Kingen's over the wall, and it's a disaster for DRX. Oh no! Kingen's going to eat an orange, but he's absolutely not K. And Deft can get out, but
Deft
they're
gets
not
out.
going to be able to get anything else.
Nope, they're not going to get anything else. Looks like we'll be an escape here just narrowly from Kingen with the unsealed teleport. And okay, some ring around the rosy action here.
Yeah, Deft. Where actually is he? Thank you, Jonah Strong, for making sure you're keeping us on our
He wants to
toes.
kill.
Yeah, I think he should be able to kill him. And okay, never mind.
Force
That
the teleport.
one Mountain Drake, I guess. Well, Deft is definitely going to struggle now. Bubble doesn't connect. He moves out of the way of the boomerang.
He's buying so much
Flashes.
time. This is actually insane.
He definitely is, but Live Sandbox is still doing what they need to. Some Alcove gaming here from Deft as Close is going to pop over. There's the flash that he stole, and that is a dead Callista. Now Kingen over this wall. The barrel's not going to be enough, and Croco's going to be able to pick up the Baron. So now, this game is completely turned around. We're on entirely even footing, and the Aphelios has about as much farm as you'd ever want.
So Prince hits a massive ultimate here that's so well set up by the rest of his squad. Look, Dub comes in with a triple. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The whole point of this Gnar is I'm going to Gnar people, and you're going to press R on them, and then we win the fight. And that's exactly what happened. There's nothing else to explain here except that obviously DRX held on to the Baron aggro a little bit too far, gave an opportunity for that Narbar to be built up, and gave a chance for Dove to force a fight that they wouldn't have otherwise had no opportunity to do. And now they have full control here. Bounty Gold irrelevant, really, because Liv Sandbox is just trying to get that prio on Elder.
Oh dear, Graviton was picked up. Heartbreaker from Pyosik means that he should be able to get out, but Croco has found Zeka. Beryl also out of position. DRX, this is not the position you want to be in, but Cannon Barrage is going to be there, so at least they'll be able to get Dove. And actually, Pyosik will make it out to safety. Okay, never mind. Devour exists, and so therefore no one will die.
I mean, that was a great turnaround here for DRX, yet again, buying time, but the end result is very likely to be the same. Dove has teleport, so even though he nearly dies, he will be right back into the fight here for Elder. 10 seconds on this. Choke point controlled here for Liv Sandbox. A Barrel's rotating around the edge, has no ultimate. There's no Cannon Barrage. They had to use those tools defensively here. Oh, no vision. This is a great setup for Liv Sandbox. The pocket is real.
Oh dear, Deft now. He cleanses early. He does have a stopwatch to break as well as Pyoshik's going to try and keep him alive, and he is going to survive this one as Zeka teleported in. Now Kingen on the flank, and he's just waiting for that Cannon Barrage to be back off cooldown again as Croco just going to get shot by that blunderbuss as DRX move back into position. This is so tense.
So tense. DRX on the edge here. No vision except that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, but Deft is completely out of the fight. He has no health right now at all, as he needs to try and lifesteal off the minions in the mid lane. He is doing so as the barrels doing a fair bit of work there to Dove, but he's able to soak them up with all the armor that he's built up.
This is so tense. The Narbar's running out.
Fate's Call has to be used just to save the Renata from the bubble as Beryl now in position to get that hostile takeover. Oh, it's stolen by Croco somehow. He is going to die for it. No, he won't, because Kyle's got another Devour. This is just absurd. Yes, the Gnar goes down, but Elder Drake was picked up by Liv Sandbox.
DRX just cannot fight anymore. Backing off here, picking up their shields here from the Mountain Soul, but they do get out, and that was a great steal from Croco because without it, this looks so DRX favor. They finagled their way into such a beautiful fight. They slowed it down, waited for Dove's Narbar to run out, and as you mentioned, Deft came in, life-stealed the mid lane so that he could actually come over back at about 80% health here. And look at the setup for DRX. They've basically wrestled control away now completely. Look at the placement there of the orb for Zeka. No entry here, but Croco casually walks around the bottom side, and then he avoids it.
Hostile takeover.
I was wondering what happened there, but it looks like he was just below where that ult hits. If that hits him, this is a completely different story. It was well set up, you know, attempted here by Barrow at least, but he doesn't end up hitting it. He just dodges it here, sidesteps it, and gets the steal. Beautiful play from Croco. Without this, this game is most surely over. Oh, what a play. Gets through. I'm hyped for this game right now. This could go either way still. But
it absolutely could. I mean, Elder's pretty powerful. Croco does have it. Remember, it's only Dove that does not have that buff available. Kyle's going to move on over to Prince here, who is just going to be a raid boss.
Objective
4
bounties
items
are ups, believe it or not, for Liv Sandbox.
Oh, they just wore off.
Okay.
Literally just wore off. So not going to have access to that, and they're even on gold, right? So it'd be pretty silly if
I was going to say,
have
that's pretty crazy, but I mean, DRX just need to buy time here. 60 seconds to go. They have such great wave clear.
Yeah, without Baron, it's very difficult to push into this Orianna, especially with the build that she has right now. Stopwatch now complete for Zeka as well. Finally has a bit of utility added towards this build.
This game is absolutely nuts. High-octane gameplay.
Absolutely.
All the way through. As Prince is now a 4-item Aphelios with his own stopwatch. And in a minute 40, we're going to see sparks fly. DRX played that last fight so beautifully, and if Beryl hits the Trundle, or if Croco doesn't sidestep, whichever way you want to look at it, then I think this game is probably over now, but it didn't happen that way. They steal another opportunity to win this game away to maybe 2-0 this series. The romance continues.
Certainly is. Sometimes romance can be a rocky road, Wolf. As Pyosik going to find the stun here onto Croco. As Shockwave now on cooldown. Not for very long, of course, because it's Orianna at level 18, but still is an ultimate going wide. Could be valuable as we move towards a Baron in 55 seconds. So Shockwave will be back up again for that.
Death cap for closer as he teleports back in. They have control around this pit with the waves they pushed earlier.
Oh, does Deft have 6 items on this back? That's the real question. As Bubble's going to go slightly wide, like the zoom out. Appreciate that from the observers.
There's no cross-map play here for DRX with 3 minutes on the Elder, and they have no vision whatsoever. So I think he will complete that item, as you say. Yep, there's the GA. But winning this is not as simple as I have all the items, I do the big damage. He will have no vision and will not be able to set up for Rens without Liv Sandbox putting a huge stop to his approach because he's so low range. Zeka doesn't have any agency with his ultimate here either without vision. So DRX are going to have to try to push mid to wrap around, and that sets up bubble opportunities.
Well, oranges are going to be there for Kingen, so he's not a target that they really want to hit with that one.
On cooldown. I love DRX. They're just going to say, we're just going to push straight up, pull you away from this Baron instead.
Well, Liv Sandbox can do it so quickly. They have Crescendum available, so DRX now have themselves on the southern side of this river, but I don't think it helps their situation.
It's a huge wraparound here. Barrel's going to have a massive ult.
Certainly is. Yeah, all of them getting on in here. They have full vision of Liv Sandbox, who have now backed away from the Baron.
Here we go.
Yeah, Kingen towards the north. They have Cannon Barrage, and Liv Sandbox are kind of exactly where they want them. But Dove has the Narbar ready. Kroko's over the wall, speeds himself up. Kyoshik now by himself. Dove looking for the opportunity. Heartbreaker now on cooldown. But DRX do manage to find themselves in this river. Beryl in position. Might need to be early fates called again, but no. They can't actually get in position to punish. And so therefore, that bubble is not going to be as impactful as the last one.
DRX, they got around the edge here, but cannot start this themselves. But if they time out Dove's Narbar as they have, there's an engage opportunity here. They just want to play this so defensively, so passively.
Well, Dove and Pyoshik fighting once again. As Kroko's going to be able to rotate down. The rest of DRX should be able to get here as the Boomerang is only going to hit on the return. As he gets the dissonance, protect, and Pyoshik will find his way back to the rest of his team. And man,
this is so tense. I mean, it doesn't get crazier than this. Liv Sandbox once again wrapping around. Dove is trying to get that Narbar. They cannot fight without it, but he's so close to it.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to find the right options. Is Pyoshik going to go down so incredibly low? The orb, they need to pay attention to it, but it snaps back towards Zeka. Pyoshik now very, very low.
We're going to try to back and come back in here, but it's going to give so much time.
Oh, Bubble is going to connect once again. It's on to Zeka. He does have a stopwatch this time, and he will survive.
The Sandbox going to hold this aggro. This is going to force Pyoshik to stay. He has no health.
Yeah, Clozo, that's the one that he was looking for. As Beryl trying to get into position, and he blocks. There's the handshake as well onto Closer as he gets lit on fire. The rest of DRX now trying to take this as their opportunity. Dove, the Narbar's decent, but the Zoe is dead. And now DRX are chasing them down 4v5. Oh, it was a war of attrition, and it took forever, but it looks like DRX are now on the board. The Elder Drake in that time has spawned as well. And that might just be the target that they're looking for.
Pyoshik does not have Heartbreaker, so every move he makes is so critical right now. He only has the flash, but DRX have control here, and Deft is going to clear this so fast. So they're going to look to trade, but this is not a trade you want.
No.
But they don't have a choice. I mean, there's no opportunity without Closer here to set up for a fight. DRX is going to rotate over and check this. They've got the Scrowl. They're teleporting. They want to deny it.
Yeah, they're teleporting. They want it all. They want to get this Elder,
Double
and they
teleport.
want to go all the way back as well, as Kingen is going to go golden, has his blunderbuss out. Looks really cool while he does it. As a hostile takeover is going to get rid of the Tom Catch. Oh my god, Kroko! He just explodes! It's the Gangplank! Smeb flashbacks right now as Def, the huge dragon that he is, will help lock down that last kill. It's an ace, and we are going to game 3.
A fantastic performance here for DRX against all odds. So slow. They wrapped all the way around, got scryers, and found angles that didn't even seem possible. As Closer will be the last to fall.
Yeah.
He was the first to fall. Now he respawns as DRX win the game. And Atlas, that was such a great performance by this squad of DRX around vision control, around wrapping around. Good shot calling again from Barrel here. And they pull it off.
They certainly do, as Deft heads into the enemy fountain just to see what's over there. But DRX will even out the series. I mean, it was not clean. There were certainly some moments. However, in the end, it was DRX that was able to come out with the one opportune pick, that one moment where Closer was overstepping, looking to capitalize on what was
it, yeah.
a fantastic bubble,
Yeah,
right?
So Closer both put them in the driver's seat by putting Pyoshik down to 1/3, 1/4 health, but then helped DRX back into control by doubling down on it and looking for a kill. I think had he been a little bit more reserved and had Liv Sandbox been more willing to operate on the fact that there's no really great way, especially with this build, to be honest, for Pioshik, that he can actually heal up or go back into this fight, they should just take their win there. Like, he's essentially dead. And yeah, if you try to commit to the objective, it would be a 50-50 because Pioshik can go over the wall and try to smite steal. But doubling down on it and losing his life for it was absolutely not the right call in that moment. And it's just another one of those times where Closer looks in the late game so 50-50. He's either hitting the perfect bubble, he's finding the perfect angle, or he's making the wrong call. Mechanic's still good, but this is one of those moments where he gets punished super hard.
It's a little bit the Zoe factor though, right? Like, that's what Zoe the champion feels like almost every single time. It's either you hit the crucial bubble or you miss and you die. And unfortunately, Closer did find a couple of these bubbles, but the rest of Liv Sandbox were never there to actually capitalize. And sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. This game, I mean, these damage numbers weren't all that relevant, to be honest. Really. It all just came down to these last moments. You can see objective bounty gold at 1,700 here for Liv Sandbox. The DRX, they stuck on the red side, they committed to it, and they managed to pick up a win. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is going to be the analytical carpet space, and then that deciding game 3.
안 해봐봐 얘네 폴치 안 좋아. 이거 안 해봐. 다 먹어. 나갈게. 야 밑으로 갈게. 나이스. 끝났다. 야 나이스. 진짜 못해먹네. 너무 빡세네. 아까 바론 때 끝났어. 근데 끝난 거 아니고 이거 조이 있다. 조이 노플이야, 조이 노플. 나 그냥 보이면 풀 W 박을게. 나 W 줄게 그냥. W 게. 야 이거 타워. 네, 노플. 아까 나 탑에서 좀 다 잡을 만 했는데. 수면 맞고 진짜 잠들 뻔했네.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Carpet Space. We are here after game 2, which was very back and forth, kind of an insane game. A lot of tension. I'm kind of liking, with the new patches, all these team fights just get better and better.
Yeah, it was very fun. What we saw here is a lot of moments where draft actually plays a really big part in how the later fights. So we're going to set that up now, and then when we get to the highlights, you can actually see it come in action, which is that the Live Sandbox comp is really good if DRX make mistakes. If DRX try to engage and they mess up, then Dove can get really big plays off, Prince can pop off, and they have Zoe as like kind of an attempt, but if you look at the enemy team, there's Fate's Call, there is GP that can orange, and there's a lot of buffering going on as well, and there's the zone control of both Gangplank and Orianna making, and Renata, making it very hard to actually kind of commit, right? The Zoe's kind of left by itself.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, the DRX comp can run into issues where, again, if they move a little bit too far forward or they walk into a choke point against a Gnar, they get blown up.
Yeah.
But they should get early leads, especially on the bot side of the map, because Renata Kalista is probably the strongest 2v2 lane that we have at the moment, besides any Lucian lane, but he's not.
Yeah, who's that? We don't see him here. As, once again, banned, even on blue side. So, yeah, it was pretty interesting, the draft. I think that, as you were mentioning early on, DRX were having ultimate control over this game, but it didn't quite end up being that cut and dry. And I think we can kind of go straight into the highlights because there were about maybe 6 or 7 highlights we wanted to take. This is maybe the 4th one of them all.
Really nicely done by Dot here. The counter engage coming a little bit too late, and the ult from Orianna actually finding a lot of value. And this was one of the turning points. The actual turning point was probably when they got the catch on Deft, and 700 gold went over to Prince. But by the end of it, it didn't even feel like Prince, because again, due to the range, like this is a horrible Aphelios spot. And that Ornn ban from DRX was really big.
Yeah, it was really huge, and that was really the moment that Live Sandbox kind of came back in the game and made it interesting. Because without that, I think DRX would have just won the fight, taken the Baron, ended the game eventually. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was the Elder fight, and
I said, Veldas, I can vote for Croco this game. It's a good one, as he gets both the immediate ult out of barrel without too much value, and he picks up the soul. This is, I think this could have been a game-winning moment, and we do see in terms of macro that Liv Sandbox is still behind. The point after they get here, they don't really know what to do. There was a Baron earlier where they're also like, there's no syncing up waves. The higher level of macro that the team needs to close out against a comp like this isn't really there, unfortunately. But individually,
Some very nice highlight moments, I would say.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at highlight number 3. Speaking of which, it was the final Baron. And this is where Closer kind of goes a little bit too far. He says, okay, finally hit that bubble. If you have enough time and it's like, eventually the Zoe can do something.
Yeah.
But he gets caught and then it ends up kind of...
yeah, Closer getting taken down here was there was we couldn't show all of it. I would love to if we had a longer segment, but there was like a minute standoff around Baron, and I think it's understandable that Closer goes for that. It's objectively a mistake, but the kind of tough situation is that if DRX don't move, then they should always win the neutral, right? So there is kind of a need for Liv Sandbox to force something, so it's understandable. But with Closer dying, there is no threat. They can move out. The 4-man unit has to move back, so they get Elder, and then the simultaneous setup towards the Baron, which then forces Liv Sandbox to like try and kind of flip it, because they don't really have a choice. If you get both buffs, you lose anyway. So in the end, range reigns supreme, and we do see that. I like Na. I thought it was a good game, but Ornban, I'm especially now seeing this, I keep going back to, because that hard engage would have made a big difference.
Just turns out that Orin is really good, very versatile. He does a lot of things. Guys, let's take a look at the POG and see who does pick it up this time. It will be Beryl, and this was a very difficult choice, I would have to say, in terms of the POG votes. What do you think, Chronic?
I went with Deft, and I think Deft, in terms of individual performance and showcasing the value of Kalista, was really big, and he actually made Beryl better as well, right? We talked about this a lot, but so many of the plays in this game were set up around Beryl making maximum use of his health bar, knowing that Deft would have his back, and his handshakes were really, really big. I think his ultimates were pretty lackluster this game. It really was more about enabling the rest of his carries and getting some crucial disengagements, especially in the earlier stages of the game. And I'm wondering, because,
oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I like it.
Very much tied. You can see that there were 3 different votes from the analyst deskers as well. Kind of all over the place. We had 5 votes for Deft, 3 for mid, and for Zeka, yeah.
5 for Beryl. Wow.
Very close.
Yeah.
And in the end, Beryl does take it.
Good game.
So a very strong game, a very fun game as well. But let's go into game 3. We do have a game 3. Thankfully, let's go over to the casters once again.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of really love the Beryl vote. That would have been mine if I had one, so I like to think that I am the tiebreaker, because that's what I wanted.
Yeah, both Beryl and Deft played together so well as a unit, even in the early parts of the game, which, you know, it feels like it was a million years ago and we didn't see it, obviously.
It kind of was.
Yeah, we didn't see it in the highlights because it was just too long of a game, but there you go. Correctly predicted here.
Yep, and there's a reason why the tie got broken in favor of Beryl, and I can't remember it. So there you go. It's
Because the analyst desk breaks ties, and the reason why all 3 were highlighted because it was a triple analyst desk differing of opinion, but because the mid vote was only 3, the tiebreaker for Beryl is what wins it in the end.
Oh my goodness, our second choice of red side this time goes to Liv Sandbox. They want to change it up. They want to head over there and see whether the counter pick is going to win it out for them. This is an interesting situation.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by this, but I mentioned it to you. You jokingly said, like, as we walked away from the casting desk, what if they just pick red side now? And I was like, I hope not. And the reason why is because it now unlocks Zeka's scaling champions for blue side first pick priority. And this means that, like, so now you have to ban Azir Corki again, but then a lot of other champions get through. Deft Zeri, potentially, right, is a strong opportunity. You also have the ability for even Lucian, if that's not banned away.
Yeah.
So I was pretty surprised DRX picked red side, but when you consider the champion pool for Zeka and how great he is at these scaling champions in this meta, like, this is what I'm talking about. You had to ban this on red side, now you have to, or you had to ban it on blue side, now you absolutely have to ban it on red side, and then some champions make it through. So we might see a weird handshake here where it's like, oh, you can have Azir, but we'll take Lucian, or oh, you want to have Azir, or you want to have Lucian, then we're going to take something else, right? Like, there's some opportunities there for Liv Sandbox, but Zeri, I think, is non-negotiable in this
Yeah,
case.
Zeri has to be banned. I think Lucian has to be the final ban here on Live Sandbox's side. And so what does DRX gun for when it comes to the first picks? And it looks like Ari is going to be Zeka's choice.
I feel like Zeka should just pick Azir. This feels like a trap. Like, oh, okay, you ban Ari, now we get Lucian. So,
But picking it away from Closer feels like a good idea because it is certainly his comfort champion this season. So there's a lot of things to think about here and a lot of things to consider, but I would expect Lucian to be banned. So
Yeah.
there it is.
see if the Ari comes through or if they'll just go for the Azir. Zeka is 2-1 on the Ari, and he will lock it in here. Also, Closer is very weak at late game scaling champion, so the fact that Azir is open for him is not a concern of DRX's whatsoever. He has been, frankly, very poor on that style of play. Zoe being the only mage he's found successful in the late game, but it's a pick, champion and not a scaling damage champion. So
I like the Tom Kench. I think that Kyle was really good in the last game in quite a few of the moments.
Yeah, I agree. We'll lock that one up. See if it's a Senna that comes with it here, or if it'll just be the Aphelios once again for Prince. I think both are quite strong, but again, Prince not a Senna player, really, historically speaking. So, when you think about all the 80 carries in the LCK, you know which ones are Sennas and which one are not. It's about 90% of our players like to play the Senna. Closer will play the Azir for the second time this season, and I think DRX are feeling pretty confident about their abilities to shut him down later on.
Certainly. I also like this because it blocks Pioshik from playing something like the Kindred, which he has put a lot of time into, but Croco's also been playing a bit of the Kindred in solo queue as well.
But you know what has been working well with Ari and what Pioshik's been winning with a lot, and what everybody's been winning with a lot?
Yeah, it's the Viego.
Yeah, there you go. I do like the angle, though, that you mentioned with the Azir, but I think DRX are very happy to take the Viego in this case. And we may just even see a lock-in here of an 80 carry champ for Deft so that he doesn't get locked out in second phase, because Prince can take his in that last slot, and then they can try to lock out.
Oh, I like this so much more. This is excellent from DRX. They know...
Well, they can't let this one through.
Yeah, but they know that Dove doesn't really have an answer to the Gangplank, necessarily, as the Aphelios is the consideration here just to take away that bottom lane. I'm not a huge fan of that choice there, because now things like the Trundle that has been so good for Live Sandbox can be banned away.
Yeah, I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. I think it's one of those Live Sandbox choices where I'm like, okay, this is good for your players and their comfort. Is it objectively good? Probably not.
I think Ornn Trundle here makes the most sense.
I think Trundle is definitely one to look at. The Ornn is already taken away, of course. Alternatively, you could just take away the Gnar, and then Dove doesn't have champions you can play. The Gwen was taken away last time around in this type of situation, so that's also one that DRX is going to be looking at here, as they're just not going to let this Rakan through whatsoever. Remember, Kalista is still up, and DRX would love to play Kalista in a comp like this. They have already.
Yeah.
So, like, that's something that else that has not really been touched in this draft, which is a bit of a head-scratcher. Like, over Nautilus, I'm like, yeah, I don't think they were going to prioritize that one in this case. The Rakan is fine, but...
I kind of, like, would love to see Kalista Ramumu. Just, I don't know.
I think it would be good.
I like it.
We'll see what he ends up going with here, as obviously the Live Sandbox will have pick priority after the second phase. Grog is taken away. Feels like a Gnar angle for Dove, where it's weak side Gangplank. And then now Def could just play, like if he picks Gnar here, Def could just play, all right, we'll just play Ezreal comp, it's fine. We'll sit back and wait. It's cool. Especially because, yes, there is some scaling between the Azir and the Aphelios, but again, Closer's Azir play, you know, we'll see how he does this game, but not the greatest.
Oh, Croco. All right, we're fighting fire with fire this time. No more Trundle duty for this man, as Deft looking to try and rebuild his Jinx win rate, potentially. Certainly a lot of options still left on the table, so we'll see whether this is exactly where DRX want to go. I'd personally like definitely take a leaf out of Jackie Love's book and play some Cogmore, but no, Xayah is going to be picked up here instead.
Rakan is banned, and he's going to be playing this one into scaling comp, so I hope it is crit Xayah in this case, and I think it will be, but it's a safe pick. It's safer than Jinx, but it will not be as strong as Jinx in terms of shoring up some of that late game damage. And so since you've already kind of split your the tension between Ahri and Gangplank in terms of scaling versus pick potential and aggression. Xayah does push DRX down that more aggressive path, especially with the Rel coming in here for Barrel as that final pick.
And close. Oh my God,
Not
we're
again.
doing
Not
it.
again,
We're
please.
doing it. The top lane pigeon. This is the Dove special because, of course, you know, he was a mid laner. He was named after this champion, and so the Azir going into his hands makes a lot of sense. So here it is.
All right, so just to explain what Atlas just said more, I guess, in depth, which I think was pretty obvious if anyone watches LCK, but Dove was a mid laner, and Azir was his best pick, and we could have a situation where Dove is actually playing mid lane this game, which has happened before, where Closer is playing one of his more, you know, better champions, the LeBlanc. Topside or something crazy like that, which also is possible here. So we'll have to wait and see when we get on the Rift if this is actually going to be a role swap in-game. What's more likely is going to be the Azir top lane into the Gangplank, where you can side lane and be very aggressive in that long lane, have some kill pressure onto the Gangplank with your ultimate, and you avoid the Ahri matchup entirely. So, you know, I think that considering Dove's experience on this, a lot of people might be like, yeah, this is so cool and interesting and smart, but last time they tried to do something similar to this, it fell on its face hard, and
Yeah,
Azir is, you know, he's not the safest top laner you could pick in the meta.
Yeah, the thing that that happened last time, though, is that Dove played mid, and it was Aurelia top for Closer, because, of course, Closer's signature pick was the Aurelia.
Yeah.
This time, Dove stays top lane and just plays top lane Azir. And top lane Azir, like, I mean, there are a few one-tricks in Korean solo queue at the moment that are doing pretty good things with the champion. And you do have decent escape mechanics with your shifting sands and things like that.
And your ultimate, of course.
Yep. So I don't mind it, but we'll just have to see how it's going to go, as this is a pretty flimsy composition, right? You've got a Tahm Kench, but it's not one augmented by a Senna. So you're going to have to play at tip-top form. We'll see whether they can as we hop onto the Rift for the deciding game.
And going back to what you were saying, I feel like the Xayah build, we'll see what we get, but like, actually suddenly lethality seems pretty solid
it's
here.
lethality.
Like,
Most
it's
definitely.
It's like, well, never mind, actually. We are not going to have an R in the top lane, and it will be Dove playing at top as expected.
Yeah.
As he knows, everybody's like, oh, he's pulling out the pigeon. This is so sick. Although I think a lot of people are actually worried, Live Sandbox fans included. It's just such an iconic champion for him.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a lot of comfort. I'm interested to see how much of it he's been playing recently. He's once again going for the first strike. Definitely against melee champion, you're going to be pretty comfortably able to proc that one, assuming you don't just get parlayed a few times to the head.
And Lee Sin Azir is such a sick combo in any lane.
But also Lee Sin LeBlanc too. Like,
Yeah.
Rocco's got a lot of places he can go.
And I think that if Live Sandbox get very far ahead, then this becomes a game of lack of vision for DRX. And, you know, Rel okay at clearing wards, but you're going to be kind of playing behind the tempo a lot if Live Sandbox do get a pretty nice lead. Like if they get first Herald, for example. Can be a very dangerous game for DRX's also squishy composition against big blow-up damage.
Yep. You can see Live Sandbox get some control of the front brush, but honestly, it's not the greatest, as we are going to have a slight pause here. Very interesting.
Yep.
Dove,
Most played champion.
yeah, definitely his most played champion. Hasn't found a whole lot of success on the pick. But of course, Dove hasn't necessarily been on the top teams in the LCK throughout his time here. But still, played a lot of this champion. Let's have a look to see what's exactly gone wrong here.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's the rune bug, but we didn't have any swap bugs, so those usually are somewhat tied together. So looks like it's a Prince issue here.
Yeah, and normally runes are checked at the very beginning, so
Yeah.
you know we figure those ones out pretty quickly. So we'll just have to see what has actually gone wrong.
Hopefully it's something simple like a very easily fixable peripheral issue or something like that.
Yeah, peripherals generally the way to go.
Um,
That's the bug that we like, and it is a Prince something. He's
claims.
claiming some frame drops.
Frame drops, okay.
Right.
All right, well, these are actually usually the most difficult to prove and or resolve, so
Yeah.
Go grab up some popcorn, a new soda or something.
It's easiest to solve. Do you know what you do, Wolf? This is going back to my years of IT support. You turn it off, and then you turn it back on again. And that generally fixes it.
It's just very difficult to check without unpausing the game, which is why sometimes this gets a little bit, can get a little bit ugly with this sometimes.
Ooh, happening exactly 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
That's the real clincher. And as you can see, this game is already wildly in favor of Live Sandbox.
And why is that?
I don't. I actually didn't have a follow-up. Because it's 2 minutes into the game and there is absolutely no difference whatsoever. We should actually just go down the line as far as like early game and how this game should go, because I think that we can agree that the cohesiveness of DRX's draft makes a lot more sense moving into team fights and things like that. But I think Croco does have quite a few avenues to get a snowball rolling, and this needs to be some vintage Live Sandbox with
really does.
ultimate leads to happen in the earlier stages that they can just crush their opponents with.
Because Gangplank early on the levels also can harass with his parlay, you could see that before the pause, he was just queuing Dove repeatedly because he can stand outside of the range of the Sand Soldiers and kind of be very annoying. Obviously, as some levels come through, it'll be a more even matchup, but you could definitely see that Kingen is 100% versed in this matchup. Like, he knows what to do early. He's played this one before in solo queue, and he's like, all right, I can handle this. This is not going to throw me off. And you know, with a newer, less experienced top laner, maybe the matchup itself could have been a cool X factor. But I mean, at this stage, we're all veterans. Everyone's played a million hours of solo queue, so. And as you mentioned, this is not a pick that's like this is not even viable. It is being played in solo queue, so. I think that we'll also see probably a more aggressive build from Dove, like either Luden's or the Everfrost build that we've seen a few times for the Azir, just simply because it's going to help him side lane and then he'll have a little bit more pick power. Whereas the Leandries, which is more common these days, there isn't really a tank to burn through, so I don't think it's as strong of an option for him.
Yeah, I like the Luden's idea. That's a pretty cool angle. You don't really have anything that can be oranged, and so therefore, you know, having an Everfrost kind of just gives Kingen a reason to have that ability outside of just some healing. So I sort of like the Luden's angle, but you might just go with double mask just because most people have been building that anyway.
And if the fights go long, it is going to be the most valuable build, and it is what you picked, part of what you picked the Azir for. We'll see, because Dove hasn't played the Azir in double mask meta here this season, obviously, since he's a top laner. So
yeah,
we'll see what his kind of opinion is on it, since he's one of our Azir experts.
Pyoshik fan here. Definitely a large paragraph of stuff that started off with the word championship being cut in half, which I kind of enjoyed.
Yeah, I didn't attempt to read it. I knew we weren't going to have enough time.
Yeah, no, it's a good call. I don't know whether G-Sun actually read the whole thing and then can type it out for us, but even if she did, I don't know whether she even should.
Yeah, I don't think she should.
Because it's just a long time, but she is actually going to. So here we go. If you do it well like this forever, you're going to win the World Championship.
Yeah.
I think that's how it sort of started.
Yeah. We suddenly got like break music during this as well, just to add to the vibe.
Yeah, no, I like it. And, okay, so
you're
going to win the World Championship and win the LCK and be the best jungler in the world award. You can become a supermodel. You can become the president of Korea. Lol.
We'll see what Pyoshik's policies are. I'm not so sure based on his play if that's like the right career path for him.
I'm just imagining like, because it's like monsoon season right now, it feels like we're in a jungle and he's a jungler, so he's just like planting jungle all over Korea. That's going to be the thing that happens, make him feel more at home.
I can remember maybe 2 years, maybe 2012, I want to say, and like, I mean, 2015 or 16 where we had like some crazy rainy seasons, but this has been, in my memory, the biggest monsoon season we've had in Korea in terms of just consistently raining day after day after day.
We
like sometimes we'll stop for a
it.
few hours and then it's just like, no, it's raining again. I wake up, it's raining. I went to sleep, it was raining. It's like, it's raining right now. We had the raining like shot for our opening and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's there is a lot of water. I mean, I went out for my walk this morning. I didn't know whether I should describe it as a walk or a swim. And my shoes are just the most saturated. I'm going to need to figure out how the heck I'm going to walk tomorrow. As we have a bit of an ETA. It's going to be above 1 minute.
Okay.
So take that for what you will. I assume that means that we have resolved something and are looking to unpause the game and get ourselves back in there one more time.
Yeah, if we have an ETA, it usually means final checks have either been done or are nearly done. And
yep,
Prince he's got the posture of someone who's ready to get back into the game, adjust his mouse pad once more.
Yep, there's a relative amount of gaming going on here. A little bit of adjustment as I look back at the players. So it looks like maybe we're getting towards something. Referees now moving away from Prince. And so, I don't know. I think we might be getting close.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to believe as well. And if we're not, it's cool. You and I will just chill. We'll podcast again. There's been a lot of that going on this past few weeks.
It's true. I checked out the most recent Nintendo Direct, and I'm excited to finally play the Persona series that I haven't been able to because I haven't owned a console that it existed on.
It's funny for me is I just bought Persona 5 Royal because I got a PS5 for my wife. And like 3 days after I bought it,
it came out on
Switch, and I was like, well, I guess if it hasn't come out by now, it's never happening. But we're back in game.
All right, here we are. Kingen and Dove fighting it out there towards the top side as Electrocute's going to be traded around. And look, this is creative. Live Sandbox have done this in Game 3s in the past with the Dove Azir situation. But that hasn't played it top lane yet.
That one made sense the last time because it was like, oh, it makes sense for Aurelia pick here, and Closer's fantastic at that. Okay, it's a good Azir pick for mid, and they're just going to roll swap. But, I mean, like, Pioshik is coming up here like, look at these trades. I'm just going to try to take control of this jungle, and there's nothing you can do about it kind of situation. So, obviously, the early levels, like I mentioned, you could just queue Dove repeatedly. His pots have been chugged. He's got a cookie still.
All right, this is a rough time for Zeka. Maybe this is what they were going for. Make sure that we can get the best matchup for Closer as possible. But the Ari LeBlanc is one that we've seen many times before and can certainly go either way.
It was considered like a soft counter for a while when Ari suddenly became popular, when people didn't really know like what was going on. You know, when we were seeing like, oh, okay, is the counter to LeBlanc the Vex pick, and there was some LeBlanc bans and stuff like that, but it hasn't been fully explored because it's been denied so often, and LeBlanc was such a high prio pick. Is Barrel played Rel on release in the Damwon dominant era, so that win rate's pretty high.
Yep.
Some Samira Rel games under his belt there too.
Absolutely true. Him and Ghost certainly having a good time on that collection of picks. Pioshik will be able to grab his blue buff here and also took top scuttle. And as you can see, Croco gonna have to run down towards that bottom one just to make sure that he can have his share of the shellfish. A lot of shh sound in that one.
Yeah. Okay, you know, the back here for Closer coming in second. Will teleport in as Gravitum committed to. Deft just kind of weathering the storm down here, as we often say when someone's just sitting under turret. As Pioshik is seen on a ward here, but there's nothing they can really do about it. Pioshik is just trying to steal as much farm from Croco this game as humanly possible. He also has a ward on his Raptors, so could see if Croco decides to counter jungle here. So that's actually pretty massive, the vision control that he's set up to try to make these types of plays. He's going to then therefore take another set of Krugs after stealing them away.
Well, Track Repel is set up here as Barrel's going to have to flash. Okay, crash down. Can he actually escape the situation is the question as the flash comes out from Prince. The Track Repel finally going to be used here as Prince going down so low depth. Can he get it? And he does. Koshik's going to come down as well as the Blade Caller gets the snare. And the flash has to come through from the Tahm Kench. I believe it was first blood to Prince, but it's Beryl that dies instead of Deft, as the Charm is going to connect and decent Orbit Deception there as well.
So this is pretty massive, and Croco comes over here to try to save the play, but he's just, again, too far behind the curve in terms of Pioshik.
Did you say Chronicler came over? Because I could understand that. He talks about Croco a lot.
Well, he's probably like jumping out of his shirt like, yeah, well, he's a little bit late. But realistically speaking, though, This is a massive trade up for DRX. In terms of small aspects, but still it does add up to be a lot, because 2 summoners, or 2 flashes down, plus heal down for Prince. Def still has his flash, Beryl has Hex Flash, and the 80 carry is taken out versus Deft is able to just sit pretty. So this is a pretty nice trade up here. So they're going to still respect the fact that Pyosik might be here.
Ooh, Scry's moving down. But it looks like Pyosik is just going to back. And Kyle just moves on over. First Drake is going to be a fiery one, which is a bit of fun. Zeka is unable to get that cannon, and it dies. So he's just having a real rough time in this lane right now.
Yep. And he started the seal as well as closer.
Yeah, goes for it. Foxfire is there for the movement speed. Zeka tries his best to get all of these minions, gets the majority of them, but he's still 10 behind.
It's great that Closer's finding value with this Blanc early, because, obviously some of the power for him is going to be in the later parts of things. So we're going to watch this fight one more time. I really do love the Attract Repel usage here from Beryl. So Prince will still get the first kill. Beryl crash downs away and realizes, okay, I need to actually come over here and get this Attract Repel to hold them so that Pyosik can come over and take this fight. Does a ton of damage as Prince changes targets there. And so ends up being traded back, and will force the second flash from Kale. But I did like the Attract Repel usage there from Beryl. He held them for quite some time.
Yep. We do have a couple of ultimates being traded here on the top side of the map. Dove pushed the pirate away. The pirate said, put cannons from the sky, please. And then they walked away from one another, I believe is what happened.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate summarization, as once again Pyosik just trying to steal that jungle away. The guy actually has just, the rift belongs to him.
Yeah, this is Croco getting absolutely bullied. And Lee Sin, of course, not as bad on this patch. We've seen Ona do some pretty great things on it, as we are going to hold that thought for a moment. Kale's taking a fair bit of damage here on the bottom side. Pretty decent burst from Deft with this lethality build, as Zeka tries to get some damage down as well.
Some electrocute trades. And this game it feels like it's on the teetering edge of somebody dying with all the action that's happening all around the map non-stop. Like, we even missed that exchange of ults on top side, as you mentioned. But notice the CS lead is still there for Kingen, despite having to back there.
Yeah,
even teleports.
Lying in wait, just going to be able to steal away that red buff. Pyosik pretty mad about the situation, as
Bot prio is real, mid prio is real. Pyosik can't do anything here this time around. And that actually should be Drake with a mid wave pushing.
Okay, just getting a bit of pressure there onto Deft and Beryl.
I don't mind it, because he's just going to try to fade away, come over here and take this Drake anyways, and it's not going to be too essential. If he ends up getting that to hit, it's like 110% they get the Drake.
Yep.
And if it misses, 100% they get the Drake. So, I mean, basically it doesn't matter. If it hits, it looks cool. If he missed, it's like, well, could have held that one, but probably won't be relevant.
No, absolutely not. And it does mean that that Drake goes over to Live Sandbox. Croco gets a red buff and a ward for his trouble as well, so able to wrestle some control back, which is certainly good news. Beryl's just going to come help out Zeka here, as it's 9 minutes and the Rift Herald is available. So that's what both of our teams are looking at for the minute. Deft fresh off a back, but he's going to move towards that bottom side. His teleport not back off cooldown just yet, as Zeka not going to get chained. Still going to be struggling here in this matchup.
Yep, we'll get that last minute. It's only a 10 CS deficit, but it's pretty massive considering, Ari's early game. He was punishing super hard, repeatedly trading very well. As Dove has started to show up some of his CS deficit on the top side as well, being very aggressive. And, the pendulum swings back into his favor as he has his whole kit and ultimate online. And you always have to be aware that Croco could come up and look for a nice gank, because Gangplank isn't going to be able to orange everything. And if he gets ever is divided, that's kind of the end of it. So the vision that's set up there too for Dove on the top side allows him to push like this and know that he's safe. And it also means that Kingen doesn't know what's in that brush, so has to be respectful.
Yep, Def not going to get hit by that Q. There's Pyosik here on vision, so Croco is going to be able to move on over, and Pyosik just offering a stab. Q will connect. Pyosik gets the information. They know exactly what's going on. Closer has inside track, but Zeka should be able to get over here. Spirit Rush at the ready.
This is very hopeful for DRX at best, but I mean, even Prince rotating up for a second I think is not completely necessary. Deft and he are you know, kind of passing like ships in the night, and they will, of course, stay bottom side. But this was hopeful, like I said, at best for DRX, just because they don't have a really any control nor vision. I mean, they have the scuttle only.
Deft moves on over here. Trying to claim some control. Has the life lead, at least, but he's tanking a lot of minions.
If DRX can force a fight on their terms,
Well, there's a grab at him. Featherstorm going to tidy up the minion wave, so we're trading ults between our 280 carries on the bottom side.
if we see a big Rel ult here, I think DRX could take this, but it's just so difficult. He's out of position.
Yep, Croco gets control of the Rift Herald, whose patience is going down very low. Dove now in the area as well. Can Croco get in? The answer is absolutely yes. And he locks this one down. Yoshik, can he get out? And yes, he does. Emperor's Divide's going to land onto two. Azeka's diving forward once again. Croco locks down the Rel. Azeka just has no damage left remaining. Orbit Deception, though, will come on through, and he gets the extra essence as well. Charm lands, Chain doesn't. And it's going to be the Ahri that is able to secure this one. Another W comes through, and Dove manages to pick up the kill onto Pyoshik. Liv Sandbox winning that fight pretty handily.
Yeah, I mean, I think that went even better for DRX than it should have, arguably there. The Emperor's Divide coming through to kind of finish things off, and the patience from Croco was so unbelievable. He just felt so confident that he was going to be able to go in there and secure the smite and then, you know, of course, escape. But I not picked up here, and Croco also held kick for a very long time in that fight. I think could have been a little bit more aggressive. Now, the item is actually neither of what I was suggesting, or the Ludens, or maybe even the more weird Everfrost.
Yeah, the Crown of the Shattered Queen.
And I like this because he's going to be dueling against Vision, right? If he's trying to set Vision, we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's break this one down one more time. Let's look at Dove's position. He's already chunked Kingen out of this fight. Great play here to go over and secure it. Dove actually will pick up the eye. Didn't see that. Thought he did not get it. But the Emperor's Divide comes over, ends up knocking the double. There's just so much damage here. Croco then kicks at the last possible second. And this orb, like, is kind of lucky, just straight up. Like, he probably shouldn't have gotten that. It was a nicely aimed orb, and Pyoshik will go down.
Yeah, it was really cleanly done. But this is great because Croco picks up the eye and then takes the full turret.
Yeah.
Which is just crazy money.
Yeah, so
over to this guy.
He is able to get that after getting his crown, which is going to make him more survivable on the side. It's going to make him more survivable when he's dueling up against Zeka, you know, in the side lane. If Zeka's trying to punish him or pick him with vision control that they don't have, then he's going to be more survivable, much more difficult to kill. So, I like it.
Definitely good stuff. But we'll see whether they can hold on to it. It is now a 3,000 gold lead, the largest that Liv Sandbox has had, especially in the early game in this series thus far. It's been DRX that have been able to dictate almost every early game. But I think this time around, okay, never mind. Dove going to get over the wall. Everfrost going to be traded here as Charm connects as well. So Dove not going to find too much value here. Has his crown broken for now.
Yeah, Closer is trying to force the issue here too. Trying to find each and every avenue they can. DRX have fallen behind so significantly in gold because of the Rift Herald crash, and obviously the picks happened in that last fight. And it's starting to be a little bit scary here for DRX in terms of can they recover with the deficit they have and the lack of control. It's difficult to punish this Azir.
Well, Moonlight Vigil goes wide this time, as Beryl being very patient, waiting in the brush. Croco over here as well.
Has kick, no flash.
DRX are going to move themselves back. There's the separation immediately. Proshik was in position though. They're looking to lock down Kyle. Immediately the Breakcaller is going to do it. Attract Repel. Stuns up Croco, but in comes the LeBlanc with so much value. Pyoshik though is just going to get these resets. Closes in trouble now as Pyoshik gets access to Lee Sin, which he absolutely loves. Grabs another kill as well, this time onto the LeBlanc, and DRX are back on the board.
DRX absolutely on the back on the board for this, and Kingen Cannon Barrages teleports in, adds a lot of extra damage, and will be able to just sit here in this lane. Because Dove already took out that turret, yeah, he could push this one forward, he could sack some waves into the top side, but it's really easy for Def to go and clean that one up, so nothing really lost on the other side of the map. Is it enough, is the question. Zeka.
Yeah, Dove looks for the Emperor's Divide, finds it here as well as the Abyssal Dive comes through from Kyle. Not quite enough damage though, as you can see here, as he gets another Arise, and that will lock down the Ahri. Now Beryl tries to crash over the wall, but crashes into the wall instead. And Closer's going to lock down that kill, so definitely a big trade up here for Liv Sandbox.
I mean, this is a very high kill game suddenly, lots of tempo exchanges back and forth. And it's Crouching Azir, Hidden Kench, I suppose, this time around. The really nice follow-up.
Crouching Pigeon, Hidden Catfish?
Yeah, there you go. That's a much better one.
Love it.
You can see this Deft is on cleanup. He's like, man, how many waves are we going to lose? Every time we lose these picks, I got to go clean up the mess time and time again. And Prince is like, well, I'm still getting farmed down here. I'm going to grab a whole turret. Thank you very much. It's looking rough for DRX in terms of map control, which they will so desperately need if they want to get any value to this Ahri Viego and the lethality Xayah variation they've gone for. I think the build is correct. As we're going to go all the way back down to this. Barrel sidesteps this to the right. And then Pyosik gets a million resets as the Cannon Barrage slows Live Sandbox down. So there's no cancel button to be pressed here. Good flash from Barrel. Not enough to save him, of course. And then Pyosik is like, all right, I'm Viego. This is exactly what I live for. I'm Lee Sin now. I'm going over the wall. Several kills picked up. But then Dove is able to set up for this pick here. Comes through right after Zeka uses his abilities too. And then Tom Kench crashes into him. The only way to go here is right. And yes, he hits the charm, but there's still just enough long range to finish him off.
Yeah, and if Zeka had respected it originally and just flashed, then none of this would have happened. But in the end, it is 2 kills for Live Sandbox, and it's well punished.
So as the dust settles here, still Live Sandbox in a pretty nice lead. And LeBlanc has the Everfrost completed. You know, stopwatch at the ready. Zhonya's done for Dove, so he can push the issue really far. This allows Croco, you know, because there's such a large amount of CC front-loaded for him to use his kicks more conservatively, as we saw in that Rift Herald fight. He doesn't have to be the one to set things up. They have 3 great engage tools, and with Vision, that's slowly, naturally coming to Live Sandbox with the control of the map that they have. It makes it so easy for Closer to do things like this. Like, all right, I'm just going to come over here and see what I can see who I can root, and how many players are rotating in. He's a mobile ward, and he can also be a deadly one.
Well, you can see Beryl tidying up Vision where he can. DRX are going to make their way into the river. Everfrost not going to find too much value, but the Moonlight Vigil absolutely does. Zeka in so much trouble as they have to back away. The Everfrost going to be avoided with the Spirit Rush as Kyle maybe a little bit overly aggressive there. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Cannon Barrage will secure the kill as Pyosik turns into a catfish and makes his way out. But Shirley is going to be picked up by Croco and then slammed down to the mid lane immediately. Live Sandbox will have control here. They'll be able to open up so much of the map with this.
Now, this is massive. Again, controlling the map, controlling these turrets is where LeBlanc is going to shine. It's where Lee Sin is going to shine. And you really just get to keep more longevity. Whoa.
That's a big old flash forward. Deft is going to be able to help use the ulti to take down Shirley.
Okay, a bit aggressive there.
Yeah, slightly.
Doesn't end up coming up with anything big for it. Big cooldown is all he's going to get. But when this turret is down, and then you have setup for Prio for Drake, and you have Soul Point, and then you're going to have, I mean, all the wards they could set up with this LeBlanc so easily. He's got a sweeper. I mean, DRX are going to be playing this game so blind with a fragile side-leaning Gangplank. And Ahri, you know, she could side lane pretty well, pretty safely, but not necessarily when there's a LeBlanc roaming around and you don't know where her position is at all times. To go back to this, you know, you do end up getting a pick on the Kench here when there's an overextension, but Croco's not even in this fight, mind you. Zeka with a really nice ult to get away, and they chase a bit far here. Again, no Lee Sin here. If Lee Sin is there in this choke point and can kick, this could look totally different.
Well, we're going to see Live Sandbox taking the Drake in picture-in-picture. That is going to be Soul Point available for Live Sandbox. X-Tech Drake going to be fantastic for these guys because they do like controlling the battlefield so much. And it's looking like Live Sandbox are making this composition work. 2-0-2 right now on the Azir and 2-1 and 2 on the LeBlanc. But I'm still very interested in how these later game teamfights are going to go. Things like Cannon Barrage can be so valuable, and DRX can snowball these fights very effectively.
Yeah. Collector for Kingen going to allow him to blow up these very squishy and weak targets. It's one of the rare cases where I like it as a Gangplank item, just because of the lack of tank here and how frustrating it can be if you actually get barreled while you're trying to be LeBlanc and try to get that backline kill, and then suddenly you're actually popped. Can also be very good defensively against a champion like LeBlanc because of you know how her stats are. Like, she doesn't have a lot of defense. The Zonias that she builds in this case is aptly chosen because of this. I really favor Live Sandbox position here if they can play well around Vision and the fact that they have Soul Point in their favor means they can just simply avoid this next fight if it's a bad one for them or if they don't have the proper setup. They have so many more options. DRX, in these tense situations, has been very good at doing the right thing and being very cautious and very patient. And DRX have the experience under their belt. I think with all these players and this roster together, you trust that they could turn this game around, but it's going to be tough.
All right, now King is trying to set up for some barrels as Prince avoids that last one. Def just going to get rid of these wards where he can. King does have that collector complete. I believe he just bought a full collector.
He had...
Went back to the shop, he had a lot of money.
Yeah, he had a Dirk and a pickaxe, but he, you know, he's just going to chunk it in there. Takes a back opportunity. Meanwhile, over here...
Yeah, Everfrost is going to be decent, but the chains are much better. As there's another distortion. Zeka takes down the minion wave, and now it's just going to have to ult away. Closer still chasing. But getting this ult out of Zeka basically on cooldown has been how Liv Sandbox have held so much control.
I mean, Closer had such a decent game in Game 2 until, you know, he basically made one wrong choice and the game fell apart, but he's played so well in this early game. I mean, we're past the early game now, but the early game was quite strong for him, and he's continued to push that lead and that advantage in the side lane so aggressively. Side laning here for Gangplank hasn't been amazing, obviously, into Dove with this build where he can push forward and the vision they have. Like, DRX just don't have a window to get back into this game because it's like pick versus pick in terms of the mid lane, but Zeka's blind and he's behind.
Yeah,
so
I mean, pick when you're down on vision is definitely bad news. As Prince saves his control ward. Kingen still has a 30 CS lead, and so that is certainly a good thing for DRX, but when it's a pirate against the world, it does make things difficult. Deft, quite large also, grabs another Dirk for himself. 2-0-2 on the Xayah. But it's not exactly a late game investment.
No.
In the lethality Xayah department, especially when there's two Zhonyas both completed. It gets more and more difficult to do large amounts of burst damage.
Baron's setup here for Liv Sandbox is incredible. If they can clear a little vision a little bit deeper, they still have control of the choke points, but they have a ton of damage. The 2-item Aphelios, you know, soon to have a third, is going to be pretty massive for them. Plus they have Emperor's Divide to control the choke. Plus they have a LeBlanc that, as long as she is not seen by DRX, if there's a question mark next to her on the tab screen, it means that it's very difficult to come over and contest in neutral like this. But because she is side laning, Koshik is going to come over here and use his mist to clear some of this vision away pretty safely. So that one angle Liv Sandbox had to start an objective now has kind of withered away. But the more relevant and more forthcoming objective, this 1 minute until what will be the Hextech Soul, is where Liv Sandbox is going to put their focus.
No, absolutely hope so. Seen so many move towards Barons when the Soul is very, very important. As Beryl, what was he doing there? He got kicked back by Croco. Now it makes sense.
Yep, and I mean, suddenly, Liv Sandbox can actually start this Baron up. And with, I mean, realistically here, DRX, if they reacted immediately, like as fast as possible, they could trade this for a Drake, but you don't want that trade.
Well, Blade of the Ruin King now going to be used to take the Viego for a walk day here for Closer. Meanwhile, towards that top side, Kingen holding on to, no, has thrown down the ultimate already. Zeka dives in, Dove goes golden. Croco in the back of the pit right now as Deft is going to move on over here. Moonlight Vigil, I believe, went completely wide as now they all just get into the pit, but it's Croco that locks down the smite. The Azir goes down extraordinarily low as Deft is still alive, but so is Prince, and he's absolutely gigantic. Croco dives onto Deft right here as the Magnet Storm comes in from Beryl, trying to tidy up here as best he can. Orbit Deception's pretty strong, as now Beryl finds even more. Zeka getting on over there, but Beryl cannot do it by himself, and Deft is on sub 100 health. As the Baron was secured and Liv Sandbox do, I guess, win the fight.
Yeah, they do win the fight. They will hold on to a little bit of Baron buffs among them, but at the end of the day, this is so great for them because now they have full map control basically guaranteed. This is the kick play we missed earlier. It's a flash kick, as you mentioned, from Croco across the wave. And down over here in this fight, like the Dove stopwatch here is perfect. If he doesn't hit this, things get disastrous for them. And he's able to hold on to his Emperor's Divide as he kites back. Meanwhile, They're gonna fight for this.
Yeah, there's a Drake fight. Deft is just standing in front of Closer and now taking damage from the Drake as well. So he's down extraordinarily low. No ulti available. Kingen just in the back of the pit. He's just going to run up, shoot Prince, but what? How did Deft get that? Was that a blade caller from Narnia? What the hell happened?
Doesn't have ult, but is still able to get that blade caller off and actually take the Drake away. He's 3-0-4 on this Xayah, and he steals this one away. Liv Sandbox is going to be extremely frustrated with this one. Still, though, map control in their favor. We've got the Sun Disc up and Closer.
Yeah, Zeka's going to try and get out of there, but Croco says no. He still has a way of getting in, but maybe he's gone too far forward. No, he hasn't, because there's a Devourer available.
He's spacewalking. He's all good. They're going to pull him back to safety. Will be a turret. Sun Disc up in mid for Dove, who's playing He here this game, is going to help him secure this wave that will crash through, but not the actual inhibitor turret. So that was you know, I mean, still nice lead here for Liv Sandbox, but not as much as they were hoping for.
Yeah, not quite as much as it used to be, and also they would have really liked it if all of their opposition were getting slowed down and things like that every time they hit them with stuff. But that was denied somehow by a Xayah.
Yeah, we'll see which replay we go back into. I think we'll probably give a pass to that Baron replay and go to the more important one. Nope, we're going back to this one.
Yeah.
So, you know, Dove is able to stopwatch this and then holds his Emperor's Divide. I want to see how these smites go really quick, because Croco just is waiting. And yeah, just a little bit early. Still, really nice fight here for Zeka, who wants so desperately to get these resets and actually carry it, but it's Nephelios who's just freely able to auto him, so he can't actually carry Croco. Nice stopwatch here. Barrel's like, we're going to get this kill, but
Oh, if the Charm had a connection.
it's so close.
There are a lot of what-ifs there. But in the end, Barrel goes down. As we have a look, the siege is continuing. No Baron still available, as we're going to see how... Because there were feathers lined up.
Yeah. Just have to watch the smite here.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. So the two feathers in position.
Yoink. Bye-bye. On my way out casually. Still, though, Liv Sandbox could have been amazing for them, but it's still pretty great. A lot of control right now.
Absolutely.
And this is what you do with LeBlanc when you have this much control and your team is just going to hard force. You even get the Cannon Barrage.
Well, there is the Cannon Barrage. Is Prince taking a fair bit of damage from that one. Barrel looking to go back, but Moonlight Vigil was used by Prince, and that is going to deter DRX from moving any further forward.
DRX hanging on. I wouldn't say quite by a thread. There's still a lot of opportunities for them. They have all inhibitors up and only a little bit behind in gold, and their carry potential for Deft in this game is quite high. Collector done. But, you know, Liv Sandbox haven't been able to really, like, they have control of the map, they have vision control, but they haven't been able to force any picks. And because DRX has this Cannon Barrage, they're like, all right, we're defending 2 lanes at once, slow this push down. Still winnable here for DRX, 100%.
Definitely is. They're going to need to have a answer for Prince, who right now, with Devourer available, just feels like an absolute raid boss, and he's playing so accordingly. Doing well, standing in the front line until Kyle is, you know, forced to use the Devour just to make sure that they get as much value out of this Aphelios as possible.
It's so crazy that we're in this extremely close late game situation between Liv Sandbox and DRX. I mean, everybody was definitely favoring DRX going into this one. They lost game 1, and now, I mean, the fate of this series is really just going to have to come down to really great clutch plays in the late game once again. It's anyone's game to take, but Liv Sandbox have all the advantages. You know, Closer, nice angle here. They do not know where he is. Just playing the LeBlanc angle, trying to force this turret down super hard.
Well, Vision actually still here as Croco has an opportunity to taxi in if he wants to. Barrels are going to be set up as DRX deal with the minions. As another barrel comes on in, Parlay going to erupt it on top of Croco.
This is Liv Sandbox just trying to force the waves to crash and hold Cryo for 1 more minute to get the Hextech Drake that was stolen from them last time to connect that soul. So even though this is, if you want to be extremely picky, like somewhat of a inefficient macro play, and they could have been getting more value bottom side because they failed to get the turret, they're pulling DRX into the top side of the map and preventing them from getting any sort of backline vision there on the Drake. And with the Sun turret here, it just again furthers how much control they have over these waves.
Yeah, definitely great. Okay, Hexgate going to be used as Barrel looks to get rid of this control ward. Liv Sandbox moving on over. The Baron's going to be up in 5 seconds time. DRX are considering just trading Soul for Baron.
And a lot of damage.
Yeah, they've already started this one up. Croco moving on to Vision. Beryl going to crash over the wall. And Kingen is in here. Croco taking a lot of damage. I believe they got the bad news. This is getting taken as Closer uses his Everfrost a little bit too early. Chains are going to miss as well. As Croco gets into the pit, he wins these, but not this time. Closer takes a lot of damage as well, as now DRX looking to win the fight as well as everything else. Def flashes out of the pit, stays alive for so extraordinarily long, but now Prince is completely popping off. Somehow Closer also survived throughout this entire time, as Kingen, he needs to try and back as best he can. Dove's gonna take down Deft for the first time this game, and that was, I believe, a teleport to a Nexus turret.
But I think that the game is going to end before he gets to use any of that Baron buff. He can at least use it defensively, I suppose. But teleport mid here, and the rotation over of Closer means this is very likely Live Sandbox upsetting here 2-1 against DRX.
And they've done it before as well. It's like history repeats itself once again as Closer dives on top of King, and he's doing some pretty fancy footwork, but it's not going to save his Nexus as Croco goes down to his GA and the Nexus gets destroyed. Live Sandbox, the first team to defeat DRX in spring and the first team to defeat DRX in summer.
Well played here by the squad of Live Sandbox around their draft, and Oppressive Vision, and also just playing around objectives extremely well too. Just staying, okay, we're all gonna go top. Dove pushing mid a little bit, sets up a Sun Disc turret, and we have guaranteed top pressure on the opposite side of where the Drake take is going to be if we get Soul. And DRX felt that pressure and knew that getting the Drake was unrealistic, but maybe they could force some sort of 50-50 or a poor fight for Live Sandbox if Live Sandbox panicked and made the wrong call. But they were seen. Live Sandbox identified the Baron take so early and came over for the punish, and it was still a close fight. One we might actually get another look at here in just a second. But, I mean, Dove gets to finally find that success on the Azir in the top lane. We had the role swap fail last time, and we were pretty skeptical about this draft, but he pulled it off.
No, he did very, very well. I actually really liked it. Crown of the Shadow Queen worked out as well. You can see Joker pretty proud of his boy there towards the top side. Really starting to make it work as Croco as well. Had a great game. Got a lot of the important smites this time around, outside of you know, one random feather blade caller. That's the ability.
Yes.
As well as Pyoshik managing to win that last smite fight, but throughout the whole series, he did fantastic work. Shout out to KB Bank.
Yep.
You don't need to worry about that on the other side of the caster desk here, as Wolf is already with that bank, so that's absolutely fine. But of course, DRX are represented by Shinhan, which is my fiance's bank, so we have a slight battle going on here.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact of the matter here too is that, like, with more and more bank sponsors coming to the LCK, this sort of battle actually is pretty huge. You know, saddest is of course our Uri Bank, who's like, wait, whoa.
yeah. They're like, wait, who's with? Look, maybe I'll have to create a new bank account. Not entirely sure.
So, anyway, at the end of the day here, Live Sandbox upset twice in a row. They took out KT. Again, in that series, kind of miraculously, I think the game was KT's to lose, and they certainly did, and Live Sandbox made a few good plays, but in this series, they got the control that they needed in Game 3, especially early, and it felt like a pretty uncharacteristically weak series for Beryl, even though, you know, he was able to do very well in that second game. In Games 1 and 3, I thought that his calls were good, but the mechanics were a little bit off. And Prince, man, when they just say, we're going to play around you, we're going to empower you, we're going to have you be the one who pops off at the end, that is the name of the game here. Maybe Live Sandbox can actually just play some scaling comps and allow Prince to pop off late game. They don't have to play the early game every time.
Yeah, or just put Dove on this top lane Azir every single game. Kind of like that idea. I also felt like even though Kingen had a really good laning phase on this gangplank, Dove looked so much more comfortable as the game went on, right? Like, it's just like a classic Dove situation where he's just feeling a whole lot better. You could really feel that this was, you know, a whole lot of comfort zone for this guy.
Yeah, certainly true. It's kind of been like Live Sandbox in these last two series. Comfort wins out for them. Like, we saw Closer play the Zoe both times, and even though it didn't end up working for them. You could tell this team is just kind of going back to the basics a little bit in terms of doing what's most comfortable for them, as this last fight is just god tier for Prince. He's like flashing forward, he's gale forcing at people. And I mean, yeah, this was Feral trying to turn this around, but winning this fight basically gave Liv Sandbox the control they needed.
Yep.
And then there's one more Baron fight, which DRX didn't set themselves up very well for, but they had to take a risk, they had to do something.
I mean, at least when you do a Baron for Nexus trade, you get the back, you know?
Yeah. True. Stopwatch here for Kale is amazing, but look at Prince. Like, Zeka is... He's split between so many different schools of thought. He's like, how can I deal with both carries at once?
Kyle won that whole fight.
Who's god tier.
Just insane.
Stopwatch was
Arm
perfect.
catch is too strong, dude.
Carries, both of them getting pretty empowered. And yeah, this is saying sorry. He's like, no, you did great. Like, you actually did fantastically, Prince is saying.
Yeah?
And he's like, that's so sick. So sick. And they're just like, all right, let's push for this. Kill him.
And remember,
Let's get the tower first.
And remember, this is a Liv Sandbox that are just coming off an upset victory over KT as well. And I mean, how long do we have to say it's upset until we have to say they're actually just one of our top 5 teams?
Yeah, and
Right?
I think that the argument for Liv Sandbox being somewhat of a trap game team has continued to hold true here as well. Like, DRX's tougher opponent is on Friday in T1, but Liv Sandbox probably the series they thought they kind of had on lock, as all analysts predicted them to take it as well. And you know what? Liv Sandbox surprises us again. Uncharacteristic, or not uncharacteristic, actually characteristic, but unusual drafting from them, putting Dove on the top Azir, making it work.
Yeah, looked really good. And like, I've been waiting for Dove to just do it. Just play the top lane Azir, something that has been happening quite some time. You have a fair bit of lane control. And worked quite well this time around into the gangplank. Was absolutely fantastic. But do you know who else is fantastic? Valdez and Chronicler, who are waiting at the analytical carpet space to break down that series.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown of how awesome we are. That was a great game number 3. I really enjoyed it. And Liv Sandbox, romantic as ever. They pull off the big win in game 3. Really hype, and they were actually ahead for a good portion of this game, and it was just a strong victory for them. Not even like a comeback or an upset in this game. It was just good. Go ahead.
Don't let me get excited about. Don't let me get invested again. Don't break my break my heart. If you're gonna be good, if you're playing like this, keep doing it, please, son, please. I know it's gonna happen again. I'm gonna get excited. I'm gonna get invested, and then we're gonna not make playoffs, and I'm not ready for that. Into the draft, I like the Ken's priority. Azir, the flex pick, actually coming out. The casters talked about it so much, and justifiably so. It was an amazing turn, and it actually, in retrospect, justified that red side. Because we were like, what's going on here? And it actually worked out wonderfully. Playing Xayah into specifically just Azir is still okay. Playing into Azir and LeBlanc is... The fact that Deft could do as much in a game as he did is remarkable, because that's a very, very tough situation. So many things to force out Featherstorm. And then Prince and Croco also both popped off. What more could you want?
It was pretty crocalicious, I have to say. I agree. It was very nice. And yeah, I'm just glad that now that teams are actually picking red side, they have a real reason to do so. They're not just like, let's just try it, you know. Blue side still...
R5 Gnar?
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Could have happened.
You're talking about Renekton earlier on Twitter. But yeah, that was the draft. I mean, just really good win from Liv Sandbox in the draft, and they used the red side picks really well.
One very short notice, Liv Sandbox challengers with their new mid Fisher also pulled out the same counter pick of the LeBlanc. And in the early fights, we saw that Croco's smites very on point. And most notably, they're actually able to win these early skirmishes fairly convincingly, right? And Croco ends up dying here, but is able to get a lot of damage down regardless. Crucially, gold goes into Dove. And Dove, even though he wasn't the standout player due to the impact of a lot of other members of his team, really deserves credit, because we've kind of been a little bit rough to Dove, because he doesn't die, but he also doesn't do a lot. He goes down 20, 30 CS. But just make him play more mids. Honestly, it looks so much better.
He looked good on Tryndamere in the beginning of spring.
Get
That
that
was
one
good.
Jace, that one Jace 1v2.
Yeah, you know, he can play stuff. Let's take a look at the second fight here. It was over the Baron, and it was pretty interesting to see how well Liv Sandbox did in terms of
Well, this
securing the
slide was,
objectives.
yeah, that one was a little sus, and it is again the drive of Liv Sandbox to fight is higher than basically any team besides T1. T1 also loves to brawl in a very different way, but Sandbox are all about they're just gonna go. Like, you know how many other teams would get this Baron and then be like, oh, let's beat. No, Croco was like, we're gonna keep going. Is it a good move? I don't know. I don't think it is, because you can keep the Baron buff on Lee as well, but they do it, and that's what makes this team, I think, really fun to watch.
Yeah, maybe they're watching too much LEC or something like that, but they cannot get away from the action. And we'll take a look at the final fight as well. This is basically just the cleanup towards the end, where Liv Sandbox were able to put the lid on things, and it was very dominant, you know, through and through, up to the top side as well.
It really was.
Prince flashing into the pit was really, really awesome to see, and especially the celebrations from the players when they were pushing in. You know, they know, as they were saying, they upset KT. Now they're going to get this upset over DRX, and it all starts here as the smite not quite on point for Croco this time, but still able to get the win.
So many cooldowns get forced just by Kyle and Croco being there, right? You see Def forced to use his Feather Storm, so he's not really able to join the fight anymore. Neither Ari nor Viego get any of the resets going, so from that point on, the fight's basically immediately over, and like with that one lead, Prince coming up really big there, and Croco again creating space. It's just a beautiful 1-2 to see, and it makes me hopeful for Liv Sandbox in the future,
Whoa.
which has hurt me in the past many
Yeah.
a time.
You know, sometimes you get heartbroken and you just got to give love another chance.
I don't. I need more time. I need more
okay.
time, Velvis. I
We'll
want to
see.
try though.
We do have the POG of the game of the POG. Let's see who did pick it up for this one, as it was Dove up on the top side. Who gets it?
I kind of love that. I'm wondering whether I was the only one who actually went with Croco, of course, because of course I did. Because Prince also had a really, really highlight game. But what Dove was able to show here is that as much as we sometimes give him some flack for his top-line gameplay, Dove, when he can play Azir, is a top-tier player in the LCK. Like, and his name is Dove, right? It's the same as with Fate, where if he gets the Twisted Fate, he just looks like he's on another level. His setups were really, really good. Also went for a really interesting build path. I didn't love the crown, but fortunately he did go into a little bit more damage, because it was okay.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's that dependable.
Well, the president of the Croco fan club voted for Croco. Nobody else did. We did have 5 votes as well for Prince. He flashed in and did a lot of damage, forced, I should say, the Feather Storm multiple times. 1 vote as well for the mid lane closer.
Also had a good game. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it is Dove on his Azir, who does pick it up. It is his first player of the game as well, so very happy to hear from him. And we do have the interview ready now, so let's hand it over to G-Sum for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview translation, joined by the Liv Sandbox POG's Prince and Dove. You guys are the first team to take down DRX, the one of the undefeated teams in the Summer Split so far. How was today's series? When we were prepping this series, you know, we knew that they have never faced top teams yet, so that's why they are undefeated. But still, we wanted to do our best and like just go for whatever we prepared for today's series. What about you, Prince and Dove? To be honest, I did, prepare a zero top even in Spring Split, but finally I was able to pull it off and even win the POG. We'll get back to the top zero pick later, but I want to ask you about the Zeri in game number 1 first. Zeri was popping off in that game, but DRX was the one letting it through and countering it with a Mumu. Well, Amumu gets a buff in the upcoming patch, but right now, well, Amumu's support itself is not that good, especially into Zeri. Yeah, looking at the skills itself, Zeri can kind of counter Amumu, right? Yeah, so I was like, why did they even prepare Amumu into Zeri? But still, Amumu was so tanky, so I also kind of figured why they prepared that pick into this matchup, because he was so tanky that Zeri cannot actually just burst him down. And Prince, how do you rate Zeri right now in the current patch? This is what I said in game number 1 draft, because the moment we locked in Zeri, I was like, we won the game. Is that because Zeri is OP right now? Or is that because you are also good at Zeri when the pick is strong? Zeri is obviously very strong, but I can for sure say that I have really, really high understanding of the champion. So was it you playing this so well, or was that Zeri being so strong that you were able to get 13 out of 13? I am just Zeri itself, What about you, Dov? In game 3, Lave Sandbox decided to go for the red side. Prior to today's series, it was actually losers always picking the blue side whenever they had the side selections, but this time around, Sandbox went for the red sides for the first time of the split. Azure top was one of the reasons for sure, and we wanted to bring some change into our style, so we thought red side will be the best fit. Then where did you get the inspiration for the top Azure pick? Because you said you prepared starting from the Spring Split. It's pretty hot on stage, right? Could you answer the question for me, Dov? In solo queue, there is a top Azir player in Korean solo queue. He's like on top of the ladder. So I learned from him, and then I kind of realized that this is gonna be a viable pick. Any message over to the Azir top god in Korean solo queue? But I think I play better than him though. So, I guess you learned from me, or you can learn from me from now on. And also, that solo queue player also have an experience of playing into GP top. So how did you plan to play out the lane? I took first strike. I was looking for the late game power spike. It was not my own plan. It was a plan of my entire team. So we wanted to just go 50-50 in lane, and then, look for the late game. And this time around, we saw the crown of the Shattered Queen on Azir. I copied his itemization. It was really good. I guess that top Azir player in Korean solo queue shares a lot of credit of today's victory. However, game 3 was not easy, and we had a very risky play around that Baron. Were you guys confident that you're gonna take the Baron for sure? No, not really. I made a mistake because I was too confident that we got the Baron, so I was not zoning out the opponent. So had I played it that way, it would have been a perfect play in that moment. And I also have a replay that I want to watch together with you guys, because Prince, you were flashing forward as an Aphelios, so let's take a look at it together. How were you able to become so bold? The opponents were all grouped up, in the Baron's pit, and then after I used my ult, I realized that Daft actually reacted with his ult, and which means he doesn't really have other tools to survive, so I wanted to push harder, just flash in order to secure the kills. I think my teammates did a fantastic job, so I had to make that play. And I have another question about your late game regression. Looking at the goal difference throughout the game, you guys actually have a minus goal difference up until 30 minutes into the game, but you guys always make a comeback. I think we have high potential for the mid to the late game, but it also kind of displays that we have a miserable stats for the early game, which means we have to really improve. You guys really want to improve on the early game, right? Yeah, because we somehow managed to turn the game around in the later phase, but we really have to work on our early game. Who's the centerpiece of Live Sandbox's late game? Croco. Mostly. He's the proactive player on our side, roaming, making a lot of rotation around the map, and just like taking the charge of our team. And your next opponent will be Frederick Brion, which could be your third match win streak. I think Frederick Brion, early on in the split, they're not doing that well, but still we will not let our guards down, you know? We will do our best to pick up the win. And I also, KB Bank sponsor, supporting us here at the Low Park. So I want to say thank you for everyone who supported us today. What about you, Dove? Well, I think we have built up a good momentum so far, but I think we really have to keep our guards up. And also today we had Shinhan Bank versus KB Bank matchup here at Low Park, and I'm so happy that we are able to beat the Bank Derby here at the LCK. And we have a new app for the KB Bank, which is Leave Next. Make sure to download that app on the App Store as well. I'm pretty sure the sponsors are feeling super happy about this interview as well. And that will be the end of the interview from Dove and Prince, and back to the carpet Spaceman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation as we have the sponsor war happening live on stage thanks to Dove. Always a fantastic interviewee. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings that we do have now. So DRX one step below T1 and Gen G, and Live Sandbox have climbed one.
And we knew DRX might get in trouble when they faced a good team. I just didn't expect it to be Live Sandbox. Sandbox right now, if they can actually find a meta read that works for them and they can keep closer on aggressive picks, Dove on picks that he's actually comfortable on, maybe this is the split that they're actually able to maintain that level over the next couple of weeks, not just be a Vi team and make their way into playoffs.
Yeah,
it'd be amazing.
I think they're beginning to realize their potential 5th or 6th place spot right now in the LCK. We'll see how far they can go. But guys, next up, Kwangdong Freaks up against T1. Should be T1 having a bit of fun, but we'll see what Kwangdong have prepared. First, guys, we will take about a half-hour break, and we'll be right back with that second match.
혁경 어디 갔음? 우리 알파카 인형 어디 갔음?
좋았어.
옆에 놔야 되는 거 아님?
가자. 3일. 야 이거 봐라.
다시 바로 보자. 오래 늦었다 그냥. 누가 BDD야?
이거 초비한테 배웠어.
아 오늘 잡기술 근데 지리긴 했다.
아 그 바텀에서 초비가 하는 거 봤어. 나 저거 유튜브 봤는데. 야 여기서 가볼게. 천천히.
어나 이리 와.
빨리 봐봐 이거 봐봐 그냥 봐봐 사인 봐봐. 루시안 조심. 나 BDD였어?
야 혁기 형 어떡해 이렇게 즐거운 분위기 속에 없어서. 나 아까 1경기 이기고.
안 끝났다고.
오케이. 괜찮아. 야 나 궁.
아 끝났다.
아까 환호 질러 때 소름이 돋았다니까. 나이스. 지지.
나이스.
돌아왔습니다. 1년 만에 너구리가 돌아왔습니다. 다시 뭉친 너캐스의 시너지는 어떨지.
마스크 쓰시고 경기할 건가요?
아니야? 저 이거 뒤에 걸어놔도 되나요?
아니요, 걸면 안 되시고 바닥에 내려놓거나 뒤에다 놓으셔야 돼요.
뒤에 돼.
네.
빨리 공조심. 다 걸려봐. 해볼게. 충격파 주심. 천천히. 뒤가 안 나와. 빼야 돼. 빼야겠다. 게임이 좀 길어가지고 핑크도 안 사고 좀 템 뽑는 거 좋을 듯. 오브젝트만 2개씩 사자. 뒤에 궁 써놓을게. 천천히. 슬립 박아야 될 듯? 칼리 슬로우.
천천히 해보자.
오자 충격파 맞다. 충격파.
길게 보자.
나 피 없어. 천천히. 빼야 돼. 심호흡 한 번씩 하자. 야 퍼블도 안 나왔다. 레전드야. 야 살짝 볼게. 우리 잡았어.
우리 오른부터 볼게.
미드 가면 안 끝나?
그거 칼리 지금 못 가게.
칼리 스탄. 칼리 얼었어. 화관이야 기다려. 잡을 수 있나 형? 잡아. 너 찍히는 거 있어. 나이스. 잘해봐.
아래 거 지향 치자. 50 해줄게.
무조건 돼. 오죠.
무시해.
딜 안 나.
무시하자.
무조건 돼. 야 재밌다.
진짜 이거 치면 안 되는데? 이거 이겨야 돼.
잘해봐.
내가 죽여놓을게 내가.
형이랑 나 이제 포지션 바뀌었어. 형이 서포터야.
나 전문이야 상호야 이거.
인정. 그건 맞지. 놀래라. 내가 앞에서 맞아줄게. 아래 끌어봐. 아지를 토스 조심하고.
이거 나온다.
나오는 거 봐줘.
걸어도 돼. 3,000원 이제. 나 뒤돌았어. 천천히 돌았어. 본다. 왔어. 야 먹어줘.
아지를 보자. 아지를 3보자.
아디로 봐야 돼.
3보자. 갱플 노플. 갱플 봐. 비구 잡았어. 빼봐 상호야. 용 잘 먹었다. 나 라인아웃 끝낼게.
바론 낚시는 좀 보일 수 있어. 여기 와드다.
디에고랑 나랑 둘이서 쳐야 돼. 칠 거면. 다 쳐보자.
빠르긴 해.
안 보이긴 했어. 템 줘. 다 떴다. 먹어. 빼자.
이거 용봐야 돼 이러면.
이런 거네. 아이고 바로 뭐 이런. 장로 봐야겠다 어쨌든. 이거 올려줘. 올릴게. 올릴 거 P3000. 나 일로 넣어갈게 내가. 용 일로 못 끌어내. 용 일로 끌어내봐.
나지랑 때릴게.
갱으로 줘. 아지를 때려.
아지를 더블 이렇게 빠졌다.
스마 할래. 스마 해봐.
맞아.
먹어. 위에 봐줄게. 오른쪽으로.
위에 보자. 야 텔.
빼자. 상대가 좋아. 쏠래? 나 궁 7쪽이나 하거든. 와볼래?
나 뚜이가 근데 애매. 강만 봐. 본다.
나쁘지 않아.
한번 탈게.
좋아.
어깨 빠져.
살려.
잡았어. 좋아. 오른쪽 좋아. 이거 지만해.
나 노플이래.
천천히 볼게.
나 태어나면 텔 가네.
뭐야? 나 죽었다.
딜 없는데 얘네.
괜찮아.
얘 딜 없어. 야, 참도 다 죽여버려. 이거 이길만해. 점프 없어 해봐. 야, 나이스.
괜찮아. 영향 없어.
내가 마무리할게.
디에고 죽이던지. 야, 이거 먹자. 오케이, 먹어보자. 까비. 뺄 수 있어. 먹긴 했고. 오케이, 나이스.
장로만 먹으면 이긴다 이제.
잘해보자. 버스 한다 이거. 진영아 너 스테이가 봐야 돼 너는. 이제 비전 빠졌어.
야 아래 나를
나를 볼래? 나를.
아래.
못 봐주거든 거기.
아래 안 좋아. 나 버려야 될 듯.
호재 괜찮아?
나 별로야.
갱플. 장로 갈게.
갱플 잡았어. 천천히.
미드가 나머지 미드가.
끝나지. 빌고 막 할 수 있어.
마크 돼? 마크 무조건 해주라. 타워쳐. 솔직히 있어. 타워쳐.
2초.
얼리면 해.
예,
막아.
오케이,
이거
오케이.
오히려 걸자. 디셋 한다.
가자.
좋아
디셋 멀리 타.
나랑 노노죠.
이거 내가 봐줄게.
오케이, 오케이.
코르키 볼게.
나
이주도 타.
여기까지.
이주도 바텀 타.
야와 봐줘
오케이.
씨 봐줘 와 나왔다 죽여
야 잡아줘. 바텀. 야 비에고 어떻게 살았어?
지렸지
야 비에고 뭐야? 너 뭐하는 사람이야? 아니 형 뭐야? 왜 이렇게 살았는데? 나이스.
덕고 해냈다.
게임 재밌다
근데 이지를 지렸다. 이 정도면은 내가 원딜 트레이지 인정해줄게.
고맙다.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread. Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. Don't go off.
메라가 아니면 이렇게
Shut off your light. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자 이번 파이널 자 지원해
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to very, very rainy Seoul. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and welcome to LCK 2022 Summer. This is our final game of the night, of course, first day of week 3, and T1 will be taking on a struggling Kwangdong Freaks. And Wolf, I'm going to cut right to the quick. I think this one's going to be quick.
I think it is, and I think that you couldn't really ask for a more mismatched matchup between a top team and a bottom team, because Kwangdong have looked weak in the early game. Their vision control has been poor. They've lost control of mid games where they did have advantages, as rare as it has been, whereas T1, yeah, a bit of a rocky early game start for them in week 1, but since then it's been spring T1, the win streak T1, the let's win the game in basically 15 minutes, the rest of the game is a formality T1, and I think with, you know, Liv Sandbox upset earlier, you know, we have to remind people that anything is possible, because this is the other side of that DRX T1 matchup, where T1 are definitely more preparing for DRX than they are this matchup against Kwangdong. But I don't know. I mean, that matchup is a lot closer than what we're about to watch.
I also just don't think that they need to prepare all that much. I think a lot of the players are just better. Let's go into points of the match here for this one. Kwangdong Freaks on a losing streak slump, to say the least. How will they do against the undefeated T1? Well, undefeated T1 is a title that they've earned, right? Remember, 24 in a row. We had a little bit of a look at this in comparison to the 2015 SKT run, which had the record of domestic victories in a row. It was 23. Now this T1's looking to make it 25.
Yep. The win streak will continue with a victory tonight if they are able to pull it off. As you just said, here's our, V10. You can see it there on the table. This is part of our opening video.
Yeah.
T1 secured their 10th LCK title, looking for 11 this season, and I mean, it doesn't get much more elite than this in terms of LCK history. So Hoyt will be starting tonight over Moham, despite Moham starting in their last matches. He was subbed out, and then Hoyt ended up losing there as well. So
yeah, it's interesting.
It's a tough one.
I think they actually made a last-minute adjustment to start Hoyt instead, because on my piece of paper down here, it does say that Moham will be starting. So maybe a little bit of confusion, maybe just a little bit of a typo. But Hoyt playing, I think it's awkward, right? Because I think that he has been better than Moham, but Hoyt's also been responsible for a lot of the low points from Kwangdong Freaks in their first couple of weeks. So it's just, you know, not so good in comparison to more not so good, unfortunately.
Yeah, 100% true. As we're going to have a walkout here for Kwangdong Freaks in just a moment, but I think that it all starts with the supports, right? Because if whoever's playing needs to step up in terms of the 2v2, but also the vision control. And let's talk about early game, right? So T1, first blood percentage, very low, but if you look at first turret, first herald, first dragon, much higher than you might expect considering their rocky start in week 1. But their week 2 was so dominant and so clean that these numbers are still actually showing up as high as they are, whereas consistently for the Kwangdong Freaks, not so much control around the map. The first herald percentage, dead even with T1 here, but that's the only stat they're going to match.
Yep, it's the only one they're really up to. I think T1 have focused a little bit more on Dragons so far this season than they had last season. I actually really like it. They have just been measuring whether or not they want to be going for that one or the Herald in the early stages of the game. Trading for objectives at the beginning is certainly what marks a good team, especially when you understand where your power spikes are going to be. T1, especially from week 2 onward, looked fantastic in that department. But here we are, Kwangdong Freaks, welcome to LOL Park, and let's see whether their prospects are going to look better. I was going to say whether their fate looks better, but they have fate in mid lane, so I got a little bit caught up there. But yeah, it's not a whole lot of good news. Keen, the man leading this team out onto the floor, he's looked like a shadow of his former self for quite some time now.
Especially this season, you know?
Yeah. Like, now he's up against Zeus, right? And it's the biggest test that we have here in the LCK for the top lane.
Last season, Keen was often the shining light when Kwangdong was our 10th place team and looked really rocky. They were able to fight their way and have a surprising return to playoffs, but this season I don't know if we're going to get that same happy ending, because Keen has also, like you said, not looked like himself. And we don't have a standardized support for this roster just yet. It's really reminiscent of Nongshim swapping between Peter and Effort. Another former T1 support who is struggling to now in this season. And Hoyt plays against his former team here, or the team he was a substitute for. But, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle. And it all starts with how the draft is going to look, what support Hoyt is given. Is up against this team who has completely returned to form. The win streak continues. You have to be afraid of Faker's Azir and Corki, the scaling aspects there, the Senna that Gumusi has piloted extremely well. T1 at first were drafting kind of weirdly and still winning, but now they're drafting extremely standard, and that's when you're really scared, is when T1 is actually playing the champions that are strong.
Yeah.
And they've been doing that a lot.
And it's not even necessarily that they're drafting standard, they're just drafting really intelligently into whatever their opponents are putting down. And it's really working out. I think a lot of people have gotten over what was a difficult week 1, even though they were still able to get the victories. It definitely didn't look as clean as a lot were expecting. But man, after week 2, this team looks like above and beyond the strongest team.
T1 win streak is what that sign says. We'll see how deep it goes, or those signs, I should say, the link of them. This team's drafting prowess, this team's vision control, the early game leads, the power they get, the turret leads. It's all disastrous for Kwangdong Freaks going to this one. I don't think we could overstate how one-sided this matchup might become. But
yeah,
taking a look at the top matchup, this is where you would have a lot of hope if it were previous seasons or Keen was in full form. Still does stay somewhat close in some of these aspects, like damage percentage, where he's still actually significantly behind 4%. Gold at 14 is like highlighting that's one of his best stats. Yeah, Zeus is about 10 times the gold difference at 14 than he does.
Yeah, and has all of these firsts, but also has the least jungle attention.
Yep.
So, like, I mean, can you fault this player in any way? Look, right now, like, he could be forward more. Otherwise, I mean, even that is just being facetious. like Zeus has just been unbelievable this whole year, but since MSI, he hasn't missed a beat. And we'll see whether Keen can stand up to it.
And it always goes back, this is a Zeus fan here, but it always goes back to the fact that the guy he hasn't even reached his full potential yet. We don't even know how good he's going to be. And it does feel like a bit of a, in a lot of ways, passing of the torch, because even last season, a lot of people were saying Keen is still the best top laner in the LCK. Yeah, Rascal had more solo kills than him, but a lot of people were saying, like, oh man, it's so unfortunate because he can't carry this team even though he's playing so well. And now, people are only saying this about Zeus, that he's the best top laner, and then people are saying he's on the best team, and so therefore, you know, we don't even know what his peak is going to be. Keria has played more supports than anybody this season on this meta. It is just T1 is a terrifying team at the moment, and I think for Kwangdong Freaks here, ease of execution in the draft is where you probably want to start, because if you try to do something fancy, you try to do something complex, I think you're going to fall flat on your face against 24 win streak T1.
Yeah. This is a T1 that I wouldn't be betting against at this point in time, but I think Kwangdong Freaks, they certainly have, like, we normally talk about Kwangdong Freaks as a team that, like, it's Keen or no one else, but now it's like Fate and Teddy are the ones that are, you know, being held back. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that Elm and Hoyt have not been stepping up.
Yep.
I think Elm has been the weakest jungler that we've had here in the LCK, which is rough, right? Because, you know, players like Umpty have also had a rough start to the season. However, Elm really hasn't been where he needed to be. Doesn't feel like the coordination's there. So we'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks have done their homework as we hop into the draft here for game number 1. Kwangdong Freaks also, you'll notice, have elected to go towards the red side.
And I think that based on what we've seen so far in now 3 games of this week of play, is that all the teams are trying to put Tahm Kench into that red side slot some way, shape, or form. And as a result, we're seeing a little bit more priority on that right now, because you usually want to have some sort of pairing with the Kench if you can. I think that's one of many reasons why we're starting to see this a little bit more often. Counterpick for top side, starting to get a little bit more figured out. As we'll see, Zeri removed from Teddy, as well as that Faker Corki target.
Yep. The Nautilus taken away from Hoyt. A bit of a shout out ban there, of course. Hoyt, it's his most preferred champion by a significant margin.
He is basically a one-trick pro. I mean, it's that significant. He's only played 3 games of it, but he's played 1 game of each of the other supports he's played.
Yeah.
Because it's been target banned. As Wukong will be removed, Lucian is not banned for the first time this entire season.
That's crazy. Let's see whether T1 jump on it, or whether it is going to slip through. Now, certainly are a few things still available.
The Lucian Nami is where T1 had some rough patches as far back as even the first group stage of MSI. Struggling even against the representative from Vietnam's bot duo there in the early game. Like, some very, let's just say, memorable moments, I think, for that bottom duo. I think they've probably cleaned it up quite a bit since then.
Where's the Tristana answer?
Yeah, it's like Tristana Alistair coming through. I'm like, okay, I've seen this one before.
Well,
will be the Senna Kench, I think, in response here. This is the blue side pick that Kwangdong were looking for.
I think it's
red side, rather.
I do like it. Piercing Darkness versus the Piercing Light makes my life a little bit easier.
Lovers separated on the Rift.
Indeed. I don't think you even need to take Tahm Kench, because I don't think that Lucian synergizes very well with the Kench.
Yeah, you don't have to get it here, but you will have to take it, you know, before second ban phase if that's your plan. And we'll see if the Nami pairing is still going to be what Keria wants to play with this, because there are other Enchanter supports you can play to try to get lane prio and be more relevant later on. Like Renata is still open. Wouldn't be shocked to see that, but Nami is the traditional support you see paired with this.
Yep, easiest to get the most value out of Lucian with the Nami, absolutely.
And Faker gets his Azir. Like, this is starting to feel like it could be potentially a massive disaster. Especially because in some aspects, like, Teddy's Senna was very, very great throughout, honestly, last year and earlier parts in his career where the champion was meta. But one aspect of Senna in this meta is going for the Umbroglaive and controlling vision, which is something that is a huge utility aspect of her kit, as well as roaming around the map. And I worry if Kwangdong will be able to pull that one off, as it will be the Nami at the end of the day.
Yep, I was wondering whether, like, you're probably counting through the supports that you're happy to play alongside Lucian, and so far, in my mind, it's like Lulu, Nami are the ones that work probably the best. And then it kind of takes a bit of a dip after that. So I think locking in the Nami makes a lot of sense here as Fate, considering the Akali, which would mean that, yeah, this, the Catfish gentleman here wouldn't be able to be locked in. So I like that.
We'll see what ends up getting banned here now, because Azir is going to have basically perma prio. Bot lane already set up to have extremely strong prio here for T1. And Lucian doesn't scale as well as a lot of AD carries in this meta with the durability patch and so on, but will scale pretty well alongside Senna, and when you have the Azir follow-up, it can be so scary. I think banning Zeus' Gangplank here is something they consider, unless they plan on taking it away themselves for Keen, because that's basically going to give T1 scale Exodia, and it's been Zeus' best champion. The season is 3-0 on it. And oops, hover the Akali. That one's gone now.
Yeah, I think Faker will just get rid of anything that lanes okay into Azir. Trundle and Lee Sin going to be the jungle bans aimed at Ona. I think the Lee Sin ban being absolutely the greatest one, but the Trundle's making me think like Keen's going to play himself some Ornn up there towards the top side.
Certainly could be, and would shore up some of the issues Kwangdong have in terms of the scaling aspect. See if T1 can identify this possibility here, or if they just want to keep focusing on Fate, who's also played a great LeBlanc in the past. As T1 said, I think you'll probably take this one from us if we leave it open. So that one is banned instead here.
Yep. Gangplank feeling like a bit of a Zeus ban at this stage, but Keen has played a heck of a lot of it during his career as well, and so they do respect it. Syndra being considered would be an old school answer to the Azir. But Teddy just cycling through some things, and there is the Ornn that we were talking about. That will be locked away. So Kwangdong Freaks, not a whole lot of damage thus far. So Fate is really going to have to come out with something that has a lot going on.
Yeah, and there's just not that many great scaling options. If this ends up being the fifth pick Victor here, I'm starting to be really worried for Kwangdong Freaks.
I really hope it's not another Victor into Azir.
Yeah, I mean, that's my fear here, right? Is that's a strong possibility here. The Gwen, I think, is a great option, considering the Gangplank is gone. Into the Ornn matchup feels good. And, you know, you've got yourself a lot of late-game power here, and team fighting against a comp that does somewhat need to run at you to break through that Ornn health bar. And the final pick here for Owner, he lost two of the best jungle picks that work well with Azir mid, but he's going to take an old-school Xin Zhao as the third, and arguably strongest one that works well with trying to get some kill pressure in the mid lane, regardless of what Fate plays.
Yep. Fair bit of immunity on this team composition. Crescent Guard, of course, giving Xin Zhao the ability to ignore a lot of people's damage. All right. I mean, this is something you could do. Kayle would be a lot of damage consistently.
Yeah, and it's been pretty consistently picked into the Gwen matchup, and yes, you do struggle through the early parts of it, but it has stabilized quite well in matches or inside once you get to the very, very later parts of the game.
But there's an Ornn, so I guess we're playing Ornn mid.
Yep, looks that way.
Or it's Tom Kench mid.
I think the Ornn mid here, we've seen it a few times, and you can weather the storm against the amount of Azir poke, but like Prio will be nowhere for Kwangdong in this game for a very long time. Unless Fate can show us some crazy moves on the Ornn and somehow subvert expectations here, and LM completely changes his early game jungle powers, right? And then he's like, yeah, actually, I'm suddenly going to be the best jungler ever, and we're going to be making some big plays. Because he's been a pretty passive jungle player overall this season, which is why, you know, a lot of people consider him to be the weakest jungler in the LCK, as you were saying earlier. But, you know, this is not the first time tonight we've seen an unusual, somewhat role-swappy moment. We saw Dove play the Azir top. Now we're seeing the Ornn mid here for Fate. And my problem with this mostly is that you have guaranteed Prio with the Azir into this. You're going to have Prio and Lucian bottom unless something goes very wrong, which we have seen for Gumacaria in Lucian lanes. But then topside also, early game Kayle, not so great. You have a Xin Zhao that like basically can empower all three of these. And so how does Kwangdong hold on?
That's the thing that I'm really scared about, because this composition, if you go into a game at 30 minutes and you're even, you're like, oh my god, this is incredible! Having the greatest time ever. My Senna's got all these stacks, we have so much safety, but we don't. We go in at minute one. Let's do it now. Aww. The difference in fan chant definitely quite pronounced. As I did say that we go in at minute 1. I mean, I guess technically it's minute 0 or minute, or like second 40.
Okay, well, the first minute of League of Legends starts at 0, right? So I think you're still technically correct.
Hey, there we go. It's like the Korean birthday rule.
Yeah.
Everyone starts at 1.
Yeah.
As Fate's like, what is this? I like Elderwood on though, so I think he started off on the right foot.
It's okay, nobody's hurt each other pre 1 minute either, so you've got that. You've got that going for you too.
Yep.
Your court. Kwangdong have really priced themselves into a draft to where they're going to have to play pretty passively and not lose like all of their turrets by 20 minutes, which happens when you face T1, which is why I think you've taken a mismatch of strengths here for these two teams. Like, okay, Keen Stripe, he's the best player on this team, and then it's also against Zeus, the best player actually in the top lane this season. And then you've also drafted to, like, I hope they don't get ahead early. It's like, ooh, I'm looking at these drafts, and I'm feeling like your chances of being even at 20 are very small. But
yeah,
let's wait and see how it works out in practice. But I don't think Kwangdong has dealt themselves a strong hand here.
Well, right now, Carrier going to find some ebb and flow towards Kwangdong Freak's bottom lane. And yeah, T1 with control of the wave, a little bit more wave clear.
Look at the mid lane, by the way, already. Like,
I mean,
yes. It's not looking good. You know, this is how it goes in the early parts.
I mean, I will say, you can Bellows Breath through the Emperor's Divide if you time it correctly. So that's pretty cool. Whether that's relevant because of the fact that Faker can set up Sand Soldiers and just destroy everyone is a little bit of a worry.
Remember this game? I remember this game. This was the game where they built like all AD, right? And like didn't have any magic damage, I want to say.
Yeah, this was a strange. This was like where the Ornn was like, this is my counter pick, and it didn't really work. As Faker just gonna have to watch as his ex-teammate wanders by casually.
But knows where Faker was in lane at that moment. They have a ward down to the bottom part of that lane too to spot out a rotation like this. And now because they know that the path timing, there's actually a little bit of potential here for Owner to do some shenaniganry because Faker has that prio. And this is the power of early leads, especially when you give prio on blue side. You have so much potential as the enemy jungler. So he's going to look for it.
Yeah, he's just going to get in there. Audacious Charge goes down. Wind becomes lightning. Not going to connect.
Thanks for the red buff.
The big Wraith did go over to LM, but now T1 are just going to 3-buff Kwangdong Freaks. LM going to wrap all the way around, as you can see. And T1 with so much control here towards the bottom side as well. I mean, this is what we're expecting. This is what should be happening right now. But the Kwangdong Freaks, they just need to do their very best to hold on. Right now, it's already starting to look rough.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't passed the point of no return or anything. That is, yeah, just to point out, he's got like 1 loss on Lee Sin and 1 loss on the Xin Zhao.
Owner's being pretty good.
Yeah, he's, you know, when you keep winning all the time, those win rates for every champion that you're playing, especially in a meta where it's like Xin Zhao or Lee Sin, yeah, it's gonna get up there.
Well, LM's decided that jungling is not for him, and Zeus has decided that he kind of knew, as that ward is going to give Zeus all the information that he ever wanted. And so now LM's going to soak some experience, but otherwise, this is a counter gank that could go absolutely wrong for Freaks.
LM doesn't know he's been spotted.
Yeah, even the cannon goes wide as Owner charging up the knock-up as they flash on in. They're going for Keen first, and they'll lock him down. Now LM's trying to run away. Oh dear, T1 just knew exactly what was going on.
Zeus is just holding his finger over the flash key, or rather Owner is holding his finger over the flash key, knowing that LM is there, knowing because he was spotted on a ward that this W stun is coming, and they almost turn this into a kill. It's 2 flashes here for a ghost, as at least the knock-up hits.
Yep, Fate actually propping some brittle here, doing a nice job.
Nicely done. But the thing about this is T1 are 1 step ahead. They predict this rotation because they've given LM no options. And this draft puts LM in a place where with no prio, he has to make these tough decisions. And a player like LM hasn't always been known for his decisiveness. But watch this flash setup. He just waits for it, boom. Gets on top of Keen first to get the kill. 2 flashes for a ghost.
He just read that completely, and it's all to do with that ward. Let's have a look at this.
뒤에 있어요?
Follows up his
그냥
W.
볼게 이거. 켈.
KO KO.
닮아다. 나 스킬은 안 되거든.
I don't have my ability.
에이 까비.
He's like, my cooldowns are too long, so he's like, too bad. He basically was like, oh, unlucky we couldn't get 2 kills there. This was what he said essentially, and yeah.
I mean, it was already going to be rough, but after that, it's going to be even worse for the Quandong Freaks. T1 currently just cruising. And it's not to say, like, we're talking about this, like, Quandong Freaks are just going to win if things get to late game. No, I mean, the scaling on T1's side is also great. It's just not quite the same as Quandong Freaks. As, yeah, Owner's thinking about a dive, or maybe thinking about just taking away LM's cans.
Yes,
no, it's dive time. As Zeus, he does, and they're just looking to plate gank. There's the knock up as LM's trying to do what he can, but yeah, Keen is just shredded up here. T1 will take away the rest of these minions, and my goodness, this lane is over, and then some.
It's okay though, because they're winning the other lanes, right? Oh no. It turns out there is no weak side for T1 in this game. There is no weak side, doesn't exist. It's just 3 strong sides. There's a 3rd side, Atlas.
Yeah.
There's losing plates in bottom, losing plates in top, and
I'm learning about new dimensions here. Thank you so much. It's just so many sides to this one. As Gumayushi just grabs a plate towards that bottom side. There is Teddy picking up his Swifties as Fate's eating some honey fruit, and Faker is just shoving this wave relentlessly because it's just so hard to put on any pressure.
Yeah.
When these are the lanes that you are dealt.
So 6 is up here for Zeus, and like it could have been a plate gank, but Keen is like so nervous he steps away from the turret here, and then they're like, I mean, this is such a huge wave. It's just too good of an opportunity to pass up, and they're like, all right, we'll get everything here. Plates, deny CS, 20 CS. The leader now is Zeus.
Yeah.
And I mean, this matchup doesn't get easier for a long time.
Keen does make it to level 6, so there is at least that. It's going to be harder to dive in, but I still think that, yeah, given what this looks like, it's so incredibly difficult for Keen to even get towards these minions.
And that's what happens when you lose 2 flashes in the previous attempt as well. Like, yeah, they didn't get double kills, unlucky, but Owner's back. He's like, I know you don't have this flash. I know we could pull this off. You don't even have that 1 second to buy with flash. As Rift Herald here, the setup is, I mean, they're hard pushing for it. Quandong Freaks are because they know that if they lose this one, the game just really snowballs against them. But I don't know if this is a winning fight. Lucian not here, of course. Teleport down.
Yeah, Sweeper spots it out as Hoyt is going to be bubbled. Faker getting some shots on over as Zeus up towards the top side. Gumayushi is now rotating in. Keen's going to get round though. 5 versus 4 for the moment. There's the Ornhorn as Fate dashes forward. They're looking for Owner. He throws down the op, but still manages to die. Keen also going to be thrown back through as the culling comes down as well. Gumayushi joining the fight. Keen so incredibly low. Elam gets his ultimate, and then the Kale dies, unfortunately. Elam trying to run this one out, though, as they do manage to get the reset onto Zeus. As Heartbreaker gets Elam out of there. Gumayushi maybe stepping a little bit too far forward, gets knocked up. On is just real good, and Hoyt has the Devourer available. Faker's going to shift Sanskit over the wall, but he's the wrong side of the rift. And Elam is just popping off in this fight. Teddy grabs that kill, and Quandong Freaks, they walk away victorious.
They will. The Eye of the Herald goes over to Hoyt. He is able to pick that one up. So T1 fighting into a choke point here without Gumayushi really ends up biting them in the back because they're so hell-bent on forcing this without their AD carry, and even though they have arguably the better team fight here, when you're fighting into a choke like this, you don't actually. And Baker comes over here. Emperor's Divide is decent but not amazing, and Guma's trying to do what damage he can, but I mean, this is just unfortunately too difficult to pull off at this stage without your AD carry because the ult comes down for Kale and they get out scot-free. Now T1, I believe, still has a pretty nice gold lead after this. But bit of an overextension here. Nice turnaround by the Catfish and crew. And
yeah, Dawning Shadow being held for that long as well, I think really baited Gumayushi at that point in time because the amount of extra survivability that Quandong Freaks just sort of had on hand was very, very high.
So now, you know, Kale still in trouble, but picks up 3 assists worth of gold. You know, Senna is 1-0-3 now. A lot of extra money for her. A lot of, you know, advantages here for T1 still on top side. They can still try to dive, but it gets harder and harder, you know, the more kills you give over. But it's at least they're at least forcing Elm to stay here, and they are going to be able to get their plate advantage increased by this play.
Yeah, Ona moves up. They know that Elm is still there as well, as Keen doesn't quite have his ultimate available again just yet. Heartbreaker is up though. Crescent Guard and Needlework both there as well, as Wind Becomes Lightning is not quite long enough. And Keen does manage to regain some control of the lane.
Yeah. And Ona was fishing there. If he gets into the right spot, could actually push Keen away with the Crescent Guard, and then actually they take him out, so forcing them to play a little bit more passively. They do not secure that second plate top side. Well defended here by Kwangdong Freaks. The Senna angle, though, becoming a lot more comfortable now for Teddy as he's picked up all that extra gold. He's starting to get a few stacks under his belt, and the sustain that he has here in lane is going to make it so that he can actually aggressively trade.
Yeah.
And Nami, you know, her ultimate may have to even be used defensively in some of these scenarios in upcoming fights if the prio isn't there.
Yeah, Fate taking a bit of damage, Conquering Sands, as well as some of these autos. Doing a fair bit of work. Gumisha teleports back to this lane though, has his Gale Force available as the bubble goes wide, unless he was aiming for the minions, in which case, absolutely fine. Not quite long enough on that snare as Keen picks up Berserker's Greaves, and he'll teleport back towards that top lane.
First Drake at 12 minutes here, it looks like, so with all that pressure in the lane and T1's lack of interest in getting a Drake, they just wanted to get the gold lead like you were talking about. They aren't really big Drake focusers, generally speaking.
Yep.
They didn't grab that with the prio they had, and now Kwangdong set their sights on it for just a moment, but will finally be pushed away. But it is a very slow start to the Drake counter this game.
Yeah, they're going to move over here now, and Hoyt still hasn't used either Herald. It is starting to wear off. I'm a little bit worried about the Herald situation because they are very far away from enemy turrets.
Yeah, and he's going to have to back here right now as well, and we'll lose plates with the timing of this. So Drake goes over. The prio just never ends, man. Even with Kwangdong Freaks taking a kill lead here, the gold lead is advantage T1. The Herald has... It's not great if you are in a lane to drop a Herald because you don't have any prio in any of these 3 anyways, but he's like walking down the lane as this is timing out, and we'll have to drop it now.
Yeah, he drops it in the mid lane. And Faker is teleporting back, but you can see Kwangdong Freaks are going to be able to get some control here, so it should be charge successful.
Yeah, they will have the whole wave here. Owner's coming over to maybe punish a straggler, but won't be able to do so. The charge will complete.
Yep, nicely done. Almost able to get the next charge as well, but Shelly, will be dealt with. And Keen starting to trade back a little bit better. Still kept that gold advantage for Zeus at about that 20 CS mark, which, you know, is something to be expected, especially after all of the attention that he got, as Zeus is, still winning every single trade.
Yep, and has his needlework. He's holding the stacked Q. And he's just going to, you know, try to deny as much experience and cannon minions as he can here. And he's now got a 30 CS advantage. And every time he has the ability to dash Q, he'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
And the Leeching Leer is going to be massive in this case, as Keria is rotating up. Does have the ability to ult gank here. You know, obviously then just drop his Ignite and walk away casually. So a lot of extra pressure. And Lucian's happy to just lane against the Tom Kench bottom side, you know, because Senna's never going to be there. She has to roam to try to get more stacks and, you know, be more frustrating elsewhere. This is kind of the meta, but, you know, this means you're putting yourself in a Kench lane where things can be very annoying, at least for now. He does have his Mythic available, but Guma is happy to continue pressure.
Yeah, Pyro Mandate done here for Keria. Bit of an aggressive choice. I like it a lot. Soldiers just manning the entryways to this mid lane. Faker having just the greatest of times right now on his Azir.
Especially now that his Leandries is done against an Ornn, and he's just like, every time I touch you, you're feeling terrible.
Yeah, the itemization this game for an Azir is not even a
it's like literally
so
easy
this time. As Faker does have to shift some sands to get away here. LM, decent little stun. But Faker still just going to be healed back up by the Nami. As LM, I think, realized that his red buff was stolen.
When pushing topside here is Keen forced to come over and try to set up for a fast take here, but it's a Senna comp. Like, try to rush this down.
Before.
Yeah, no, T1 need to be careful about going through that choke point. Maybe splitting and wrapping around would be the better option, and that is what they're looking for here. Clear that vision.
Yeah.
Gwen flank is real for Zeus here.
There's the on-horn though, there's the flash. Gumushi just dodges it though, and Fate's gonna have to be devoured. Zeus gets exhausted as soon as he gets here as Faker comes on through. Keen has an ultimate on himself. No one's died just yet, but Fate should be the first, and there he goes. Faker is going to be given the kill, and Zeus picks up one as well. If at first you don't succeed, try again, just one more time, and it'll be way better.
The setup was really nice, and Fate tries to do a king in there and flash during the ultimate, but he's unable to catch the dodging Lucian. Gumusi dodges that one so adeptly. You don't have the damage. It's a Senna with an Umbral Glaive trying to push this Drake down, or rather this Herald down. You don't have advantage here. Your Kayle is not even level 11 yet. And so, like, I don't know, it's just a bad time, and it's a bad decision. But, like, what other choices are you making? You're just going to sit there and lose your turret and lose the Rift Herald? Like, you have to try to fight. You have to try to rush this down. Maybe look for the turn fight with the Ornhorn, which is exactly what Fate tries to do here. And flashes for it, fails it. Gumusi gets away, and then the fight is over. And we're just watching the fireworks here. Keen's like, I'm ulting myself, guys. Sorry, I'm going to be selfish here. I don't want to lose anymore. You guys on the left side of this fight are donezo. And Keen and Ellum will fall down. T1 pick up the second Herald.
Yep, Keen ulting himself and just trying to get away. As soon as that Ornhorn did nothing, that was it.
That was it.
Yeah. Could have been so much more valuable, though. It felt like Fate was like, this is how all of the best plays are made. You have to flash for it. But honestly, if he had been a little bit more patient, he could have lined it up a little bit more effectively. But hindsight's 2020, so it is difficult to give him too much flack for it.
And also, T1 wrapped around, and we're basically entering from 3 locations, essentially, because like Gumo was able to get over the wall there and come from a completely different angle and completely dodge there. So normally, some of the big plays we've seen with that are when players or teams are going into the choke point, or there's a little bit more control of the fight, whereas Kwangdong just let them spill through, and there was no great angle unless he flash knocks up Gumusi and they win the fight instantly. But they instantly lost it instead, because once that's down, like you said, the fight is over.
Yeah. Well, Mountain Drake is alive. Owner going to be taking this one down. Earth, Wind, and Fire on the table, which I would very much enjoy. We're just going to find some vision around here. We'll clear out this ward, or just go down and look to try and kill Fate. As Faker heads on up here, he's going to get the Emperor's Divide. That's what we're talking about. That's a pretty high-value Bellows Breath, but he then doesn't have it for the ensuing bubble, and then everybody else. As Gumushi gets given the kill, it is going to be Hextech Soul this game as well, but we may not even get there, as this inner turret is going down.
Yep. Cole almost completed here for Keen. He's got 2 left. Would have loved to have that extra gold for this back, but he might be able to afford it. He's definitely be able to afford his first item, but might have been able to pick up a smaller second piece here. Will be the Wits In for him first.
Yep.
With this back timing, so at least he is able to you know, get a free back here and push that wave through, because that was the lane that was completely left open. As yeah, this is just Fate, like, honestly being a little bit greedy, expecting he could maybe survive here and hold this turret. And then a really nice follow-up Tidal Wave after he blocks the Emperor's Divide is cool. But yeah, Bubble after Tidal Wave, lots of follow-up range damage here. And even though he's Ornn, he's just not tanky enough.
Nope, especially not when he's just by himself under a turret that he really had no business being near. It's going to mean a 5,500 gold lead for T1. And Kwangdong Freaks just really wish they could just be given another 20 minutes of this game.
Yeah, or maybe another drafting phase, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps. Because I think the idea of this, like, on mid is so interesting, but you can't just put scaling in every single one of your lanes and hope that everything's going to be K.
Yeah, and, like, if there was one team I would absolutely not want to do that into, it is T1.
Yeah, it's this one.
So, like, it feels like the narratives are all just lining up super hard for this one, and it feels bad if you're a Freaks fan, because it's not a happy ending, probably. It's definitely not a happy reality right now.
It's not a happy beginning or middle.
Yeah.
That is definitely true. We haven't seen the ending yet, so I guess we can't really say anything. However, it's not looking great.
Yeah, the 8-ball is not in your favor.
The 8-ball is saying some of the more rough lines, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, like the most positive thing the 8-ball could say is like, try again later.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think so. That's if it's feeling generous at that point in time, doesn't want to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, well, don't count on it is where I'm at right now, as T1 have all this vision removed now around Baron. They don't have a ton of damage without Faker coming over here just yet, and he went Rylai's second instead of going for the second mask part of this, because I think adding that extra utility is going to really help out, especially against the Kayle and the Ornn. Some of these miracle fights that Kwangdong are looking for don't necessarily need that extra damage because you're already so far ahead. And if you notice the build here for Fate, he's gone into Negatron. He's like super hard on like, I need to survive the magic damage as much as possible with this AP Gwen, AP Azir bursting me down. Even though I'm Ornn, I feel like I'm seeing my life flash before my eyes in every skirmish.
He's Elderwood on as well, so you need a Force of Nature. It thematically just makes much sense, in my opinion.
He's got a, well, he had a flank angle. Now he's just lost half his health bar.
Oh my goodness, Faker does so much damage.
It's unbelievable.
Oh my god. Yeah, about 7 Forces of Nature, please. As Teddy, just going to get cut down by the culling, has to heal himself to keep himself alive. Well, maybe he didn't have to, but he did.
I mean, T1 could just force this because right now Zeus is like ready to take an inner turret, and they win this 4v5 down here. Fate is always being tracked
on
as
a ward.
Yeah, like you can't set up an Ornhorn. You're on a ward. You don't have any vision control. Where are those clears? You know, where's the value out of this?
This is 4 versus 5, and they have Zeus just free pushing in the top lane. Like, it's insane the amount of pressure that T1 has. Because they're the ones, they're not trying to hold off a siege or anything like that to give Zeus time. They're pushing.
Yeah, they're like winning on all fronts. So Zeus is going to be forced to walk away from this one.
Yeah. Okay, the Ornhorn comes on through, and yeah, not as immune as you really want to be.
But
Zeus is the one that's going to be taken down, but inner turret and outer should go down.
Yeah, so all right, okay, we got the outer turret. Now you go kill Zeus. We've got the inner, which will allow us to grab another inner. So trading up once again, and T1.
Yeah, that 5,000 gold lead went to 8,000 after Zeus died. Like,
yeah, and like T1 are looking at this going, okay, it's Gwen, it's Riftmaker, she can go immune for a little bit, so this will 100% buy us enough time. So Zeus is absolutely in the right to just push this until 4 people come over and they have to expend an Ornhorn just to catch him, just to kill him. And now Soul Point is open for the taking here for T1. Now Keen, a little bit greedy looking for this bounty here. Elm's coming over, has a control ward.
Yeah. There's a back coming through as well. They did have a few people in the area. As Carrier spotted on a ward. Hoyt is going to lick Baron, and T1 are going to say, oh, so you want us to start Baron? They're like, all right. I guess we will then.
This is what T1 does.
It's a very T1 move. There will be 5 people here for Kwangdong Freaks to try and answer it. But it looks like we're flipping, everyone. That's just how it's going to go. Ona over the wall. There's the tidal wave just to buy space, and T1 just bursted down.
Yep, and tidal wave to zone. And T1 are like, cool, so you almost got an inner turret, or rather, excuse me, an outer turret. You almost got your first turret of the game, and that bounty. We rotate over there to deal with it. Faker pushes the wave, and then we're actually just going to, well, since we're over here, and we have 1 million items at this point, we'll take the Baron, and
I mean,
then
it was Hoyt's idea. He was leashing, I think.
Yeah, and then they win the fight around Baron, get pushing power to then get Soul Point. And 24 minutes. It's a little bit slower of a Soul Point because the first break was taken at 12. But we've been hitting these on cooldown ever since.
Yep. Oh, this is really getting out of hand for Kwangdong Freaks. Zona's going to move on over. Wind becomes lightning onto Teddy. Faker going to get stunned up as Teddy, devoured just in the nick of time. And yeah, T1 will move back to this mid-inhibitor turret. That's looking to go down pretty quickly. In the meantime, Gumayusi and Zeus getting to work on the bottom minion wave. As Kwangdong Freaks just look lost. Not a whole lot of good options here, especially with the Baron.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to be pretending a whole lot that there's any hope left in this one. Inhibitor down mid, full control, reset and get all those sweet items. Owner picks up a stopwatch. Third item for Gumayusi will be the Lord Dominic's. Well, he'll pick it up. Some extra control wards across the board. Double mask, or rather second mask here for Zeus, not the first.
Faker turns a blasting wand into a void stuff.
Yeah.
Immediately.
And Zeus, I don't know how much gold he's got on hand, but probably about to pick up his Nashor's Tooth just kind of outright. So
Yeah, the old third item before your opponent has
Two?
finished their second.
And his second is the same one. It's like just the most tragedy situation ever.
Yeah, and still doesn't have a Mythic yet, which is, of course, the KO way, but still feels even worse. Quantum Freak's well and truly on the ropes. 10,000 gold the lead here. Nash is finally done for Keen, but I just don't think it's going to mean anything at all. He is level 14, still a couple more levels to see whether he ever gets
Ellen
looking for a flank, yeah. Onto a control ward as Ona. Oh, almost finds a W, but doesn't quite get there. And they're just going to let the Viego go. Go.
Bye-bye. See you later.
He's on an excursion. I don't know, but he's gone. He's on the other side of the map.
Meanwhile, Zeus is pushing 2 lanes by himself.
Yeah.
Just casually gonna go start to threaten bottom inhibitor. And the waves are getting stacked, top side. T1 are just basically like, I'll end the game right now if you guys make any mistakes, or we'll win the game with a Hextech Soul that spawns in 2.5 minutes. So choose your own adventure, Quantum Freaks. How would you like to lose?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the endings that I have available to me mean that something must have gone wrong around the rest of the story. As Fate, yeah, that's more than a back massage, I think, from Gumayushi. As Kerry's over here hunting for some bubbles. Gale Force forward. There's the Ornhorn. Gumayushi going to flash it. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive. They are going to be able to take him down. Now Ona in amongst this battle. Teddy looking to try and take him down. He goes golden as well as T1. Already, they're not here. Double kill goes over to Elam as now Zeus is chasing after them.
And T1's like 2 down, so you guys can't stop us. You didn't kill enough. You only killed 2 of us. The health bars are too low. We're gonna
Why is this the result? It shouldn't be the result.
And Guma still dies even though he had those great dodges. Okay, now they're gonna chase.
Yeah, now we're going for it one more time. The bubble is going to be pre-set up though. Zeus looking to fight this one out. Fate turns up as well. Teddy's here. All 5 members are in the area, and there's Carrier. The Emperor's Divide, just amazing as Hoyt's gonna go down. Remember, this is 3 versus 5. Carrier's also trying to battle 2 people by himself. He's not gonna win that one. He was optimistic though, and it looked cool. As now Fate, he's running back to his Nexus turrets. Gumayushi's like, I want to redo, and we can understand why. He'll pick up the kill here, and now T1 will finish the game. A little bit of yakety sax at the end, but whatever kills the Nexus is what you want to do. And this one is most definitely dead. T1 will take game number 1.
And we talked about it before the draft even opened, before we could even discuss game states or priority, is the mismatch between T1's early game control versus Kwangdong Freaks having very lackluster control of that aspect of the game, as well as vision. And then Kwangdong just said, you know what? I'm a beginner, but I will put the game difficulty to the highest, the most extreme. The one that when you click it, it says, are you sure you can't change this later?
So
and they said yes.
They're like you playing an RPG. You are the most, I will only play it on hard because otherwise it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And sometimes it means the game's too hard, Wolf. Sometimes you just got to lower that difficulty to what you...
Yeah, and I have, there's been many games I haven't finished as a result.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? Kwangdong, this game, they could not finish. And
yeah, but
they opted into this playstyle, and I think we're going to have to see a massive change in Game 2 for drafting for them.
No, I agree. I actually thought that the beginning of their draft looked great, but then the on-pick flex to mid situation it really wasn't enough. The Kale wasn't the ace in the hole that they were looking for.
We were looking at this going like, okay, well, what's going to be the pick that gives them control of mid? Like, that was the X factor. We're like, I hope it's not Victor, because that's not going to be prio. That's not going to be good. And then when the Ornn came through, it just felt so extremely, like when it was switched to the Ornn, of course, it felt so extremely,
oh man,
like the situation was going to be awful.
Yeah, there's it's you know, that's sort of the difference in damage numbers that you expect when it's on into Azir and you forsake any sort of early game priority anywhere on the map.
Yeah, the good old 3 strong sides for T1.
Yeah.
They took side, and like you said, they added a new dimension to it.
Yeah.
They added the Z-axis of strong and weak side.
Yeah,
and got all 3.
It's that dimension from Interstellar that was almost impossible to represent in a movie. And T1 have demonstrated it here by just being strong on all of the sides possible and then some extra ones. As, yep, this one wasn't even close. We'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks can put up more of a fight as we move to game number 2, but not before hearing from the Carpet Astronauts after the break.
night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and for a moment there, I was wondering if the absolute mad lads of Kwangdong Freaks were going to get away with that draft. It looked good in the beginning, and then T1 were like, no, not allowed.
We got to talk about a draft. I know the cost is a lot as well, and I don't think there's a diff. I think it's like it's like a U shape for Kwangdong, where like on one hand you have drafting early game, then you lose early game and you have no scaling, and then on the other end you're like, okay, well then we're going to scale, so you draft full scaling, and then you have. I don't even know if there's like a connecting point, like a middle ground. It just, looking at the level of play, every single lane won and had prio from start to finish. That's the reality of it. That's obviously in bot side, that's always going to be the case with these matchup. But in top side, the kill came up in the first place as a Gwen counter. And then owner said, not if you get camped early.
Yeah.
And then the Xin Zhao slowly rising more and more priority, a pick that has slowly, as the other junglers get nerfed more, and the itemization get buffed. DRX has been on the receiving end of a couple of buffs again, slowly making its way up the prior list again. And it's a T1 draft that can do whatever they want, and then it's T1, so they do it.
Yeah, I mean, they had the confidence, they made the right plays. There was the one hiccup, which was the first Rift Herald. I think that one was a little bit interesting, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I do want to say that Kwangdong Freaks coming into this match, like I noticed some things, like they have been watching, they've been studying, right? The Tom Kent's priority with the Senna, like it. The Ornn in mid lane, just to prioritize the Ornn, and even the way that Fate played it, it was reminiscent. He was like trying to be king it. So it's like these guys are watching, they're studying, and the fact that they draft in this manner, it does look silly when you're going up against probably the best early game team right now in the LCK. But I feel like it's more of like a calculated risk. It's like, well, we could just get boomed playing normally, or we can take a huge risk and maybe it'll pay off.
Yeah, and it didn't pay off. It looked really silly, but I'm always of the opinion, I'd rather see teams go for like a draft like this and just swing for the fences. And if it doesn't work, well, it's T1. What did you expect?
You can always play that card. I think it's about time we can get into our first highlight, which was that first Rift Herald that, honestly, I feel like T1 didn't give them enough credit for their position.
No, this is 4 versus 5. And T1 is just getting... And this is the dream scenario for Viego. This is why the Viego priority is so high. It's for this, the dopamine that you get here as Ellen. You have no... He gets the kill ultimate as well, gets reset number 1, reset number 2, and then T1 chasing here as well. It's very T1, but they're down a member.
Yeah.
You still have to respect the CC because the interesting thing is, as we see in the second Herald fight, early game drafts are stronger than late game drafts from, say, level 6, before when they can be, but from like level 6 to like level 12, it's a lot more apparent because at this point the base damages of a comp like this are still extremely high. So Ornn still does a lot of damage, right? And Kale can still provide like the level 1 ultimate in comparison to how hard the T1 power spikes are gonna hit. There is a window there, especially if T1 disrespects, and that was the shining moment where Kwang is like, you have the scaling draft to go on the first fight.
Yeah. And then, I mean, it was nice. It was like you were saying, the base damages, like the Ornn in mid lane, I actually really loved it. He's building full tank, and then he just 100 to 0s the Xin Zhao. Like, that can happen. He is that kind of champion. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which is basically T1 saying, you're not going to get away with this twice, guys. Sorry.
It is a 5v5 this time around. Teddy gets completely zoned by Zeus, and the mechanics for the King and Engage are there, but the actual Engage is not.
Yeah.
And then this is where if you don't get the 100 to 0, if you don't start that reset train early, T1 in an out-of-state fight is going to absolutely demolish you, and T1 gets a Herald, and because the T1, they take the lead they're given so generously by Kwangdong, and then they completely run them over. And it was a really hard game. Kwangdong should have just let that Herald go because you got the first Herald, you know, give up your turrets, just hold tight around that ring of inners, give up a couple of Drakes, and when you hit your 2 item power spikes, that way you can go in. But they got a little overconfident, which is understandable, because if you win that fight as well, game's done.
Yeah, and I think, you know, they were relatively well set up, right? They had denied vision, they had the Ornn in position, and everything was looking great. And then they just fell into the C1 trap again. We have a POG ready, as you guys may have heard. It is Owner with his first POG, actually, on this Xin Zhao.
And Owner and Faker were, I think, the 2 choices. Faker for his very consistent DPSing and his stream of shuffles, which were great. But Owner won topside, and he did it in a very flashy way. As we get the slow-mo on that one, just really nicely done. The fact that the knowledge was there means that he had his finger ready, right? Like, he knew that this was going to happen. And the absolute confidence of T1, at times it has backfired. In situations like this, when it's a kill specifically, I'm loving it. This is how you deal with this champion. And yeah, nice spread. I like the Faker votes. I think the Zeus, I'm always down for a Zeus vote.
I think it's fine. Yeah. You know, he did a lot of damage. He was always in position with the Gwen. Even on that second Rift Herald fight, he did a great job. So, absolutely. Good spread. And T1, as was kind of expected, they did eventually take the very dominant victory in game number 1. We do have a second game. Let's see if Kwangdong can pull something else out of the hat. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Carpet Spaceman, and yeah, we'll see what Kwangdong pull out of their hat, because last time we didn't like it all that much, although I did like the way the Carpet Spaces kind of framed it, you know?
Yes.
Like, you may as well throw the Hail Mary, and then if it doesn't work, you say, well, it's T1.
Yeah, I mean, you and I didn't really frame it. We just, like, took it and put a thumbtack straight through it and put it on the wall. We were like, yep, this is...
Stamped it up there and said, not great.
Will they pick blue side? No, they will not.
They will not.
And a bit of a gasp on the Korean side from that one as well. I think that the way they tried to do it, if again we're going to frame it really nicely, like the red side is the way to go, but maybe getting some priority picks or taking away some of those scaling mids from Faker, especially the Azir that has perma-prio in almost every matchup. I don't know. That's how I would have done it, but look, Kwangdong Freaks are going to make their own choices here. I think that this time we'll have a draft that is more balanced, hopefully here. I like the U-shaped idea that we did hear from Chronicle there, because it did really feel like they were lacking the bridge from one side to the other.
Yeah, there was. We need them to watch more of Faker's stream in case there's some polybridge action happening, which was one of my favorite moments. Really do like it when he plays that game.
So, once again, the Corki is banned. It's tough to ban the Azir here because, you know, the Lucian angle, the Zeri angle, these are problems, and this is why.
The Lucian being banned, I think, is actually kind of interesting because I felt like they dealt with that the best out of the whole situation, as Yuumi is going to be banned.
Might mean that T1 have no interest in picking up the Zeri themselves and don't want to give over Zeri Yuumi.
Potentially, yeah.
And so, like, if it's, I don't know, we'll see what Kwangdong bans here, because I wouldn't hate T1 just picking the Azir first here if it's open for Faker. It worked out so well for them last game. He had an absurd amount of damage. I think part of that was because he just kept slapping an Ornn through the laning phase, but still, Zeri is banned.
Yeah, and now Wukong's available.
Wukong, Azir.
Yeah,
Before owner just picks Lee Sin, I'm like, all right.
I think Wukong's the obvious one, but I think T1 could have experimented a little bit more potentially, but I think this is definitely the tier list option. Kwangdong Freaks with plenty of choices now, though, that they could potentially go towards.
Might just be the Senna Viego again, and then, you know, we see how they decide to play around the second part of this draft instead. Because at least bottom side, they will have a little bit more prio and control, regardless of what it's going to be. It's not going to be a Lucian Nami lane, so it's going to be better than it was last time, worst case scenario. And it looks like that's the path that Kwangdong are going to walk here.
I think Senna Viego, then Ornn, is my favorite option, because with Senna, Ornn is a triple flex for this team, if they still want to play it in the mid lane. We'll see whether T1 are still going to prioritize the Azir as highly, as that's a Vayne.
It'll be fun to see how much prio that can get on the bottom side against the Senna.
Yeah.
But it's going to be the more standard Kalista variant, it looks like, here for T1.
Yep, gives Keria a whole bunch of options here as well, which I very much enjoy. I'd actually love it if Keria just locked Tahm Kench here.
Yeah, I know, because it's a great denial pick as well. That's exactly what I was thinking. I think, considering how much hard engage they already have with the Wukong Kalista, Tahm Kench adds a lot. But Faker just wants to play Azir, and he's just going to get that scaling damage. And probably guaranteed prio, right? Depending on what Fate decides to do here.
Yep.
I think this is where you have to really wince as a Kwangdong fan, though, because Kench into Kalista, rough times. You know, that's part of the other reason why picking up the Kalista here is great. Is Kalista's just going to have a great time in that lane.
Ooh. The Swain. It's going to be locked in as well.
This can be good. Obviously, in the laning phase, it's not going to have a ton of power, but, you know, against the Wukong, against the Kalista, setting up for some really nice lockups, as well as, you know, this team is kind of trying to run at you in general. You're going to get some value out of the ultimate. But the range problem, somewhat of an issue in the mid matchup, as we will see the Ornn ban. Good call here for T1. The Amumu also taken away. We don't want to, Kwangdong does not want to deal with the Amumu Kalista lane.
Yeah, would be a lot of just AoE ultimates galore on T1's side with the Amumu, and you'd have all of that extra safety, which you just don't want to deal with. One final ban. We'll see where it is going to go. I imagine Kwangdong Freaks are happy just to grab Tahm Kench if they can get it. So Renata is going to be taken away, and that screams Tahm Kench to me, so probably just ban it.
I think it's a pretty safe call. Again, Tahm Kench into Kalista can be frustrating to play, because she will just repeatedly spear you and can avoid his tongue lashes pretty well, and then will rend him for massive amounts of damage. Ooh. So as T1, you don't want to deal with it, arguably, but especially with the bans here, but you still could.
I kind of like the Akali ban, because it just says, we're going to play Gwen again. What are you going to do? And I guess Gwen into Gangplank is relatively even. That's a Cassiopeia. Don't think that's
I think it's going to be locked in.
But I think Gwen.
Yeah,
probably
Gwen to this is going to be strong. Now, Swain, if he can get a little bit of, if he could actually get a little bit of space, can feel very nice into the Gwen, because again, running at him, he presses ultimate, he has Rylai's, he's slowing everybody, he is doing a ton of damage, he's very survivable, he's even going to have Senna heals on top of him. plus Gangplank slows, right? Like, this makes a lot more sense now for Kwangdong Freaks. And Keria is just going to, since he was left the opportunity, it looks like play the Tahm Kench as he casually just like chugs this drink he's got. He's like, yeah, I guess so. Tahm Kench, yeah.
Yep, and I think that the T1 comp is absolutely fantastic at this point in time. Looking real clean.
Ooh, now this is a prio pick right there.
Go.
Okay, so we've seen Senna Seraphine as far back as her release last year was played a ton in LCK Challengers, and it's a very oppressive lane. There's one way to kind of guarantee that you're going to be able to put pressure on non-stop all the time, and which means Seraphine has some extra heals plus Senna's heals, and her ability to root and set up nice engages. It's basically how do you kill Swain in this comp, and how do you get on top of Senna, because slows from Fate when he has Rylai's, Gangplanks, Cannon Barrages, Senna and Seraphine adding all those extra heals in there, plus the charm, plus the defensive root setups. It's pretty oppressive, honestly, what the composition that Kwangdong has set up for. And I think, again, it's T1, so things can go awry if you fall behind early. But I think if they could stave off the pressure, and this draft is much easier to do that with.
No, this
draft is strong.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that this is a composition that can actually stand up to T1 in the mid game, but T1 still have a great comp, right? Like, this is some press R and destroy you style stuff, especially given the fact that Keria is on his Tahm Kench and can keep everyone safe, and also can just dive on them. Like, I mean, offensive Tahm Kench was invented by this guy here in Korea. The Kwangdong Freaks, they have brought the Seraphine that Chronicler was asking for this morning. Or I guess it was actually this afternoon, but it was earlier on in the show, in the pre-show, and she is very strong. So let's see whether it works out here in Korea as we hop onto the Rift for Game 2. The fan chant leader is so enthusiastic on Kwangdong's side, and I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
I appreciate it. Stopwatch here, start for Fate. Can be very strong in the early levels once he gets that one up. Second Rift Herald fight, for example, can be turned by this. We've seen Swain kind of has his own U-shaped curve where in the very first few fights he's really strong, then kind of dips down for a little bit, but then in the late game he also gets a lot of power once he gets second and third items online. And if he gets ahead, obviously the period where we're talking about kind of shortens, right, where he's a little bit weaker. But
yep,
I do think that Kwangdong have put something pretty nice together here. It is going to be a lot about individual plays from, honestly, I think Fate, Keen, and actually Hoyt. Like, Hoyt will have to really step up here. He's going to have to hit these roots and charms. We'll need to be able to speed his team up pretty consistently, and we'll have to be decisive around team fights, because him being able to speed up this Swain is also pretty massive. It's just like there's so many ways that Fate should do like about 1 billion damage this game if he's empowered correctly to do so.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be about how T1 plays around it as well. That's going to be really interesting to watch this game, because it's one of those compositions that looks like it just wants to team fight and press R buttons and knock everyone up. But if you do that into what Kwangdong Freaks have put together, it is very difficult. But T1 also has a whole host of side lane options that they can go for, as Zeus is taking a lot of damage here. Trial by Fire needs to be respected at level 1, as Keen is going to get yet another grass proc and feel very happy about how this lane is going.
Yeah, and he's still got some sustain. He's going to go ahead and pop one more Corrupting Pot and try to burn through this health bar. It's got a cookie too, so he can just continually be frustrating, and Zeus is going to try to clear these minions as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And then try to stave off some more of that pressure. It's just ridiculous damage coming out here. So great start for Keen.
Yeah, very nicely done. Gangplank has always been able to do this, and does so yet again. Faker is also, you know, just doing the Faker thing, shoving this wave in over and over again. As another Never move comes out, get some lightning hands.
Yeah, it is. You know, I mean, we talked about it earlier in the draft. Not easy to hit these against the range.
Yep. 16-6 here for Keria.
Yeah, I would argue like probably one of his weaker win rate champions, actually.
It was something that him and Deft played a lot back in the day. So was something that he didn't find as much success on that he has with a lot of the champions that he started playing here on T1.
Don't let that win rate fool you. He is much better than it shows.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I mean, it's funny when we see like a sub 80 win rate on T1. We're like, good. I know it looks bad, guys, but
Owner taking a bit of damage, but does return it quite nicely as well. Fate's going to rotate over, but Faker's here as well. There's the flash out, and now they're trying to turn it here. Conquering Sands comes through. There's a shifting Sands as well from Faker, who fully commits to this. Gets the flash out from LM, so no junglers are allowed to flash.
Yep. Flash being down, really comfortable here for, I mean, I would say it feels better for Kwangdong because Faker is going to have this massive Emperor's Divide that he can engage with, so Owner not being able to flash ult on top of that to set him up feels pretty good.
Yep.
Whereas I don't think Fate is going to be putting on kill pressure. He is stacking up very nicely early on here, though.
Yeah.
Like, he is punishing Faker for trying to push this wave up into a crashing state, so I do like that.
Respecting Keen and his ability to gangplank in this matchup as well. Doing some great things on this side.
Seraphine Senna starting to really take control of bottom lane, by the way. Siguma's heading back for his first back and does pick up his Vampiric Scepter, so we'll be able to match some of that healing just a little bit.
Yeah.
Every little bit helps, but obviously that's going to be the one place where Kwangdong are going to have a lot of shove.
Yeah, they should be able to continually do that as well.
Yeah, this one is...
This Grasp is really getting a lot of value here
yeah,
for King.
It really is. It's actually crazy. Repeatedly proccing that. This is a amount of shove they're going to have for now. This will not be forever, but for the moment it is very massively strong for Keen.
Yeah.
He's playing it super well.
Certainly working out. T1 still have an advantage in the money because Gumayusi's made it back here as now Hoyt has to flash. Oh dear. Okay, beat drop not going to be able to land, but Gumayusi does have to avoid it. As now Owner's going to move up towards the top side. Keen does still have flash available. We'll see whether he has to actually use it here as he eats some oranges, and he is going to be K after a flash.
Like the pause?
Yep, needed it, needed it.
Zeus is not going to hit 6 off of this. You can see his experience there on the bottom left of your screen, so nobody panic.
Yep.
Will just be a Sheen buy here for Keen, so we'll be able to come back to lane and feel pretty decent about things for now. As yeah, Teddy being gone and that flash being forced removes a lot of the playmaking here for Hoyt going into the first Rift Herald. He will not have that one for it, and it's pretty massive actually, because Seraphine's ult is one of the strongest support ultimates rather that you can get in League of Legends for these early fights, because one big charm and you basically win the fight. So
yeah,
there's a lot of positional setups for T1.
The cool thing about Seraphine and the way that she can work as these fights go on is that they can use that as sort of a go button for a lot of different things, right? The never move that we just saw Fate utilize just there is then set up very easily. If you do manage to land that, Teddy with the Dawning Shadow over the top, even being able to line up the route as well. It could be something that Kwangdong Freaks can use to get resets for the Viego, right? And we saw that LM very happy to pop off in the one team fight that they won last time around. Is Gumayusi going to avoid dropping the beat on his foot or anything like that? It's fine. Holds onto it.
We'll get the vision here, and I like this contest because Owner is coming over, so if you wanted to try to push for it, you'd be mistaken to think that you were okay. They're really selling this.
They certainly are, as Gumayusi's just dies. Yep, that is going to be an empowered high note, and that'll kill him. They do manage to trade back as the Seraphine's going to pay for it, but now Owner is in trouble. Teddy, can he find it? Oh no, has to flash himself out of the way. The Abyssal Dive comes down. Teddy just wants 1 or 2 more autos. There we go. LM's going to pick up that kill. Is now Keen. Yeah, he's going to eat oranges, but pretty close to not being K. As now Carrier underneath this turret should survive. Had some grey health to eat there as well, but man, this game has taken a turn for the wacky.
It certainly has. Now, critically, neither of those kills, of course, go over to Teddy. He'll pick up assists, whereas Hoyt is going to be picking up the kill instead. So, gold not insignificant here for Seraphine by any means. One of the strongest supports, and it is, of course, CSing Seraphine, so actually ends up being fine, but a better trade for Kwangdong at the end of the day. Assist gold going over to Keen and all that.
Yeah.
And This is well played. I really like the way the setup happened, and we'll break it down more as we go. Here we go into the replay here. But Keria is contesting for this ward, so they're really trying to sell the idea of, okay, we can force this fight, and then we're going to turn it when Owner comes around. And like Hoyt and Teddy were like, nah, actually, I think we win this. I know you're on that control ward. And ends up being a trade. No flash for Seraphine, remember, it was taken away earlier. And then this root connects here, and that's a big problem, as he ults obviously forces another flash. I don't know if Teddy absolutely had to do that, but
yeah,
a lot of summoners down here, but Kwangdo Freaks trade up in the money.
Yeah, the Nimbus Strike to get the second activation of the Cyclone actually kept Owner alive for a very long time.
It was well played.
Yeah, it was very cute. Zeus going to be immune. Keen, not going to worry. He's just setting up barrels. Yeah, level 7. But these trades, you know, as Zeus gets a couple more items and things like this, he's going to be feeling a whole lot better sitting on a Ruby Crystal right now. As Keria takes an auto here from Teddy.
Yeah. The Kwangdo Freaks Rift Herald fight way stronger at the moment. Now, they do not have Hoyt here, however. If he gets interrupted, or rather intercepted on his way over, that could be massive, but he will be unseen. He's just going to get that free rotation over. Faker not in position to intercept at all. See if he can hit a big ult in this choke point. T1 should be so careful about this.
Yeah, never moves real good. Hoyt is going to get here like you were talking about. Gumayushi not wasting any time. There's Elam. He has to flash get himself out. Emperor's Divide only onto the Swain, but Fate immediately dives on in once again. He has 0 mana though as T1 pick up the Eye of the Herald, and now they're just looking to get out of here. Just piecing out, I guess, as Owner is going to go down. That is a beautiful snare as Faker's going to shift the sands to get himself out, and LM going to look a little bit silly standing up there on the cliff without any friends. And Keen's just in the mid lane. He's pushing. He wants to make some money.
Yeah, Keen's feeling happy about this over here, but T1 picking up the Rift Herald is going to be really important for them and their control over this game. Looks like it's going to be a teleport forced here, yeah, with this wave coming through, so not too much lost here for Faker. Will be an extra stack.
Yep.
Going over to Fate, but this fight looked really, really risky for T1. Like, it looked like, okay, this could be disastrous. You're not following any of the safety protocols we talk about when we go for Herald takes, but they're in this choke here, and Hoyt is not able to ult the choke. They actually spread up, go to the top side. Emperor's Divide here used defensively because T1 are looking to smite and get out. The Charm only hits Faker, and so, you know, the rest of the team not able to punish him. He's hit on the very edge of it. And then it's a turnaround here. Owner caught, or not turnaround, a catch here onto Owner, and Kwangdo Freaks win a kill, win a fight, quote unquote. But meanwhile,
yeah, Teddy in potentially a little bit of trouble here, but no, he's just going to move on down. LM's going to secure the blue buff, and no harm, no foul. Hoyt back into lane here as well as Teddy over the wall, just going to throw a snare out. And there goes the crab. Fate here playing towards his stronger side of the map. LM moving on in here as well. Never move goes a little bit wide. Kwangdo Freaks with a 500 gold lead though. It's definitely a much better situation. Emperor's Divide just going to be avoided there by LM, as that's a great never move usage onto Keria. Gets himself out of the way, but T1 going to be thwarted here, and now Faker with no ult.
Yeah, that's, you know, it could have been amazing, but obviously he does kind of miss it there. And now Kwangdo Freaks, better setup for this Drake take. Faker without his ultimate, not going to feel very good about trying to force this fight. They have so much vision coverage, though, that's taking Kwangdo so long to clear. They're actually just going to abort and walk away. Not comfortable enough without that vision. And Owner might just get a free pick here, potentially. Does not have flash.
Hoyt's respecting it so much.
Safe play here from Hoyt.
Yeah, may not be safe enough, as Keria does have Devourer, of course. LM's going to check, and Owner is still here. Does get the first activation of his Cyclone here. And Teddy's going to move on forward. Hoyt's still very squishy, but Owner is not going to go in again. Kwangdo Freaks going to retain control of their outer turret bottom lane as T1 transition to this Drake.
Yep, Faker has Preshow, so can just rotate right over here.
Yeah, Keria taking a few shots from Teddy. As Abyssal Dive gets Keria out. Let's see whether Owner's going to be so lucky as Cannon Barrage comes in. That's a Devour. And that is going to mean that the Wukong is 100% safe, and they get Cannon Barrage out of Keen. But yeah, control of the Drake goes over to Kwangdo Freaks, and they take that, and I think Kwangdo Freaks feeling very happy about the trade.
Yeah, 2 ults committed for no kills, but the Drake is quite significant here. We'll see what soul if we end up getting at the end of the day, but Kwangdo Freaks were so ready to force this, as they should. Their comp is so strong. in these early fights before T1 really start getting those items online. The Gwen, the Azir, not quite really relevant champions outside of, you know, Faker's big ult and the prio he's going to provide.
Yep.
And, you know, Kwangdong Freaks feeling good about this, as you say, will be the Herald finally dropped down, so some free plates over to Faker.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 plates given up here in the mid lane. Fate also going down very, very low, as we can see.
Faker getting a lot of first strike value this game with the range advantage he has. Just constantly harassing, constantly being annoying. Fate has definitely not had the same sort of impact we've seen from players like BDD in these first few Herald fights. He's trying, but T1's disengages against him have been so good. He's even flashed for trying to get ult value, but hasn't found much, even with Barrage layered. Keen.
All right, let's see whether King can actually survive this. Teleport immediately comes down. Good flash to get the pirate out of trouble, and the Dawning Shadow is going to help take down the Tahm Kench before anything's even happened. That was Carrier trying to balance the aggro, and I believe just got clipped by that, and so the calculation was off.
Yeah, you know, T1, with some very small overextensions overall, still have a gold lead. You know, it's very slight, but they have one. And it's not as comfortable of a position this game around as it was the last one, not even close. So a few more mistakes like this, and then suddenly Kwangdong Freaks start to pop off. As, you know, the Senna's 1-0-3, the Swain has a kill. And this is just watching this one more time. You'll see how Carrier tanks an extra turret shot. Teddy is already rotating over here, so he's got his eyes fixated on this. And yeah, the balance of the aggro here, a little bit off.
Yeah, it was very nicely done. Teddy just aiming at exactly the right spot to guarantee that he was going to get the kill available up there.
Yeah, he was fixated, and okay, 960 gold worth of plates is what keeps you in the lead, but it's only a very small 400 gold lead here for T1. Kwangdong have Drake advantage, and we're already first item Swain. He does have his stopwatch ready for second Herald like we were talking about before.
Yeah. And Gumayushi just trying to hold on to these minion waves. Teddy's going to join the rest of his team, though. As T1 certainly feeling like this is a much different game.
Oh, absolutely.
To what we saw the first time around. Glad the Kwangdong Freaks came to play, and I'm also so glad that we get to see the Seraphine, because we've been calling for this. We're just an Udyr away from having the two picks that we think are pretty strong on this patch.
It's Leandri Seraphine, you know, with this tier stacking up, so much extra damage she's going to add to these team fights.
Well, there's the Abyssal Dive as Teddy's going to get knocked up by the Cyclone as well, but the counter with the Cannon Barrage, just fantastic. The Encore does come down as Fate's Call had to be used on Carrier.
And look at Fate's positioning here.
Yeah.
It's got a nice angle, has a stopwatch. I don't think T1 will be able to get Prio to contest this.
Looks like the Fate's Call works on the Swain as well. Absolutely fantastic. Fake is now going to move in. We get a bit of a zoom as well. Does have the Emperor's Divide available. Feels like the action has subsided for now. Kwangdong Freaks looking at Shirley.
Yeah, pings here that Zeus is going down to the bottom wave. They are not going to contest. They cannot. Even though Hoyt's ultimate is down, there's just too much damage here. And the vision control that Kwangdong have with Umbroglaive, and I mean, frankly, just a better group up here is going to mean that T1 have to kind of sit back and wait. Now, their composition scales very well, but it's not any better than Kwangdong's does, and Kwangdong's has different aspects of its scaling that have already been at work here in the early to mid game. Like the fact that Kwangdong have really dealt with the pressure and dealt with the engages so well with, you know, yeah, Swain's engages himself not so great, but everything else has been very well done defensively here. Is a pretty good sign for how this composition is going to operate when the cannon barrages are always on point. Yeah, the engaged cannon barrages, maybe not so great, but the last defensive one, pretty fantastic. And Kwangdong making a really good case for this composition right now.
No, I agree. I think that as well with the Callista here, it's much harder to say that T1 scaling is up to par, right? Because if it was something like one of these long-range hypercarries, like a Jinx, for example, then maybe you could expect them to be able to kite back and do a little bit more consistent damage from safety, but Callista really has to be in there and be amongst it, and you are so susceptible to so many of the short-range options that Kwangdong Freaks have, and these large AoEs that they're able to put down in the forms of things like the, even just the Vision of Empire that we saw Gumayushi just get hit by, but the Cannon Barrage especially is so good into this Callista. His owner is going to stop the second charge of Shirley. And Faker's going to take down this top outer turret.
Yeah, pings on the inner for Kwangdong they want to defend. Warning pings from T1 to tell Faker don't actually commit that hard. But as I say that, they escort him in, and it is going to be Drake for what looks like a top setup here. I don't know if he'll necessarily be able to get the turret itself because Fate is coming over here. But T1 lost, I think, a little bit in terms of how to operate when map control is taken away from them. Yeah, you get the top side commitment. We'll have that top push, but it's not going to lead to anything concrete, whereas Kwangdong Freaks are happy to sit back and take the Drake advantage. Will be Cloud Soul, not the greatest here, but pretty good for Swain, obviously, in terms of what he's going to be able to do, because he just has to be with his circle on top of him, walking through things, so that movement speed will be helpful.
Definitely like that. We'll make the Gwen a bit more sticky as well, which is certainly an option. And Gumayushi on this Kalista certainly loves movement speed. So we'll have to see how T1's going to navigate as this game goes on. Because right now it does feel like, theoretically, based on these compositions, Kwangdong Freaks are in just a fantastic position.
And that's something I wanted to mention too, is like we've seen T1 in this situation so many times. We saw it against Nongshim and against KT twice. But T1 still picked up the W's in those games, and T1 has been down but not out so many times to where they've just made all the right choices and had some fantastic team fighting. Almost like 2021 Dom1-esque, where you're like, oh man, is Dom1 actually going to lose? And then they're like, nah, it feels like T1 has been so tenacious in that regard, so...
You have to be careful, by the way. Don't make any bets on your hair when it comes to Dom.
Oh yeah, I will not be doing that. I will not be doing that. I learned very well from one of my close friends and commentators, colleagues.
I'm glad you learned from that, because it's not a great experience, especially when a lot of your self-esteem is based on your hair. Anyway, I'm gonna stop projecting. Zeus is going to take a bramble back and now move towards the top side. Ona lying in wait here, as Faker is trying to be as tasty as possible. LM possibly in position. Vision of Empire goes down as LM's going to be here. Ona's being so patient as, oh no! Faker isn't going to be able to find the Emperor's Divide, just out of position there as Ona is out of there. Thankfully, Zeus teleported in very early on. Does have himself some mist and will be able to dash his way out, but that did not go the way that T1 wanted it.
No, it looks like Guma is going to greed for this.
Yeah, Vision of Empire comes through here as Keen off to the side. Hoyt misses the beat drop.
Yeah, just barely going to miss there. So they will survive, or they will keep the turret, but also Guma is going to escape. But that actually gave so much freedom to Kwangdong, the heavy commitment there from T1, as it relieved the pressure top side, and Keen's able to get a little bit more space to roam down mid and actually save this turret. Guma's going to try to be annoying, but this turret will stand a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're 2 minutes away from Drake territory here. Now, T1 have the faster Baron clear right now because they have a Kalista and a Gwen, who's starting to get well and truly online here.
And a Zia.
Yeah, exactly. Who will have his second item here soon, which is going to make it even more fantastic. Kwangdong need to heavily commit to top side control right now and vision control, or T1 will just get away with yet another Baron sneak, as they do oftentimes, because the clear time is so fast.
Yeah, I'm actually, now that you mention it, I feel like it's imminent.
Yeah, it's like, it's just one of those things we know to be true about T1, and the one thing that you should just expect, you know?
Yeah. Well, Kwangdong Freaks do have some vision now, and they're going to have to keep it up. They'll need to keep that vision there at all times. Teddy, thankfully, has an Umbral Glaive, so can keep tabs on the area, but he is pretty squishy still.
One thing that was just shown to us is, you know, despite being down 3 kills here, and even in turrets, T1's gold lead comes mostly from CS, and they're having the 3 highest CS per minute champions in the game.
Yeah.
And so, just one thing to highlight there is just the farming is going swimmingly for the Gwen and the Azir in particular, but also notice how ahead Owner is.
Yeah, Owner is massively far ahead at the same time. A lot of camps in the lead.
And
T1 7 of them right now.
Taking the vision control, and they're like, all right, Kwangdong, you're going to walk blind at us while we try to take this. If Guma disappears off the map, Kwangdong know what it means, so...
Yeah, especially if Faker's visible bottom side, because they need Gumayushi there for the extra speed. As this control ward just being guarded, and Carrier's going to start it. So here we are. We knew this was going to happen, right? I think everyone did, as they are going to immediately back away as soon as that control ward comes in.
A little bit more measured than usual here for T1. One control ward says, all right, we're going to back out.
Baron's
Owner
still upset.
Yeah, Owner actually loses half of his health bar as a result, and they'll have to back out.
Yeah.
Will Kwangdong be able to turn the table here? I don't think so. The Hourglass flip not quite going to occur simply because they don't have enough damage.
It's a lot of control wards that T1 lose, though, in that pit.
Yeah,
so
pretty massive.
Nice that Kwangdong Freaks are able to deter them from taking the Baron and then clear out vision themselves.
And it also means with this reset of T1 and Owner going so low, they should be able to get Soul Point here.
true.
They're going to have
Yeah,
big
4
cryo.
seconds.
So using T1's Baron commit against them, being very well prepared, checking very thoroughly. Unlike what Kwangdong normally plays like, I mean, I'm really happy to see it, to be totally frank with you, is Kwangdong actually being really careful knowing some of T1's win conditions.
Yeah. Ooh, the Warrior Trickster having to be used there from Owner to get out of potential snare up. But he will be all right. The T1 just looking to try and get some vision here. They're not wanting to give away Soul Point, as that control ward is going to be pesky, frustrating to deal with. Zeus, though, wrapping around for a deep flank here, as we can see.
Yeah, this is really scary because T1 they know that Kwangdong have no idea where he is. His angle is really great here.
But everyone else is just moving elsewhere. It is going to be this Soul Point being given up.
It's so hard to crack Kwangdong's composition with all the defensive tools they have. The Charm from Hoyt, the Cannon Barrage, obviously Swain's ultimate, and the slows it's going to bring now that Rylai's is complete. He still has his stopwatch. Senna's heals. If Kwangdong get to an objective first, you're really just trying to almost feels like bash your head into a brick wall to crack it. So T1 are like, look at all those control wards, look at all the vision control. We can't walk into this one blind. And looks like Zeus was ready to try to set up for that if Kwangdong made a mistake. But the second T1 realized and make the call like, uh-oh, we're just going to have to give this. He just backs away.
Yep.
But Kwangdong's still in control of this game in terms of vision and in terms of Drake and in terms of how they're setting up fights. Can turn on a dime. T1 have a gold lead, and the Azir is super fed. The Kalista with a nice engage can do tons for you. Gwen about to get that second item.
I feel like a lot of the money is coming from Gumayushi almost flame horizoning Hoyt here as Owner going to get slowed down. Ellen going to force the flash. Now Kwangdong Freaks go back, clear out vision, make things very dark for T1.
This could be an angle to actually start for Kwangdong. Again, damage not amazing here. But at least if they sell the idea even and T1 have to go through that choke point, that is going to be so difficult for T1 to pull off.
I mean, if they started, at least they're not going to be losing too much health. I mean, they have Senna Seraphine, so theoretically they should be able to tank it forever. But they don't exactly have a front line necessarily.
It's
so
Swain.
Might still do a fair bit of damage. Yeah, exactly. Like Swain, Viego are the options there. Azona looking to clear out this vision. Does so. Warrior Trickster gets him out, and he'll be fine. Keen setting up some barrels.
Really important to clear that vision, which means that Kwangdong can no longer just kind of sit back and snipe you as you come through, and there's more angles of attack here, and Kwangdong will just have to give up the idea of selling a Baron anymore.
Yeah, extra vision going down. Swain going to move up towards that top side as Faker was just tidying up the wave.
This is one of those moments where if we take a snapshot of this game state, you can see that Kwangdong are a little bit more diligent about vision than usual, and they're trying to set up traps and plays, but they're not pulling the trigger, which is giving T1 so much free time in this game. If Kwangdong are just going to sit back and go, all right, we'll force a fight on break time, or T1 are like, cool, because we're actually out farming you in every lane, and we are going to start to scale up and be a menace. And if you make even one mistake against T1's composition and they spill through those choke points and Hoyt doesn't have a big ultimate, T1 can smash you in the fight. And that gold lead, again, not the most significant part of this. It's what champions it's on. And it's all the scaling, all the engage opportunities. And there's only so much you can do as Seraphine to mitigate T1 running at you. And a lot of it's going to depend on how much vision control, how many choke points you have controlled.
Yeah. Well, they've given up on the Baron idea. That was getting boring. So we're going to move to just back to the laning phase. Back to the laning phase again. We've got solo lanes in top and bottom. And we've got our duo lanes in mid lane. And that's just how we're going to set it up. Faker has got his shoved in, so that will give him access to the river. And moves forward to clear out some wards, as Zeus going to give yet another grass proc over, as Gumayushi just fighting against Teddy and Hoyt by himself here as he flashes. Gets the cannon barrage. There's the Devour, and Keria was a long way away. But still, it's like Gumayushi got a little bit like bored or like frustrated and just wanted to start shooting some people.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in slow games like this, a lot of AD carries in the LCK have lost their patience. Ruler, one who, not so much this season, but in the past has definitely been one to,
he's been one to do that.
To push past the midpoint and get punished. Zeus losing a lot of his health here. Keen doesn't have Cannon Barrage, so Zeus feels pretty good about continuing to stick around here. Is not going to be caught or slowed down. But I got to say, like, the amount of tightrope walking T1 is doing is quite big.
All right, well, Demonic Embrace comes down. Let's see whether Fate can keep himself alive. The Ignite is ticking down. He goes golden. Ellen's looking to get here. Fate goes down low, but Sand Soldier's autos will be able to do it. There is the Abyssal dive as well, but Faker's going to get pulled back and then taunted. Zeus turns up, and it's a double kill for Elam, and he can possess anybody else that he wants. Gumayushi will take this outer turret, so the trade's all right for T1, but Kwangdong Freaks will return the favor by grabbing this one up top. Elam turns into a catfish for a little while, but will then back away. And is this Baron time?
Yeah, I mean, I love that Guma has just said, I don't care, I'm actually going to get an inner and then get out of here, because Kwangdong either have to go straight to Baron or straight to punish him, and they took so long actually to clear things up. It looks like Guma will get away with the inner completely, and Kwangdong do not start Baron. Zeus is over in the area. And this is, again, Kwangdong not pulling the trigger, not being decisive, not taking this advantage, and actually just smacking it down on the table, because Fate has teleport. He could be there in this next fight, ult not that long away, if they had started up that Baron. He also has Zhonya still activatable.
Yeah, he just completed it.
And now Kwangdong are just like, all right, we're going to group up for Drake, but I think their power could have been so much higher after that aggressive play top side. Either way, T1 now have a lot of time. Gumayushi is going to get an inner turret, and they're grouped up faster on the Cloud Drake, even T1 are.
Yep, Zeus going to start it right now. Elam still just slinking around in the mist, but it's on the wrong side of this pit. It should just be the Wukong taking this one away, and he does so. The Encore goes completely wide. Beat drop as well. In fact, Hoyt throws all of his abilities into nothingness. And Kwangdong Freaks look to have the inside track here on the mid lane, so they're going to use that in order to take this inner turret. The rest of T1 just going to back away, as Owner and Faker actually stick around. They're hanging out here in this mid lane, as Kwangdong Freaks now able to move towards the Baron area. No one has any vision in this area at this point in time. Kwangdong Freaks not going to be able to start this one up without T1 knowing.
T1 here trying to set up an arc. They had an arc around that last Drake. I mean, I don't want to call it a Drake fight. It was just a Drake take, and Kwangdong Freaks couldn't break in, couldn't crack through. Then they had the faster track to Baron, but didn't have enough control or vision to actually feel comfortable taking it. Teddy's on his way back here, but T1, again, better damage here.
Yeah, they're just going to start this one up. Faker is moving on in now as well. Emperor's Divide still available as he's just some sense. He had himself towards this brush. Fate, Demonic Ascension already used as Teddy is over the wall. Decent positioning. It's Teddy that takes the Baron somehow, but can they win the fight? Gumayushi's hopping mad in the back of the pit, but King just flashes on top of him, just walks away from the fight as well as Faker gets a decent ult, but it does not matter. Kwangdong Freaks tear them apart, and that is a clean ace.
Great steal here from Teddy. We'll see how that happened when we go back to the replay. But I think part of the story here is that T1 is cut in half by this composition. Faker is on the bottom of the fight, hoping for a massive Emperor's Divide. And he's looking to actually turn this one around and make sure that Kwangdong, when they go in, there's no way out, and they end up hitting a massive ult, locking in Hoyt, etc. But Kwangdong, with a decisive team fight, ready to end this game, pushing down mid right now. Death timer's here so long.
Yeah, there's, I don't think there's any way that T1 holds onto this one. Keria is going to respawn. There are a few members coming back up, but Keria is already dead. And these Nexus turrets, they just evaporate as Kwangdong Freaks look at them. The Nexus is now exposed, and we are going to 6 games this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kwangdong Freaks tie up the series with T1.
So much indecision, so much slow play on the side of Kwangdong Freaks made it look like T1 were just going to be able to outdo them, outscale them, and out-trade them on objectives. But it's just one aggressive call. Faker shifts down, is pushed away, and isn't there to Emperor's Divide or do straight-up DPS in that fight. The Baron is stolen by Teddy, and they just win the ensuing fight. Faker's ult is at the end of the fight, unfortunately, and practically worthless there. It was a really nice team effort, honestly, I thought, for Kwangdong Freaks around this Senna play. We did see some really aggressive vision control through the mid-game there, which, again, is not something that we usually say about Kwangdong, but their Drake setups were good. They were very diligent about how they moved around the map and avoided T1. And the Swain pick and how they played it defensively was really well done. Like, they were like, come at me, T1. Like, we have so many ways to slow and stop you. Gangplank ultimates were usually pretty on point, and coaching staff pretty frustrated with how the end of this one went because it did feel so anticlimactic. Felt like T1 was slowly finding their way back in this game, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, I actually love that Kwangdong Freaks played it so patiently, though, because they waited for T1 to overcommit to a Baron like they want to do in a lot of these cases, and the Senna, Seraphine, Gangplank, that trio is so efficient. As we can see, it was largely a flat line when it comes to that gold difference. Like, T1 never really got it above 2.5K. And Kwangdong Freaks just found their moment, pounced, and got the victory. So let's see whether they can do it again as we move to the next game, because of course side selection is going to be a very interesting situation as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is the carpet space and game number 3.
캔치 물었고.
야 세트했다 세트했다.
앞라인부터. 오고.
아리 아지를.
야, 옹호 볼게. 야, 봐줘. 야, 구현 볼게. 아지를. 야, 미드. 야, 미드 가면 끝나. 나이스! 야, 미드 끝나. 야, 천천히. 라인. 라인 빨리 끌어봐. 우리 그냥 천이면 치마 할 듯. 끝났어. 끝났어.
형 테라핀이야?
잘했다.
야, 나 바로 먹으면 돼?
나이스.
야, 일로 와.
Decker almost fell down. Piotrek unable to find the stun. And now, I mean, Fate can just run this one in. Yeah, exactly. He'll go for the dive. He might pay for it, but actually he won't.
So many fantastic targets to just hop on. Has all the vision controlled here. That is the knockup into Peanut. The final chapter comes in though, and Peanut will survive. The damage is there from Ruler, who pops the ultimate. And that's just a straight up double kill from them. They
여기 나 이거 괜찮아. 보자. 좋아. 오 마이 갓. 뭐야, 어떻게 된 거지?
Actually, yeah. Very. Anyway, let's see whether this is actually going to be a fight. As the pullback comes through, BDD demonically ascends, and Samdi is the focus for him, but he's taking a fair bit of damage, still has that Zhonya's available. The pull once again comes through, Dudu has hit Mega, but still has to flash away. The Gnar is there, but then he is gone, and now BDD's flashing forward. He will be able to find that Kai'Sa that he was looking for, and remember guys, he still has Zhonya's. Goes
자, 여기 2 한 볼게. 2 맞았다.
really nice flash forward as well.
We got a fight right now. There's a huge taunt. Faker gets more of them, but the Temper Fate is huge again. As the heroic entrance does come in, provides that tankiness, but Kalista is down. Might not matter though. The damage here from Ducktop, he's still pumping it out. Owner and Dave's can't quite get deep enough. They're trying to take down Ducky, and they will.
be able to.
야, 나각 줬거든 이거.
볼래? 볼만해. 좋은데?
DRX slink off into Fog of War. Condom Freaks get control of the river. As all right, here's the Ram, gets the double knock up again. Kingen just takes matters into his own hands. Fate is getting the heck out, but it's not going to be enough as Yoshik is chasing after him, not able to get the kill on the Azir, but it doesn't matter.
살려줘. 야, 오늘 기가 막힌다. 자기 너무 이뻤어.
Conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello, we are back here at the carpet space, and I figured after game 2 that we'd probably be slowly closing out the show, T1, with that old 2-0 you're used to. But Kwangdong Freaks, they tried one scaling draft in game 1. That wasn't quite it. They went for the Senna Seraphine and the Swain, and all of a sudden, you just could not beat them in a 5v5. It was just impossible. In T1, it was almost like they were slowly losing their minds. It was kind of crazy, Chronicle.
Yeah. And none of this should be surprising if we've been paying attention to the win rates and the patch notes. And it's also somewhat in line with a T1 that has very clearly shown that they value either comfort or just, in many drafts, like some carry experiments notwithstanding, or just straight power. Like, Kalista is the power pick. It's supposedly stomping scrims. We're going to prioritize it. And Kwangdong, as they should, they swung for the fences in game number 1, didn't work, recalibrated, and we talked with reason already about the Seraphine today in the pre-show, and here we saw why. Because this comp from Kwangdong was disgusting, didn't have engage, didn't need it.
You just run at
didn't
them.
matter at all.
You just run at them. Like, literally, Fate in all of the fights, he would just pop his ult and just sprint at you. And he's like, yeah, I've got Senna behind me. Here comes the Dawning Shadow. Here's the Encore. Here the healing, you know? There's nothing you could do. I mean, nobody could kill him. Nobody could kill anybody. Even Gangplank heals himself.
No, it just wasn't, like, there was no way, especially T1 also building things like the builds were, it wasn't, I didn't see any double mask if I remember correctly. I'm blanking on that right now, but effectively, even if you build like Ludens, like Shadow Flamers, which don't do that, but even if you would, doesn't matter. Like, unless Kwangdong hugely misplay, just never killing them once they hit their peak, and that was pretty early on.
Yeah, I mean, they hit it and they were able to run with it. There wasn't really as much early game damage this time from T1, and that's all they essentially needed. So obviously a huge focus on the draft for this game, because that's kind of why Kwangdong won. Like, on paper, Kwangdong should not beat T1, even in one game. It's
Kwangdong
crazy.
Didn't even play the game that well. Yeah. Like, in terms of Hoyt's ultimates were not great. He did have the right build and item and rune choices and item and level choice. We'll talk about it in a little bit. But it was legit. It's just draftive. Like, even at this game, you're not going to convince me that Kwangdong is better than T1, because they're not. But the lesson we need to learn here is that sometimes if you utilize your picks well and you actually utilize the diversity that Senna can provide to your draft, you can just hard cap drafts.
Hey, and guess what? This was the third game today that Red Side was selected, and it's for a reason, right? I'm not saying that today is the day that Red Side, has to be picked, but like, the teams are picking red side for a reason, to counter drafts, to make good decisions in series where they probably might not have been able to win. And, you know, this is... Why don't you go ahead and talk about the 17,000 billion interactions?
Yes, okay, there's so much, because obviously there's just a synergy between Senna and Seraphine that's really good. Combined with Swain, you become basically unkillable. Add the zone and the AoE damage from Gangplank and Swain to that. But the specific interaction here is all of those skills, Swain everything once he finishes Rylai's, every single beat drop will at least root. And it might even stun if you get the double activation. Like, that's ludicrous. It's so strong.
Every single one.
And like Seraphine can't really go, like if you rush it, it feels very strong, but she really wants ability haste. I don't know. I don't know what you do.
I don't know. And we're going to take a look at some evidence as well from what happened. We had a really cute bottom lane fight as well that we kind of wanted to go over as well.
As this is Hoyt with a couple of extra early points, or rather went for Qmax as one should. But that execution that you see there is something that I think is really underrated about Seraphine. Her wave clear is known to be really, really crazy. But in these type of scenarios, like also note how much Teddy can and this is pre-ults. This is pre-anything really. And this is the time that the only timing really that was needed for the Pong and bot lane. Like they got one skirmish in bot that went well, that was it.
Yeah, they got that, and you know, it was just the beginning of the end, it felt like, even though that was very early on. So we should have highlight number 2 here in just a moment, if I'm not mistaken. And it was essentially kind of just what we were talking about. First of all, Senna took the Baron.
Yeah, I don't know that happened, but just watch the health bars here. There's no like super high impact Seraphine ult. Doesn't matter.
Huge Faker ultimate, Mantis 2, and it's a 5-for-0.
Yeah. T1 had the right idea at some point when they started to try and side lane, and I don't think Kwang played it necessarily that well, but they got that they needed to go for objectives, and they did. And just for the objective, you could sit on Baron for 10 minutes with this comp without a care in the world.
Yeah, they essentially did that, you know. Some of the stuff that even like Wolf was talking on the cast, you know, like the positioning wasn't perfect from T1. I think even if 5 of them were there at that point, I don't know if it changes too much. Either way, guys, we do have the player of the game from this 5-man team comp. It is going to be Teddy, who did not die, unsurprising.
Love Teddy. The actual MVPs, Seraphine the champion. But in terms of like I pointed out. In terms of individual play, Teddy to me was the most impressive. Was able to get so much done, pick up an early kill or 2 and really snowball that. Insane amount of stacks, never died, because the one way this comp loses is if Hoyt and or Teddy get scooped by Faker. There is still lose conditions, even though they are relatively limited, and it happens here at the very end, but positioning was impeccable throughout most of that. And that's a good Seraphine vote.
Yeah. It's funny that the one person who didn't get a vote was LM. He was essentially the cleanup man. You know, he wasn't really part of the 5, but he was just there doing his job as well. Like, nobody really noticed him, but he was also there. Either way, guys, Kwangdong pick up a surprising Game 2 against T1. Let's see what happens in Game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of Seraphine Gaming that existed in that second match. Good to see her finally make her summer season debut here in the LCK. And I'd be okay if we just didn't see very much more, because I think what they illustrated was exactly right. Looked in that last team fight like T1 basically had no option at all.
I will say that I'm a little bit sad that there was not a lot of, like, we didn't get a lot of time because the game just ended afterwards, and like that fight was shown and how much healing and stuff happened, but there wasn't a lot of focus on Faker's positioning there, which was greedy and trying to look for a scoop. He did very little damage there. The setup was really nice for Kwangdong Freaks, as T1 will actually choose blue side, Holt's at the helm, so.
Yep.
I think that comp is very strong, but I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's like, you would get to that position and it's unlosable. I think that could have been some better plays from T1. I think they were a little bit frozen at times because the comp is so difficult to play against, and they were a little bit indecisive, shall we say, whereas Kwangdong definitely came prepared and knew exactly what they wanted to do. Game 3 draft now here, though, for T1. They'll have first pick priority.
We'll see what they are going to ban away as well, because the Ahri is once again going to be the first ban, but is the Seraphine going to get looked at? Are T1 going to draft something different here?
They might just ban Senna and be like, no, yep, there it is.
There we go.
Because that's the red side strength right now, is all these different Senna variations, as well as the Tahm Kench power that you can get. If you just ban that on blue side, you don't even have to think about any of that. And I think this means that Kwangdong will consider the Lucian, and then also potentially even just that Azir. But one of the Azir or the Zeri gets through, so Kwangdong have a tough call to make here.
Yeah, I think Zeri Lucian is probably the likely call, because I don't think they I mean, they managed to win against the Azir last time around. Kalista going to be taken away, and I imagine there's a few of you in chat that are pretty excited about Kalista being banned. She's not exactly a fan favorite, Wolf. Did you know?
No, yeah, people are not happy about it, but I don't know. I think some of the best AD carries in the world who keep liking to pick her have you know, reasons why, but yep, I'm not as big of a hater as it will be the Azir that's open. Wukong also open here for owner. So Fate hasn't been the type of player to prioritize the Azir, so it doesn't necessarily need to be taken here. It might just be one of those trades. We have a Wukong Viego trade. However,
GP,
I
love
GP
this.
here.
I love this for a first pick because Kane was so instrumental last time around, and we know that Zeus is incredible at this champion.
I
So
voted.
just pick it away.
I voted for Keen because I thought his cannon barrages really solidified Kwangdong's position. He also played the lane very, very well.
No, I agree. I think it's. I think he was a fine choice.
It was. I mean, basically every choice was good. So
yep,
will be Keen's Gwen. It looks like in response here, he is undefeated on this champion. In fact, both of the games Kwangdong won before this, he was playing that. But
a bit more defeated on the Gnar.
Yeah,
this season.
He's pivoting away from it. We'll pick the Gnar up here instead, and perhaps just a look at the Wukong here now for Kwangdong. Very rare to have that one available. All right, if you're gonna do this, don't do it this early in the draft, okay?
I was expecting the Wukong to come through.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. But now it's like just Azir, Ezreal, if T1 just want to play the ultimate scaling Triforce of late game and staying back and away from the engaged champions. Because Kalista's banned. Now, Kai'Sa is still open, and Teddy could end up playing that if they wanted to commit to the Ezreal earlier. But I think this is 100% an Azir angle for Faker with the Gangplank already in play.
Yep, I like it. I actually really like Azir and Gangplank. Oh, okay. Jinx going to be locked in first. Jinx Tahm Kench is a great first round. I mean, we know that Faker's champion pool is not going to mind Azir not being there.
Yeah. And he has a lot of other options in this meta too. You know, the Ahri being banned away by T1 means that's not one of them. But again, Fate, not a big fan of the myself. I don't think they're going to lock this in.
I mean, they can. I mean, Seraphine can still
flexible.
go mid lane.
It is flexible, for sure. But you'd be doing that blind as well, and you let them
right.
lock up a lot of the pool. We'll see how this goes.
All right. I wonder what this means for where the Seraphine's going. She also still fits into the support role.
Yeah, no, 100%. She can play mid or support here, and we'll obviously have a lot more gold in mid lane since it's not going to be a Senna lane this time around. We'll see what Kwangdong Freaks ban here, because I think it's going to give us a pretty nice indication.
I think Viego leads in just to make sure that owner is as uncomfortable as possible. Makes sense in my mind, but
I still think the Azir is so insanely strong here, though, and it's something that needs a look. Ezreal banned, now that the Jinx is already placed here, and don't want to have that pushing Seraphine Ezreal lane.
Yep. Oh my god, no. Give me Seraphine Sivir bottom lane and just permanently shove
I think
forever.
we've seen that actually, and like when Seraphine first came, I think we did see that once here in the LCK. It's very familiar to me, and it's perma-shove. It's very annoying.
I'm just remembering back to Teddy's Jin Air days where he did play that one game on Sivir and broke every record ever.
The Sylas here does kind of lean towards it's going to be a mid Seraphine pick, but T1 disagree with the Swain ban coming through. And now that we see this hover of the Syndra.
Ashe.
Okay.
It's an Ashe. So Ashe Seraphine sounds equally as awful to deal with.
Yes, and it's very slowy, it's very oppressive, it's very frustrating. Imperial Mandate is actually an option here too, if you want to go down that path. We have also seen support Ashe a little bit rising in solo queue priority, but again, tough to know just yet where this is going to go, but I think the assumption is this is going to be the bot duo.
Yep.
How oppressive it is. Lissandra is going to put a stop to Fate from playing the LeBlanc. And it's also just very strong into what Kwangdong are running. Has a nice lockdown. And the Lee Sin here is what you were expecting to see banned earlier in that second phase here for Owner.
Yeah, I really like the Lee Sin pickup. If it ain't banned, you may as well take it. Owner is so good at this champion as well, so got to lock that one down.
So let's wait until all the chips are on the table where everything is going what this is going to be. As you know, you're much less likely to pick the LeBlanc now. Okay, this is actually so crazy. All the slows, the AoE damage, the oppression.
I would love it if it was that, but no, it's going to be the Ornn locked in. So, once again, Fate going to be playing the Ornn, unless it's Ornn support, which it's not. Not going to involve too much swapping as well, which we definitely like.
I think
we managed to get everything in order.
This draft here for Kwangdong is very different from the last one. The Swain ban was smart because it was again trying to target the possibility of all those slows and all the heals and the shielding and the roots and all of that, with Rylai's like becoming so frustrating to deal with all the possibilities, right? If Seraphine, she could even go for a different build, but now we're looking at Kwangdong Freaks here with a composition that has basically no magic damage and is going to be running into a T1 that has really good scaling here. The Seraphine will not be getting the same amount of gold that she got last time around, so isn't going to be as powerful in terms of damage. I think we'll probably see a different build from her this time. Time will tell. But I like that T1 have so many defensive options to get through the early parts of the game and then have late game scaling. And I think there's, with this Owner Lee Sin pick, even some kill pressure in a lot of these lanes. So I think this game is going to look very different from the last one. And Kwangdong Freaks are so reliant this time around on Hoyt actually hitting those ultimates, actually, you know, being a good Seraphine instead of just being Seraphine the champion.
I also think that there are way more options for him to hit good ultimates, right? Because it was mentioned on the desk, there's no engage last time, now they have all the engage. Let's see what they can do as we enter the Rift for game number 3.
I was just hopeful for the Anivia, man.
That did definitely look very exciting. But
okay, look at the Ashe build.
Yeah, so we've been seeing a bit more of the Ashe support. This is actually something I was talking to Keeson about ages ago.
This is what we were talking about, and now you have...
And so now Hoyt's going to be doing the damage and getting the money.
It's not the same kind of support as Senna. You know, it's not like fasting Ashe. It's just played by the AD carry in this case because it's a marksman champion.
Do you know what else? Do you know what else? Teddy now has on-demand warding. So he can just throw out the bird whenever they want to discover stuff. It's beautiful. Hoyt's trying out a different skin as well, just really getting himself into the theme.
So obviously there's a lot of different builds we could see. I was talking about the Imperial Mandate earlier. Notice all of the runes as well, the Crippling Shot and Zombie Wards here for Teddy, going to be pretty nice for him in terms of map control. And it already has that vision you talked about with the Hawk Shot, but we'll have, of course, a lot of extra control once he gets his Sweeper. And what's so cool about this lane and this type of duo is that it's oppressive. Everybody gets slowed all the time. And then now, because Hoyt gets money, he's actually relevant. You do have some magic damage in this composition. And so we will probably see the Leandries again. And you have so much you can do in terms of the setting up for team fights. Like you mentioned, comboing these ultimates, the Ashe Arrow, the Oran Horn, the Wukong going in, Narbar. It's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of potential here.
And I actually think this is disingenuous because the last time we saw Ashe was, yes, Ghost winning into Varus. But I think the last time we saw support Ashe might have been Gorilla. Oh, actually, no, because they were playing support MF with Ashe. And so I don't know whether we've ever seen support Ashe. At least I can't quite remember.
Last year, there were a few times where it was being considered, and we did see some weird, like, Imperial Mandate Ashe and stuff like that. But, yeah, it's been a while since we've seen it like this, and it's very tricky the way our stats work like this sometimes because it's not a support player, so that sometimes breaks things, even though it's being played in the support role in this case.
Yep. a little bit perplexing as Owner is going to be discovered by Elim. Elim's going to come on through as the Blue Sentinel going to be there. Okay, some control being claimed here by Elim.
Just wants a 50-50 it. He will lose that. Faker's over here.
Yeah, there's the claw in the wall as well, so they couldn't see it. Elim's going to have to flash to get out of the way, but Faker's going to flash after him as well. First Blood is going to go over to Owner on the Lee Sin as Keen hops away. The Thrall not going to be able to do too much damage to Fate here, and Elim, oh dear, 3.5 minutes already, one down here for Quantum Creek.
Yeah, and just really relying on Keen here in this case when Faker has flash available, and you know, Owner set this up so well. He sold the idea, and if he actually steals that buff as well, it's more massive. His Owner's not done.
Oh dear, Owner's going to wrap around, looks for it, gets the resonating strike, execution damage there as well. And
oh man,
Fate is also dead.
I was really excited to see how this support Ashe Seraphine lane was going to go and how it was going to transition to the game, but I guess we might just, the game just might not be about that. It might just not be about that anymore. As Owner's going to steal the show. Is this now the time we put up his win rate on the Lee Sin again?
Yeah, I
they
think
don't want us to show that one real quick. Production, you just want to slap that one in everybody's faces as well. As if this wasn't enough. As we'll watch this again, he does not get the steal here. Zalem is able to smite this one away first, but it just doesn't matter. He has to flash. Deus turrets. Faker flashes forward, and bam, that's it. And then what happens in the mid lane is Fate pushes forward here. Faker teleports back in, and he's got the long wraparound. Is Elim here? Nope. He just respawned. He is nowhere to be seen, and Fate just, I mean, this is, I think, a little bit of tilt, a little bit of frustration coming through. He's not respecting where he could be.
Well, Pistol Dive going to come down from Carrier here as Hoyt going to have to flash, get himself out of the way. The heal's decent. The beat drops there. Oh, he gets another heal as well right at the end, and now Teddy is trying to chase them away from his Seraphine. Man, that was so incredibly close.
Yeah, still will escape with his life. And because he's Seraphine, it's looking like he's just going to hold the wave and not back here either, because he's sitting pretty with that heal coming through.
Yeah.
And, I mean, a lot of summoners across the board going down here. Guma flashed there, Hoyt flashed, but again, the Seraphine flash, arguably more impactful, is going to save you in a lot of scenarios, but Teddy's got those slows. The fact that Owner has 2 kills early and is really accelerated in this game is the scariest part, because he's going to hit 6 pretty soon, and then he's just going to be zooming around the map. If anybody is not safe, if anybody doesn't know where he's coming from, he might just murder you. It might just be the end. As Cole is bought for Keen, as he's like, this is just going to be a different matchup this time, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess I'll settle in. I guess I'll see what I can make of this matchup. And that seems to be how it is. Salzeus likes it as well, as Elim's going to wrap around, see whether he can do something against this Pirate. Fate's here as well. Level 6 has been claimed for the On. Zeus moves over a ward. They do cancel some backs. Okay, here's Call of the Forge God looking for Zeus. They get the knock-up as everyone piles in. The Searing Charge is going to help out, and Keen will grab the kill. So Quantum Freaks on the board.
Yep. Faker had just backed, actually, and was considering a completely different item build. Bought Bandle Glass and then canceled it to end up getting his chapter gear. But definitely without Faker there, this is 100% an easy dive to make. And even if he is there, obviously it's going to be pretty hard for him to save with that much pylon. And now it's Zeus who buys a call like, all right, I guess I'll be settling in too. We're going to have a bit of a slower lane. It's not just going to be the walkover we had in game 1 where we snowball. It's not a Kale top, and now a kill is traded back. And T1 will be able to get the fast track to this Drake though. Yep, we'll put the first one on the board. A lot of action, though, in this game.
Definitely a very interesting one thus far, but 1,000 gold, the lead for T1, and they get themselves this first Ocean. Second Drake going to be a Mountain, so we have Hextech, Cloud, or Infernal. Pretty sure we know what it's going to be, based on last game. As, yeah, Fate just trying to make sure he doesn't feed Faker too much first strike gold, which is going to be difficult to do. Misses that cannon. As we get a slight zoom in, thanks Jonas Strong.
Playing against the Tahm Kench as the Seraphine is, you know, it can be very fun. You're just zapping him nonstop, and he's very difficult. He's hard for him to dodge your abilities, so you can harass him very well. Same with the Ashe, so she's getting her gold and she's farming it up very easily. Very common, you know, into the Tahm Kench to do this type of bottom duo because it is just so easy to poke at him.
Yeah.
And still, though, pushing going in their favor. They have a pretty significant advantage in terms of CS down there. And it's kind of alarming here for Kwangdong that they've lost so much control of the map early. This is what I'm talking about, owner empowered early.
Yep, the drop comes down. That is going to be a flash out from Carrier to avoid the encore. As Gumayushi throws out the zap, but there was a pesky minion in the way. We'll take some Gatling gun.
Owner has flash kick.
Ooh, sidestep on the Sonic Wave. Definitely necessary, but he says he doesn't really care about that as, oh my god, the AoE damage. He's burning down as well as Gumayushi didn't trust it. But it is going to be enough. It's in fact Owner that locks down that kill there as LM has started off this. Keen looks for the wallop here onto Zeus. Oh, the sidestepping was so cute to avoid the boulder toss.
Yeah, that was,
Zeus will be fine.
That was like a StarCraft worker on patrol, just going back and
Yeah,
forth.
no, exactly. It's like the SCV's path was completely broken.
Well, Kwangdong will be able to secure the Rift Herald at least, but Zeus escapes with his life. You know, the commitment there on the bottom side is successful. Owner didn't need to flash, actually, to make this happen. Has 3 kills now, and now they're trying to set up for this pick in the top side. That ward is up here for Keen, so does have a little bit of advanced warning should Faker commit. But he sees that it's not going to be possible. Too much safe positioning here for Keen, and we'll just return to lane. But this play down here on the... Oh, okay, we're going back up to this one. Yeah, this one is... This was like a million years ago.
The buttons.
And he's got a ward in the bush, so can hit that. Nice try to, you know, patrol this time from Zeus and dodge it, but not going to be successful. As this is just Owner, kick into the wall, and Guma pushes it through.
Well, in the meantime, LM and Keen find themselves in a sticky situation. Oh my goodness, that's a fantastic cyclone here as Zeus trying to run this one out. And they will be able to grab the kill on the gangplank. He throws down the cannon barrage as Carrier looks to get himself out. And LM and Keen are like, yep, I'm down with that. That was absolutely fantastic layering CC.
Yeah, Teddy doing his best prey impression there is going to hit that shot from a million years away. Not really that quite far away, but he hits the arrow, right? They pull it off. They end up grabbing this pick here, and it ends up being, you know, again, another successful kill onto the gangplank here. They're really slowing Zeus down. Now, Zeus has been like 0-3 before, then does the most damage in the game and still pops off, so don't count him out just yet, but this is really empowering Keen in this game quite significantly. Has 2 kills early, and is much closer to his Triforce, halfway done with his call. And because he bought it first, even though they're even in CS, he is going to get that to complete first and faster. So, really nice start here on the top side of the map. T1, however, still have a pretty significant gold lead, Drake advantage, and bottom side prio still in their favor. So at least Kwangdong is making something happen top side, but it may not be enough.
Well, we'll see whether LM, like what he's going to do with this Rift Herald, because I think that will be very important. As he is going to back away, should be able to take these little wolves.
I mean, there's just so much control of the bottom side of the map here for T1.
Yeah. Fate looking to see whether he can get in here. And cancel this one out. Owner immediately destroys that control ward. It gets no value. Gumayushi back down to safety.
And they just,
bottom lane 1v2.
They just have,
should be alright.
Yeah, they have no idea what's behind Owner there, and, you know, so with no vision back there, that one ward is all that they could see with, and once it's gone, it's like, better just not be anywhere near him. Don't know where Faker is, you know, in moments like these. Faker did just back, of course. We're going in.
Hoyt gonna have to flash, get himself out of the way. Super Mega Death Rocket just barely avoided as there's the arrow. Encore just barely hits onto Carrier, who tries to eat the Grey Health, but it's not gonna be enough. Hoyt gets his revenge, and now the Rift Herald might be used here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the #1 opportunity here is 3/4 of the way timed out, and he's just going to drop it right down. Cannon Wave coming through. Gumayushi and Owner nearby.
Yeah, Owner really wants to try and stop this one, but not going to be able to. A lot of control here.
And Mountain Drake is spawning right now here for Kwangdong Freaks to potentially try to group up for, but they don't know the timer of when Faker could be coming down. He actually has this really nice push coming through.
Yeah.
And they're not going to pull the trigger on it. Zoner's actually just going to get away with this defensively. There's just so much vision that Kwangdong hasn't cleared. Like, it feels like, oh man, they've got so much control down there. Look at that push bottom side, and then you look at what they can and cannot see, and it's like, yeah, if Faker leaves that mid lane, we have to watch out for him. He could be in any of these brushes. He could be in the river. He could be going over the wall.
Which is why it's so amazing that Kwangdong Freaks actually won that fight. Is now Element Keen.
It's pretty far, the arrow.
Escape.
Yeah, the arrow, you know,
yeah,
a little further away.
A real nice one.
Than I thought it was. I thought he was a little bit closer, but he actually really was the sniper there. That's all we're going to watch. Like, yeah, that's all right. And over here, big commitment onto Hoyt, and unfortunately the rocket misses. Good speed up there. She's so broken. Kronko was right.
I know. Ash's summoner heal so broken.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But, I mean, the sidestep from Hoyt was exactly right. You know, that's just being able to avoid the rocket that you kind of know is coming at that stage, but still makes it as difficult as possible. And Gumiushi, unfortunately, hits it between the posts, which in this game, not as good.
Exactly. Well, we're going to have a bit of a lull state now.
Oh, that feels so bad. Hoyt's like, I have no damage. I can't kill it.
Yeah. He does have his Leandries now, at least, so it's going to help. But we're going to have a bit of a lull state here before the next objective fight. And second Herald is up in 70 seconds here. And getting Cryo is so critical for Kwangdong Freaks with this composition, so that they can actually then use these ultimates defensively. They can use them to engage too, but it requires them to have the arrow hit. Hoyt needs to be set up for the follow-up. Fate has to have a choke point controlled like from a side angle. Keen needs to have his Narball, right? It's much more complicated when you're actually just there first. So trying to get Cryo here is the name of the game for Kwangdong, but T1 definitely having that one locked up right now.
Yeah. Really looking forward to seeing whether Kwangdong Freaks can actually make this comp work in the late game, because it's just, you know,
it's
the
hard.
First series that we've seen the Seraphine. I love the Ashe support alongside it as well. But T1, I think, have proven that they're a better team, right?
Okay, Zayas is trying to sell this one.
Oh, okay. Keen gonna make it out. That was a quick reaction there to make sure that he gets out. And Teddy has found Carrier here, but not going to be able to kill the Tahm Kench or anything like that. Gumiushi does have his Kraken Slayer in hand, preparing to just get his carry on. And I don't mean that he's about to get on an airplane and get his carry-on luggage. He's going to start carrying.
He's in the emergency row seat, and like they're like, you have to put it up in the top.
Yeah,
sir. Like,
please throw this away.
I just wanted to have quick access to my bag, but I guess I have to do this for leg room.
Like, why did I get the leg room? It's so frustrating to have to get up after the plane's taken off. Suffering from
first world problems.
Yeah, exactly right.
All right, T1 start this one up first, but Kwangdong have actually wrestled control of this choke point. So with all the tools they have, T1 have to be respectful. They have to back away. But they're slowing this down while Faker's trying to grab a bottom turret, and he will be successful. Even with Fate rotating down, he won't be able to stop him. In fact, he's hesitating, rotating back up, so Faker's like, cool, chill, I'm just going to take this whole turret.
Yep, and Hoyt and Teddy are in this area, remember. Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Encore both in hand. And in these choke points that T1 has to move towards, they shouldn't be able to get here. But the tower goes down. Now Zayas is moving on in here. Cannon Barrage to start this one off. As Keen's in Mega for the next little while as Arrow is going to sail by majestically. That is a Nara under Carrier, though, who will be taken down before anything's really happened. Fate unable to get the knockback on the Ram as Faker going to get dived on Hoyt. Fantastic beat drop, but they're just not doing enough damage. Elim now going to go in and look for it, but he'll sacrifice himself for the situation. Keen as Mini Nar is now finally doing some damage. The Hyper Proc going to come in, the triple kill for the Gnar, and that's an unofficial ace in the end.
Yeah, and this is T1 losing control of the map as well as this Rift Herald. So finally, Kwangdong Freaks going to start to put some turret gold onto the table here. This will be the first turret they take in mid. They should be able to force this into a second charge, and the pushing power here that they have with this Seraphine is going to allow that to come in very easily. And once again, it's kind of a haphazard fight here for T1. They decided hard, like, okay, Faker, you're going to push bottom, you're going to get that turret. But then they decided they were also going to force the team fight. So Faker teleports in for the flank angle at the top of this. Rocket goes wide here, and T1 just simply do not have enough damage to force this when Faker comes through. And there's a huge disconnect between the left side of the fight and the right side. And then Owner is just like, I have so many items that are going to pop off, and this could have been much worse for us, but I will get several kills here. It could have been way worse here for the side of T1. But it's still pretty bad, because now map control should go to Kwangdong Freaks.
And also, I mean, let's have a look at Kane. Yes, they killed the Kench.
Yep. Now he's able to go around near the edge, looking for the gangplank.
And he's like the 80 carry, right? Like that's what's happening in this situation. He gets the chase, and then basically just comes back into the fight as the range carry of the team.
Yep. Fans losing their minds here as T1 start this Drake first, but there's so much engage here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, Arrow back up again as Faker is caught on the flank, or at least spotted there by Teddy. There's the Ram as Carrier is going to get knocked up, but Faker finds the backline, ults himself, but the rest of the team can't get there because Elim's zoning them out. Faker has to then go golden as well as Owner, he landed the Sonic Wave, but there was just nothing that he could do in that situation. Quandong Freaks are going to pull out this Drake and should be able to claim their first of the game.
And this Lissandra pick here for Faker just has not really been finding a whole lot of value. As
Super Mega almost dropped it.
Almost. We've seen a lot of these steal that away over the last year.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the real carry in terms of gold pickup here is Owner, but he's playing a Lee Sin, he's a jungler, he's got a Gorge Drinker. His ability to actually win these team fights alone is so difficult unless he can get on top of a champion that has her own self-peel, basically. We'll be able to get away from him in almost every scenario. And if Owner is on top of Hoyt, then Quandong Freaks are usually going to be feeling pretty good about how that's going. Unless he's ultless, you know, flashless, and completely by himself. But Quandong Freaks are...
No energy, no health bar. Yeah.
But Quandong are basically just stacking up, and, like, Faker's here on the edge, once again doing very little in this team fight, and the Ornhorn comes through, and at that moment, Gumiusi's like, I gotta be devoured. I can't do damage. And he literally does no damage, has to back away. And Faker's like, guys, I thought you guys were winning the bottom side of the fight. I'm over here trying to help out. He's like, let me just Everfrost them. And the rest of the team walks away. It's just super disjointing here from T1. And you can see that, yes, this comp is really strong, what we're seeing from Quandong Freaks, but I think it's just the way that you have to play around it is really throwing T1 for a loop, both games. But this second game, it looks way more oppressive than the first. And the Lissandra pick is just really, really strong. I mean, look at how much gold he has.
Yeah.
But the amount of advantages he's been able to get his team in straight up fights has been pretty moot, unfortunately. Whereas Fate's Call of the Forge God has been pretty successful every time. So despite a gold deficit, his usefulness this game has been much higher.
That's actually so confusing, by the way. Fate's Call of the Forge God.
Yeah.
That's like actually 2 ultimates, and Callista isn't
I'll
even
just say
in the game.
Ornhorn from now on.
Oh my goodness. No, but I like it. I like it. Adds that level of confusion that makes sense. As T1 set up to try and catch Keen, and Keen's like, no thanks. Prefer if that didn't happen. As Fate's starting to build ornaments.
Yeah, and the Imperial Mandate's been done for a while here for Teddy too. The damage value they're going to get out of this is pretty massive. And like you said, Keen literally is the 80 carry. He's 5-0-2.
Well, Arrow's going to connect onto Faker, and the stun lasted long enough. He has to ult himself, but that's just going to buy time for Quandong Freaks to make their way back. There's Carrier. No Devour for you, my friend.
So
as
well
he gets
played.
knocked up. It's just really well done from Quandong Freaks.
Yeah, and they're being oppressive. Look at them go into the enemy jungle, set up vision, set up traps, punish. That's what I like to see from my Quandong Freaks. We don't always get to see it, but when we do, man, it is a thing of beauty where you get to see this team actually operate as a 5-man unit together. And chaining this CC together, catching Faker 0-3 and 4 on a champion that has no utility here.
This is crazy. If this is where the streak is broken, I mean, I don't even know what to think. It's crazy. And I still don't really know whether it will happen, right? Like right now, it does feel like Quandong Freaks are in control. But T1 in the past, when push comes to shove, have been pretty good at just knowing what they want to do.
Yeah.
Teddy's going to stop it back with an enchanted crystal arrow that's only got 35 seconds left.
Yeah, it's a pretty low cooldown on that one.
Yep.
And, I mean, look at these items coming through. Frozen Heart now complete for Fate. As this is just Faker, like, trying to get blue buff. And the stun lasts so long here, cannot activate the second part of his claw. We'll have to self-ult. And Carrier's like, don't worry, I got you, I'm coming. Call of Forge God says no.
Yeah. Just can't get there. And if he did, then both of them would have died, right?
Yep. It's... I wouldn't even say it. You said it feels like, you know, T1 don't have control. I think they definitely do not at this moment in time, and something's going to have to change soon. They have that extra Drake buffer, and Gangplank is getting stronger and stronger, and he did go for heal denies, and, you know, he's going to hit his third item in a few minutes' time here, and will actually start doing more relevant damage, because right now the problem is all the damage is on this Lee Sin pick, which can't get anywhere near the rest of the team because of all the CC. Like, most of his kills are from ganks and early game plays. They're not from straight up 5v5 fights, minus the one, obviously, that happened around that second Herald. So,
the big thing for me is the fact that Gumiushi's only on 2 items right now as another arrow, just to stop some backs. I love this from Teddy. He's being so frustrating on this Ash pick.
It also just allows you to control more of the map and get more vision and control these waves. Every time you stop a back, it means that the response is so much slower for T1 when they have to reset the back and then come back through.
And he'll have it up again in another, 3.5 seconds, so it'll be fine. Fate here defending this very healthy turret on the top side of the map, and we'll be able to comfortably do that. Searing Charge at the ready, and not under any threat whatsoever. Vision being swept away and given out here by Teddy as he makes his way back out onto the Rift once more.
Randuin's here for Keen third with his plated steel caps is so difficult to kill.
I mean, he's 5-0 too. This guy is huge.
He's basically just like, no, if Owner doesn't catch me or threaten me, I think I'm probably going to be good no matter what, because Faker, you know, with this build, with the Everfrost start, like as Lissandra normally does, it's just not going to do that much to me either. And as long as I can survive the damage coming from Jinx from Lee Sin,
yeah,
I think I'm going to be all right. In almost every scenario, we'll be pretty much guaranteed to help set up team fights with that layered CC with an R ultimate. So using his gold very well here. Again, standard for Gnar, but we have to talk about it because it means that what's your angle as T1? Like, what's your opportunity to actually blow up any of these champions? You can't flank because you'll just be caught and turned on.
I'm getting kind of worried about all of these Cloud Drakes being stacked up, as Fate is going to get himself out of the way of this situation. Call of the Forest God not going to do enough damage there to those minions, and so therefore Faker and Zaya should be able to take this down. But if there's a 4-stack of Cloud Drakes on Kwangdong Freaks, does Teddy just get to infinitely kite anyone forever?
Yeah, and remember, imagine if it still gave ult cooldown. It's like on his arrow, like basically faster than a normal spell. I mean, that was something that we saw in the past with the ult cooldown in Ashe, where it's like, all right, well, she is just really rapid firing those arrows off. She already is.
Yeah, no, she already is, and it's only going to get worse. Now has himself the Executioner's Calling, as, yeah, want to avoid some of the healing, as Hoyt, yeah, he's feeling it. 9 stacks on the Magi's Soul Stealer that he's now put together. And, yeah, the Seraphine in the last game had a habit of surviving, and so he's going to lean into that just a little bit. I'm used to Ashe doing a lot more damage, by the way.
Yeah, not so much this round. She's like, please help, thank you. She's also, of course, level 10.
Yeah.
So that's another problem. I'm going to get that upgrade soon, though, don't worry. I think T1 might just, like, I think they have one more real fight opportunity here. And then Kwangdong Freaks just start to become unkillable, and like, the window closes and it's basically checkmate. And they already are struggling to get vision control over objectives, and wave control is a big problem because of all the pushing power this comp has. And we just keep seeing it over and over and over. Kwangdong are stopping back, slowing T1 down. They don't have a ton of damage to do Baron. So like, they have all the vision to do Baron, but they're like, ooh, yeah, probably not. But if T1 walk into this choke point, we'll get them. But T1 are like, nah, you guys definitely can't do it. Okay, Faker.
Yeah, Faker's going to look for it. He dives on top of Hoyt. Cannon Barrage going to be there as well. There's the Abyssal Dive. They get rid of Hoyt immediately in the fight. But can they win it after that, as Fate is going to get the knock-up? It's on the Gumayushi. That's the priority target. But Kwangdong Freaks, they cannot. They don't have the longevity that they had last time around, as Teddy's trying to do damage as if he's actually AD carry Ashe, but he's not.
Yeah,
and so he's going to tickle them on their way out.
There's no Wukong here to fight the Smite, but Keen has Mega Gnar, and they are going to respect it and back off here. But once those resets come through, T1 might be able to just finally start up this Baron. As wave control going to mid again here for Fate. See if T1 can actually wrestle back this control. Backing here is Keen, and T1 are going to reset here. So 2 kills for T1, very well played in this fight. And it's just a decisive call from Faker. And finally, one of his engages really starts to pay off. So he gets the stun here, which is immediately followed up on by everybody. And once the Seraphine is down, that's half of your damage. And so Call of the Forge God here from Fate is just not enough. Elm's taken out, and then it's just, like you said, no longevity. Teddy is not an AD carry. He is playing support this game.
Yeah, no, he is. He's trying to do what he can. And with Keen, actually, with his Imperial Mandate, he is able to allow for more damage to be done. But Mini Gnar is not necessarily a carry. So I love the idea from T1. I mean, you get rid of Hoyt, and you get rid of Kwangdong Freaks' ability to do stuff in fights. Because it's not even necessarily about Hoyt's damage. It's about the amount of CC. It's about having that surround sound for the shields and heals.
Yeah.
To keep them in it.
As well as, you know, his ultimate and all the utility he brings. He also is now missing all of his stacks.
Yeah, he just built the Magi's and then has all of those stacks completely obliterated.
Yeah, so that is...
Like, they went over to him in the library, he was doing his homework, and they just rip up the book in front of him. They're like, you're not allowed to have that. He's like, it's a brand new, I bought it this morning. And they're like, no.
Yeah,
we take it away.
We need the Magi's cloud saves.
Yeah. Oh, when I lost my Nintendo, so glad about the cloud saves. Unfortunately, Magi's doesn't have that.
Nope.
Really should
back
look
to
into that.
0. Yeah, right. It's time to upgrade. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're gonna need that.
It's like, how do planes still not have Wi-Fi? So, I mean, some of them do, but not all of them, sadly. As people who like to travel a lot will definitely tell you.
Well, I mean, I've been on a lot of planes that have Wi-Fi, but not really. It's like you try to make it work and it just never works.
It's gotten better, but yeah, we're still a ways away from the real Wi-Fi.
Indeed.
As T1 couldn't start the Baron, did clear out some of that vision. As this game is slowed to a snail's pace, as Faker is starting to get more damage online, he had to go for the Zhonya's early for survivability for those hard engages. Now has death cap completed.
Yeah, this is not the same situation as Game 2, because Gumayusi's now on Jinx, and he will get to a point where he does just way more damage than the entirety of Kwangdong Freaks combined in a team fight. And it'll be very difficult to get on top of him because Carrier exists.
Hoyt cannot be picked again. Like, if he dies again, the game is over, basically. So his positioning has to be way better and way more cautious and patient.
Speaking of cautious and patient, T1 are definitely not being that as they start off the Baron. Immediately they get away from it, though. Just testing the waters. Kwangdong Freaks in position around it.
Yeah. See Hoyt is in a position now where he can clear these waves with Teddy's help very quickly. And then once again stand on this point and control the choke, but Kwangdong, again, they don't have the damage to start Baron, so even all this vision control they have and choke point control, T1 is never going to walk towards them. And if they just go, aha, T1, you can't come over to Baron, T1's like, that's cool, I'm pushing the rest of the map. Like, look at the bottom wave that's going to the inner turret, the top wave that's being pushed. T1 are taking control of the map elsewhere, so they have more flank angles.
I love what T1 are doing as well. They're feeding everything to Gumayusi. He is almost Flame Horizon to everybody else on the map.
Yeah.
At this point in time, because he's just been funneled as many resources as possible. It's 29.5 minutes. He has 370 CS.
And the rapid fire cannon is going to be massive for sniping Hoyt if we do have that hard engage. This is the third Drake, so not that important that T1 end up giving this over or losing this nice steal attempt there from Guma, but
that's a lot of movement speed.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty big, but it's not like, it's not the thing that T1 is most worried about. The thing that T1 is most worried about is if Kwangdong Freaks can somehow win a 5v5 team fight around an objective, because their wave clears constantly meant that T1 has kind of been on the defensive when it comes to clearing Baron vision. But T1 are like, I still just don't think they have the damage to do that Baron right now. If they disappear for long enough, we'll just check that and then stop them.
Well, Zeus here towards the bottom side, just collecting doubloons. There's doubloons down there. He's going to collect them, upgrade his boat, and all that sort of stuff.
How do Kwangdong Freaks pull the trigger?
Well,
maybe this is how.
That's one way. The other way is by calling down a goat, a mythical goat.
But the thing is, in order to get the mythical goat value, T1 have to walk into a choke, and finally they will start the Baron. Finally they're like, all right, come to us, please. As Zeus is just going to ignore this, continue to push. He has Barrage, he has Teleport, but T1 have no vision. They're going to have to suss this out.
Yeah. So Mega Death Rocket will give them the bad news as Zeus, he can teleport. He's going to do so right now. Owner gets into the pit, but immediately he's thrown out. Oh, the smite comes in and it's early. Ellen's going to lock that one down. There's now Teddy from over the wall. They are doing a fair bit of damage. Owner's going to go down. As Fate does have Flash very soon, and he is going to use it. The fight is won by T1, but Kwangdong Freaks do manage to take the Baron.
Let's see how much they can get done.
Oh, Arrow's going to connect here as Keen going to help grab that kill for Teddy. The volley is enough to lock that one down in the end, and Faker backing a little bit aggressively.
Yeah, aggressive back here, just not paying attention as well. I mean, I don't think he would have necessarily sidestepped that with the speed at which that arrow comes through, but either way, he goes down here, so T1's pushing power a little bit hurt by this, but they're still going to be able to grab this turret. So another inner of gold into their pockets, and you could just see everything we've been talking about in terms of Gumayusi's damage coming online in that last fight. Kwangdong Freaks will once again still have pushing power in mid because of the Baron buffs that are still online. Keen's going to be able to take this turret out on the edge here with Demolish by himself. He's still holding a Baron buff on his side.
Yeah.
And the game continues. This is still on a knife's edge. Teddy seen.
Yeah, Teddy on his way down here, spotted by about everyone, but Fate's going to move on in. Zeus going to get spotted, and there it is. Speed drop comes through, and that's a very dead pirate.
T1 just pushing so aggressively and being so greedy here, getting punished. As watching this fight again, just look at how much Gumayusi does in this fight. And yeah, Owner's on the back, hits a massive kick, and then Faker's follow-up is fantastic. So the health bars get low. First reset comes in for Gumayusi, and he is just ready to pop off. And he's level 16. He's got those items online. Just so fantastic played out. Teddy This is going to be from his perspective as well. On the angle here to stop Faker. Just completely blind, but makes it happen.
Yeah, all business here. Kwangdong Freaks, especially for Teddy as he gives out those calls. Ona sees Fate, Arrow. Oh, safeguard going to be utilized there from Ona. Didn't have flash available, but as you can see with this Baron, Kwangdong Freaks continuing to knock down more and more of these structures. No inners remain outside of the top one on Kwangdong Freaks' side. The 6 turrets to 5.
You know, we're going to get to a point in this game, I think, where T1 are like, all right, well, we're going to have to fight for Elder. And we don't have wave control, we don't have Preshow, and that's like where Kwangdong start to make their stand. And as Teddy gets to the later and later parts of this game, he does do more and more damage. Like, he will start to be a little bit more relevant here, but
yeah,
I feel like Gumayusi's scaling angle only applies if they can have such a fantastic engage like they did last time and he can get those resets. Because Kwangdong still always have vision advantage and they have so many lockdown tools.
And they have so many ways to claw back vision control as well with the lock shot that is available. Fate is being very patient here. Knows exactly what Faker's trying to do. And as you can see, with those level advantages on Keen and Fate, they've been the ones in side lanes. Zeus and Faker not so much, as it's been Gumayusi picking up so many of the resources.
Yeah, he is looking for his 5th item here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Kwangdong Freaks right now, I think T1 need to be willing to let them take this Drake, because I just don't think without any vision or without any sort of angle of approach that you could risk. I mean, you could risk the whole win streak, your whole game on walking into Cloud Soul. Yes, it's 4 clouds, and that movement speed is really starting to stack, like you said. But, you know, taking a straight-up fight into that lack of vision is so greedy, it's so risky. Kwangdong have actually given this up now, but notice they have a wall of vision below the Drake.
Still, this game is extraordinarily close. Arrow's going to connect. Gumayusi going to be devoured, and he uses his cleanse.
That is pretty massive. He is so vulnerable now.
Yeah, and do you know when that Ash Arrow is coming back up again?
Yeah, in about
like 7 seconds.
Yeah. So I think Kwangdong just get this Drake for free, and T1 tried to find angle, tried to push it through. But, you know, eventually they will lose control.
Well, Arrow not going to be able to block it. LM in position.
So the Elder fight is what's going to decide this game. Zeus is going to get a little bit of extra side laning done up here with Carrier's help. They have an escape route.
Yeah, Arrow. They pierce the heavens. It is almost going to hit both Carrier and Ona, but will not in the end.
Baron up in 90 before that Elder fight happens. I think T1 really just need to group on it and be willing to lose waves, maybe even, like, they might have to be willing to give bottom inhibitor turret if somebody's down there pushing to just stick to this Baron, because if they get Baron, they get the waves they need. They could time it out to actually try to grab this Elder. I think without that, like, they might just be checkmated here because they'll never be able to be the first ones to stand on Elder, which means they'll be fighting into all these AoE stuns and charms and nastiness. Well, Kwangdong are already the first ones to arrive to Baron.
I also think that, like, Kwangdong Freaks will be able to run around in a cannon barrage as well with, like, Quadra Cloud Drake.
Yeah, it's, I mean, the slow resist.
Yeah.
It's, they don't care about that one anymore.
It's going to be a bit crazy. Well, we'll see whether it is going to work out, as I am, of course, a little bit biased towards Cloud Soul as being good. T1 look to not really mind too much about giving this one up. And, of course, they are still in this game. They still have a gold advantage. And this is by no means something that Kwangdong Freaks should be able to...
Of rushing down the Baron, so even if they're there first, they can't necessarily get it. But I think that if Kwangdong prevent Baron for 4 more minutes, they're going to feel pretty good about their situation. Whether they take it or not is irrelevant. It's just preventing T1 from actually having the pushing power they need to control these waves, so they could be the first ones to actually take the Elder fight on their pace. Because the same rules apply here for this Baron. T1 cannot get in here and take this unless they can find a circumventing angle, because they have no vision. None!
There's the beat drop. Arrow coming on through. Finds Gumayusi in the backline somehow, as Carrier is going to be shielded, but he's not going to last. There's the flash now, but Faker gets out of the way of it. Boulder Toss does come through. Ona spotted on the flank. They've lost their Tahm Kench. They're not out of it just yet. T1 trying to keep themselves together. Faker finding these flanks.
Guma still no cleanse. Guma's not here.
That's dangerous. LM takes a lot of damage there from that claw because Faker has so many items now. Kane has found Owner up on the flank. There's a Cyclone from LM, but he's going down very, very low. The kick goes back. The Sonic Wave is there, but Zeus is going down so low. and Keen can't die. He still has the Seraphine behind him, and the Gangplank has been taken out as well. One at a time, Kwangdong Freaks are just tearing apart T1. And the Boomerang not going to connect, but that one, well, there's another Nah. Goodbye, Faker. Double kill for Keen.
And I think
I almost said the Keen, but it's the Nah played by Keen.
707 on the Gnar, and I think the streak is going to be broken tonight. T1 lose 3 players before these critical objectives. Teleport coming back in from Keen. And, I mean, Owner made the choice to go back in there. Guma was nowhere near there. I think some of the patience wearing off here for T1. They dropped the ball, and Kwangdong Freaks looking for the upset win tonight.
Yeah, they're trying to find Gumushi, and they will find him. Another Devour does come through. Call of the Forge God comes out, doesn't get the knock-up, but the charm is there! And there goes the rest of T1. Kwangdong Freaks, they will break the streak. 24 was enough to claim it for T1. Still an amazing achievement, but Kwangdong Freaks, what a bounce back for this team.
2 upsets tonight in a row, but this one is by far the biggest of the 2, as they'll be able to take a 3rd game against T1. The streak has ended, and it was the Seraphine adaptation we saw from this team. They brought it in, they showed it in game 2. T1 didn't respect it in the draft, and in game 3, they got enough control of the map that they just continually pushed waves and said, come at me, T1. And eventually, they did. Gumushi backed to buy his final item, and it was Lee Sin, it was Owner who's trying to find an angle, trying to actually see what's going on. Are they going to be doing the Baron? Can I find a play? Can I find a kick? But he's turned on and killed. And it's that amount of, I don't know, phalanx, that defensive set, but it's so difficult to crack that Kwangdong put together with this Seraphine that the Owner can't find an angle, he can't find a way in, he's punished, and Afrika just instantly end the game.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff here from the entirety of the Kwangdong Freaks. And Elam, I think as far as like anyone actually stepping up, he has really fallen short throughout the summer season and in spring as well. But this is all, like, outside of Fate and Keen, these are former T1 players. These are players that have been replaced by the players that are now sitting on the T1, in the T1 chairs.
Yeah, Elam, Teddy, Hoyt, these players that were given a chance, they failed, and they were tossed away by this organization as they formed their final parts of what was originally a 10-man roster. Not anymore. Kwangdong Freaks taking the upset win tonight, and breaking the streak. And I mean, these upsets tonight really just show us that anything is possible this season. If you bring the right drafts, if you are ready to adapt, if you are willing to come prepared in a trap game scenario, you might be the ones to get those upsets. We saw Live Sandbox do it earlier this evening, and now T1. And it was a mismatch, right? And game 1 is how we expected all 2 games. We didn't expect a 3-gamer. We thought it was going to look like game 1, 2 games in a row. Everybody's going home early tonight. But not to be the case. Teddy brings out the Ashe support. And they executed it so well.
They did. And this was one of those beautiful moments where it's just unique drafting working out exceptionally well. And yes, certain things had to go right for Kwangdong Freaks to make this work, but you saw exactly why, and you saw that it was incredibly practiced as well.
Yeah,
Kwangdong Freaks here tonight.
It's oppressive, it's turtley, and if you have control of the map, then you basically cannot lose. If they're walking at you, you're happy about it. And I think what's most impressive and most interesting to me about this is that in order to make this work, Kwangdong Freaks had to be really aggressive with how they controlled waves and where they put their vision and how much vision control they had and how much they invaded the enemy jungle and making moves like this. And this is just not something we've seen from Kwangdong this season, and quite frankly in spring we really didn't see it either. They adapted their playstyle, and in order to pull this off they had to be the opposite version of themselves, right? They had to be aggressive, they had to look for these picks, and they absolutely did. And I didn't trust. I really thought, okay, T1 made some errors last game. The Seraphine comp is pretty good. But in this 3rd game, I thought, nah, T1 had the better draft. I think they're going to pull this one off. But happy to be wrong here, to see the upset come through. As Kwangdong Freaks, we're going to see the final moments in just a second here, where Owner decides to go back in. Is this a nice back deny? Faker was had some great moments on the Lissandra, but throughout a lot of the game was just, unfortunately, absent.
This is like even this situation here, I mean, that Ashe arrow was just so perfect
And
to
then
make
Owner,
sure that Gumayusi couldn't get any follow-up damage.
Owner and Zeus here, 2v5, coming over with Faker trying to help out. And he's just like, oh man, this is doomed. We lost the game. As he walks away, he knows this game is over. And they did it without Keria, right? And you cannot walk at this without consistent damage. Gumayusi was not there. He had backed. He was on the other side of the map. And one critical moment like this where you lose your patience, you overextend, Kwangdong takes the win.
Yeah, and they just scooped up Faker towards the end there, and this was only 2 more members of T1 left to try and defend.
Push, push, push. They know the second Guma's down, it's over. I mean, it was over before that, but all they have to do is kill him, and then it's just a walk in the park. Look at how happy they are, because this is a team that has struggled so much.
There's so much redemption for Hoyt and Elam especially, and you can hear Hoyt losing his mind completely. Back-to-back Seraphine games, and yeah, this was what I was kind of expecting from the damage numbers. It was all about Keen and how to augment him. Teddy's Imperial Mandate certainly helping out, because there was a lot on Keen's shoulders, because he had to like be the Mega Gnar engage, but then also like the Mini Gnar cleanup, because otherwise they just didn't have really consistent damage. It's a very interesting comp.
I thought he itemized well. I thought he played so well around the fights. He was super patient. I voted for him, actually. I think Teddy is probably going to get a lot of the votes because his arrows were so good, and he stopped so many backs.
Yeah, he's a great Ashe.
I'm just like, I'm kind of bewildered that this worked out so well, and they played it so patiently, and T1 really lost control of the game, and they lost their patience for the first time in so long.
Yeah, I'm a bit baffled. It hasn't really sunk in yet. So let's throw it over to the gentleman on the carpet space to truly break down that series.
Hello, thank you casters for the wonderful casts on the day. That was very surprising. We have so much to say about this. We have had the time to kind of soak it all in and describe what it all means. But again, another extremely impressive draft from Kwangdong Freaks. Very unique, something that we don't see in the LCK. And they beat T1.
So many things to say.
Ow.
First draft exclusively. Way better adaptation from T1, because this time they actually have the damage to go through the Kwangdong lineup, right? Like with Guma reaching enough items at the very later stage of the game, he will be able to chew through people. But Kwangdong went from a team that looked like one of the worst in the LCK, not having a jungler or a support that really works with the rest of the team, to having prepped 2 separate Seraphine drafts. One with the Senna, which you knew T1 at some point was going to go that through, but then also the backup, putting what has been your best performing player on Ashe support, which by the way he crushed. Good on you, Teddy. Just to have Hoyt play Seraphine, and I don't want to gloat, getting the double Seraphine win after we tried to pitch it at the beginning of the day is great. And I very quickly, before we get into all the highlights, and again, I think this draft from T1 was a lot more well-rounded, but it was just Kwangdong playing it better, and also the ease of execution was peachy, and the scaling was way easier for them to actually play out. But this is, if you're a T1 fan, it might sting, but this is good. This is exactly what T1 needs, right? Like, you need to actually be challenged within your own region. You need to be challenged by different playstyles, different drafts. And the fact that it's Kwangdong is very shocking, and I didn't see it coming at all, and I'm still very confused and like, did that actually happen? But it's really good. It's good for the LCK, it's incredibly exciting, and it will push all our teams further forward.
Yeah, absolutely. You talked about the 2 Seraphine drafts, but even game number 1, you remember like the KL, the Ornn, the Senate Kench. It was also a similar idea where it wasn't a Seraphine draft, but it was like, let's just do something that probably T1 is not going to expect. We could get away with it, and it didn't work, but you know, there were some moments. And yeah, it's just incredible. Like you said, you know, we could see this out of Fred Brion, you know, or I don't know, not Kwangdong Freaks, right? And the amount of, it's like they took 2 weeks to prepare this, and they did it really well. And you know, the fact that it is Kwangdong Freaks as well is crazy, because you know, you and I were saying this during the thing, but nothing against Kwangdong. They're not the best team in the LCK. They don't have the best mechanics. There were so many mistakes, and still they were able to win.
And the reason why we're so excited about this is because this is a necessary lesson for the LCK to learn, because we have so many talented players, but I can only see Gnar versus Gangplank versus Wukong versus Viego so many times. And there is actually a lot of value in drafting like this. So it's a huge win for the LCK. Unfortunate for T1, but I think the streak to them, the players, based on what we've heard from them, it's unfortunate. Yeah. But
I mean, it's nice. They still get to go down in history. They broke their own streak. It is kind
24 ain't bad.
Ironic. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that it goes from 23 to 24 and then stops, but it is what it is. You know, sometimes that's just the way it goes. So this is the way it had to be. Seraphine, just one champion and one great team to prep it all. We do have a bunch of replays. Let's check out number 1 here at this fight over the second Rift Herald.
And you see the value of Teddy, because Keen might get POG, might be Teddy, I honestly have no idea, but the value, also Hoyt, this, actually the cleanest play that I've seen from Hoyt the entire split, priming the Seraphine ult and then hitting it, really nicely done. And this is where the game gets taken over by Keen, because he gets monstrously fed off of this, and Keen has justifiably received a lot of flack for his play. But in this game, that was some vintage Keen. He took the gold he was given and really pushed it very far, which he needed to with this draft, which in some situations can lack a lot of damage later.
He kind of went from Keen to Mega Keen, just like Gnar goes from Gnar to Mega Gnar, and it's nice to see him back, you know, at least in this game and this series. I thought he played pretty well. Let's take a look at number 2, as we did have this fight over the Baron. And this was when, you know, there were a couple of kills here from T1, but still, it didn't seem to matter.
The fact that this is so close, this fight, as it is, even with Hoyt not hitting anyone with his ult, and Fade not hitting anyone with his ult, is wild. The Baron going over is also a touch of fate for Kwangdong. Getting the pick on Faker, it takes a lot of tempo out of a possible counter push that ideally you're going to be looking for as the team that just lost Baron, because the enemy team needs to reset, you won the subsequent fight, so ideally you try to push, at least get a mid, maybe 2, but a lot of that was taken away when Faker got taken down.
Yeah, so they're able to kind of put an end to that push. Let's take a look at highlight number 3, which was the end of the game, which was, again, kind of surprising. And it really, to me, I was like, whoa, Gnar can do a lot of damage when he gets this far ahead. And this was against a Gangplank, against a Jinx. It just did not seem to matter. Kwangdong, they grouped up as 5. They played out the team fight better. And this was after Tahm Kench, after Carriot did get picked. And the chase continued, and they could not get away.
And also a rare lapse in judgment from Zeus and Owner. And this is really important to note, because these players always look very on top of their game. But the two of them going in like that, when you're down your Kench and Guma isn't in a position to do damage, is exactly the type of things that T1, that's what they're going to have to work in as we go into the upcoming weeks against a lot of teams, a lot of draft. It's probably not going to matter, but those type of mistakes might be the difference between, you know, having a really good run and winning a championship.
Yeah, could definitely be the difference, as we do have our player of the game ready to go. I can think of 2 names. It will be Keen, who did not die once. And this is going to be our first time talking with Keen, and a very critical moment, I would say, for Kwangdong Freaks to obviously get the huge upset, but on the backs of a great performance from one of their veterans.
And it's been a rough split for Keen. Keen, most notably, was always the stuck in elo hell player on Kwangdong, previously Afrika. And this split, that just wasn't really the reality of it. It was mainly Teddy, with Fade having a lot of highlight plays as well. But in this game, as mentioned previously, he played Gnar exceptionally well. And the composition of Kwangdong Freaks was going to be reliant on either staying very close in terms of item parity, or having someone, can be LM, can be Keen, or can be a really fat Hoyt, to pop off and actually do enough damage, right? And you see in these extended skirmishes, and with the item lead that he was able to acquire for himself, he was able to rally the team behind him, make it happen like the Keen of old, and get an incredibly big win and a huge upset here. And of course, all the other votes are for Teddy.
Of course, all the observers vote for the AD carry. Actually, the support Ash. They've been, actually, a bunch of them have been calling that for a while, so it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And of course, jokes aside, Teddy deserves attention for his game in this one as well. So 9-4 makes a lot of sense. We do have the interview ready, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Kwangdong Freaks. Keen and Teddy, congratulations, you guys stopped T1's record-breaking win streak. And Teddy, you were able to defeat your former team T1. How does that feel? Yeah, ever since I joined, Guangdong Freaks, I really wanted to take them down. So I'm happy that we were able to beat them today. What about you, Keen? How do you feel? Well, recently, we were underperforming for sure, so I was really worried about it. But I'm happy that we were able to show up stronger. Yeah, you guys were on a 7-game losing streak. So how did you guys kind of cope with the long losing streak and slump? Yeah, these days, we were making so many mistakes in team fights. So we really wanted to improve our team fights, and also we were looking for some good picks that can bring us to a victory. Speaking of picks, we had a lot of new stuff unleashed by Guangdong Freaks. What was the theme of you guys today? Our coach Alvingo said Seraphine is really broken, and then in Scream she was really strong, so we decided to try this on stage as well. And Guangdong Freaks decided to play on the red side. Even though you guys lost game number 1 on the red side, you guys still insisted to take the red side for game 2 as well. What was the key to your strategy on the red side? Well, we kind of thought red is better, and that's it. And are a lot more comfortable. And Keen, looking at the comp that Guangdong Freaks played in all 3 games, you were actually playing the carry role. You were the DPS, you were having a lot of responsibility to do damage. Before the start of game number 1, I was not feeling pressured, but after game 1 I was starting to kind of feel a lot more pressure, but as soon as I played game 2 and 3 I began to feel a lot more comfortable. And also Kian today, whenever I kind of like pick on him, you're bad, he's really like take that personal, he's like making a straight face, so he's a little bit scary. I was playing with him together, but I guess he was not able to read my joke. And Teddy, you stole the Baron in game 2 with Senna. What happened there? No, I was just autoing Wukong behind the pit, and then it was my mistake that I autoed the Baron, and then I got the Baron. So it was a lucky mistake. I was just trying to kind of do damage onto Wukong. Keen, how did you react to that situation? I was not even paying attention to the Baron, and then I saw that we actually took the objective. So I was like, what happened? In game 3, we had Seraphine, this time around with Ashe. So you guys told me about that Seraphine pick, but could you be a lot more specific about the preparation on that pick? We tried it like twice, but it was good, so we were like, let's do this. And then I saw it in the LEC a lot, and then Ashe is pretty good, so we decided to play it. We've played Seraphine twice in Screams. The third block last night, we tried it in the very last minute, and we were like, Seraphine, this is good. So in conclusion, we saw Ornn on the mid lane for game 1 and 3, and in the end of game 3, the players were like yelling, the future is the Ornn mid, so tell us about it more. I was the one playing Ornn on my team, and then we were having bad results, so I was like, maybe I'm a bad Ornn player. So we were like, let's make Fate try this, and then he was doing a great job, so we were like, maybe, yeah, he's a better Ornn player, so we should just give him the Ornn duty. So we had a very long game and very long series in the end. So when was the moment that you guys were able to have the confidence to get the win? After I got triple kill, after the Herald fight, I was like, yeah, this is our game. We saw a very intense mind game around the Herald, but yeah, you guys are able to pull it off perfectly and secure the victory. And your next opponent is KT Roaster, and this is your chance to make your first winning streak of the split. Oh, it's actually Genji. So yeah, Genji, we're facing another strong team, but you know they are really strong. But we will do our best to pick up another victory. I think today's victory is a huge kind of confidence boost, right? Yeah, for sure. You know, it's a big morale boost. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna do a great job in that Genji series as well. And what about you, Keen? What any message over to all the fans here? I know we were not performing well recently, but this is our chance to kind of bounce back, so please keep supporting us. Thank you. And thank you very much for the interview, Keen and Teddy, and I'm going to pass it back to the analyst Carpet Spacemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun. The Spacemen are here to break it down. Wonderful translation, as always. Was just talking to Chronicler about how good it was. Let's take a look at the standings after all of this, because we had two teams that were undefeated now in this season actually take a loss. Both DRX and T1 will move to 4-1. And of course, Guangdong 2-3, a big victory for them.
Good luck, Genji. You're the only one holding on to it, so don't walk into any Seraphines when you play.
Hands is going to jump all over that, right?
Yeah, colossal win for Guangdong. I don't think that this really changed the perception of T1, even though it was a big upset win. These are the mistakes that we've and the issues that we've seen for T1. They're not out of nowhere. They have been very consistent. The fact that they were exposed by Guangdong, really exciting. And Guangdong, that maybe really leans into some more unorthodox drafts and actually utilizes their players instead of just always throwing Horde and Nautilus.
Yeah.
Could be really exciting to see what they have to offer in the future.
Absolutely, and hopefully some other teams as well can potentially watch this and say, oh, maybe we could try our hand at that. Some new, unique drafts. Tomorrow's games, speaking of which, Fred Brian up against Hamalife Esports should actually be pretty interesting. One of these teams will have to pick up a victory. And then we do have Nongshim Red Force up against the aforementioned Genji. We'll see if they can hold on to their win streak and what Nongshim will have prepared for that. So anything else you want to add, Chronicler, in the day?
Ban Seraphine.
Ban Seraphine.
That's it. No, it was actually both teams that upset one, and I just want to see the LCK be the best LCK we can be. And I think today, if the teams take it to heart, that was a really big step.
Hopefully. Well, we'll have to wait and see, guys. Thank you once again for joining us here at the LCK, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a great night.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. Yeah.